Wednesday. Happy New Year's, everyone. How's everyone doing? Thank you for the 100 to bin gear. You're getting 100 bits because I've not had internet all day until quite literally 5 minutes ago. So I'm chalking this up to a goddess fixing my Wi-Fi. Thank you, Hara. You're welcome. I did fix it. I chewed through your internet provider's wires, so that's why your internet was down and they finally fixed it. Hey Tactical, hey Gear, hey Oda-san, hi Rage. It's been a whole year since you streamed last. Yeah, I didn't even go to the bathroom until like 2023. Kind of crazy to think about, huh? How can you ghost us like that? What can I say? I got busy things to do. Hey, you guys are the ones rotating around me, okay? It's not my job to pay attention to you guys. You're supposed to pay attention to me. That's the whole point. You're starting from square one again. Hey, Alpha Mike. Welcome in. How's it going? Well, you haven't went to the bathroom since 2023? Yeah. Hey, Lorelai. Happy New Year. Get rotated. I didn't rotate. You did. Dingus. There's a joke in there about orbiting in the sun or something like that. Yeah, it's somewhere. We'll find it eventually, Fred. But another happy History Wednesday to everyone. Hope you've all been doing well. Hope you guys are excited for today. I've got a lot of fun stuff prepped. I found some fun videos for us to watch and react to. But first, we're gonna hang out and do some chatting, as usual. We'll do our Today in History segment at some point as well in between, so. Happy New Year's, by the way. Happy New Year's to you as well. Okay, but who spells okay is okay? Anyone in the United States, I guess. Yo, 100 more! Thank you so much for the 100 to Ben, Dalhala. Happy New Year's to you as well. We've actually got multiple topics today, so I'm kind of just chose. Oh, thank you for the pats. But I chose that this week we just focus on the Today in History topics.
Well.
Oh my God, Brendan, it's 2025. Okay, that's rude. Also, they get missed. That was weird. Hey Orion, hey Cos Wilder. Hey, Graham Cracker. Ugh. Ancient astronaut theorists say yes. Happy New Year's, Hara. Hey, Yukari. Welcome in. Happy New Year's. I am proud of you, Blue. You're still schizophrenic, though. Let's have a good 2026. Don't know about 2025. Yeah, me neither, dude. I don't know how this is gonna start off, man. But yeah, Happy New Year's, everyone. And I hope nobody got, too plastered. I did some drinking last night, and I was a designated driver. So I didn't get, like, too plastered. Ow. But I started drinking at, like, 6 p.m., and I had, like, 4 margaritas by, like, 10 o'clock. And then at midnight, I had to go pick some people up. So, yeah. I sobered up in 2 hours, thankfully, but I tried to make like, so I went and like just got like some cheap margarita mix because like I was not doing like fresh. It was too late in the day. Um, and so I used those for the first time and it wasn't bad. But I used mezcal as the margaritas and it was good, but it was definitely different. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try to throw in like some blackberries and make it kind of like a half daiquiri. And so I started like blending that in and took a sip and I was like, this just turned it purple. It literally has the exact same like flavor. You're a cute dingus. Happy New Year. Thank you, firearms instructor. Welcome back. How are you? Remember when you started crashing out about overpressure yesterday? Yeah, that would have been Friday, Orion. But yeah, I definitely crashed out over overpressure. But how's it going? You're not too late. Hey, Q. How's your New Year's going, hun? Didn't get plastered, but went to bed fat with alcohol? Yeah. How was your New Year's? Hey, Howler. It was good. Yeah, the reason I was late is because I went over to my parents and had a New Year's dinner. My mom's like, I don't know if y'all, okay, I know we have some Southerners in here, but like a big Southern tradition is to have purple whole peas and like collard greens or turnip greens um, for good luck. So I went over to my mom's house and had like dressing, turkey for the third time this year, a little bit of alcohol, and then turnip greens and purple whole peas. I fucking still hate purple whole peas. 5,028 years and I still can't get over those disgusting, like, fake mashed potato tasting beanie motherfuckers. Yo, chicken and waffles? Okay, that sounds amazing. I'm really sad I didn't have any, champagne. I just forgot that I had some in the fridge. So after stream tonight, I might have some. Hi, Verchiel. Welcome in, or Verkiel. I forget how to say it. Make sure to correct me if I say it wrong. But I'm glad you like history. We'll be focusing on it today. You have a pet duck named Chicken. He loves carrots. Do you actually have a pet duck? We actually, I think, have a couple people in here that have pet ducks. I didn't have enough mimosas for real. I had the stuff for it. I just forgot to make them. Just had a splitting headache from all the noise. I'm probably only gonna be here for a little while for heading to bed. I got you. I'll help you feel better, Q. Can't stare at a screen for too long. I don't blame you at all, hun. You have a pet chicken named Duck? Coincidence? No. Okay, I actually can't tell if you're being serious right now. I love him. He's my child. I feel like I would enjoy having a pet duck as well. But I'm also feel like Look, I'm gonna be honest. Look, I can't have pets or children because I am meant to be the pet. Well, hold on, wait, hold on. I gotta make sure. I gotta be careful about how I word this. I don't want this to get in trouble. I will. This can quickly become a clip. Ow, not a magazine. God, what was I gonna say? I'm not the pet in the relationship, but I can't have a child or a pet because I am supposed to act. There we go. I'm supposed to act like the pet in the relationship because I am meant to laze around, be fed, and taken care of. So I can't be lazy. I can't be letting anyone else laze around or take care of them or anything like that. You all got drunk and I was stuck all night. Shut up. Literally plastering some walls in my parents' house and their roof. I was plastering your mom's walls in your parents' house. Got him! Oh my god. Alright, well, starting 2025 off with a fucking burner. I am lazy, yes. So you're a cat, or like, I don't know, actually. I don't know if I'd be like a cat. I don't know if I'd be closer to like a cat or a dog personality. I guess birds are a little bit more like cats because like they're extremely mischievous. Like I definitely like knocking shit off the counter. That is something that's shared by both birds and cats. But we're natural enemies, so that makes things kind of hard. That's it. I'm getting me mallet. Yeah, you better. It's not gonna do anything. It's not gonna unplaster your mother, but you know what? You can try. You also have a pet snake. What kind of snake? I would never think of owning a pet snake, but like king cobras are really fucking sick. There's just something really, 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 really cool about like A snake that eats snakes. Oh, firearms instructor. I'm sorry, buddy. Here, I'll repost your Twitch link. I'll repost it. Here you go. Yeah, usually unless you're in here for a while, the bot really doesn't like people, like, posting links. But thank you for the clip, firearms. That's very sweet of you. A boa? Yeah, I feel like you can't have... Okay, like, I know people have venomous snakes for pets. I feel like a constrictor is, like, easy to deal with, because it's like, you stop that. Stop wrapping around my arm. As long as it's not big enough. But, like, a venomous snake, it's like, oh, haha, like, I accidentally put my thumb in front of your mouth. I have to go to the hospital and hopefully don't die. We like clippers, firearm instructor. If you clip enough and you post them to the Discord, you get a special role. So make sure you're in there and you post them in there. If you do, you're doing me a big favor. I actually need to go back and catch up on those. There's a lot of them that you guys have made lately that I have not been able to download and utilize. Also, speaking of clips, we're having shorts now being posted twice a week to the YouTube channel. There was one that posted today. The plan is 3 p.m. every Wednesday and Sunday, so make sure you guys check them out. There was one that was posted today of my famous meltdown, the famous Hara rant, the famous sleep rant, Hara's famous sleep rant. So just like the rant that the Nostalgia Critic had, you know, the famous Nostalgia Critic rant. Hara, can I get a special role that's black called Schizo? No, I refuse. I might make one called Mental Illness though, and give it to you and like myself. You gotta be VIP or mod to post links. Oh, okay, I got it. 90s CGI hold up, especially nowadays. Not in the fucking Mummy. Not in the Mummy. I love that movie, but man, Dwayne The Rock Johnson looks like he's made out of fucking Play-Doh. Also, hey, Buckshot. I'ma eat the bird? No eating the bird. I'm shocked someone hasn't conjured Rasputin. I meant to raise the price for Rasputin. Also, I forgot to mention we've got new sound alerts. I removed some and some old ones that were really popular. I had to put in the ones for bits. They're like 50 cents now. I'm super sorry about that. I would add more if sound alerts would let me, but I'd have to pay them like $20 a month to do that. And that feels stinky. So I'm gonna kind of put them on a rotation, and if there's some that you want, I made them like 50 cents, so people that already have bits or plan on already like giving bits can at least spend them on that, you know? So sorry about that. I really wish I could have more than 10. Like, it's kind of annoying, frankly.
Great success.
Great success. I think that one's gonna stick around for a while. I like that one a lot. I feel like that one has good potential. Like me slamming into a tree in War Thunder and then someone just plays great success. Just wowie wow whoa wee whoa. I need to rewatch Borat. It's such a good movie.
Excellent!
Excellent! Hell yeah. Man, I'm saving. It's all good. Hell yeah, Sun Tzu's back. It is, by popular demand. Have a soda. Please don't hit me with a soda. Ow! Ow! And the bonk. That's toxic.
Sun Tzu said that.
He sure did, and holy shit, that was loud. I gotta turn that one down. Everyone just casually getting their eardrums blown out. Brother. Okay, let me get that one turned down real quick. Ow. 24. This one needs to be down. 24. Okay, fixed. Now it shouldn't blow people's ears out. Thank you for the fire. Hey, Lil High, welcome back. How you doing? It's been a while. You're in pain. Are you okay? I'm sorry. Hope you feel better. But thank you for coming back and seeing me. I hope you're having a happy new year despite the pain. That place is lit. Oh, you like my stage? Yeah. It's a little static, if you get what I mean. But it'll use some more. Oh, you got your teeth pulled? Holy shit. Was it like, Was it your wisdom teeth or was it just straight up like bad teeth? Totally didn't sleep for 17 hours and now I have a headache. Mood! I didn't sleep 17 hours, but every time I like drink alcohol and stay up till 3 a.m., I sleep till like 2 p.m. So, oh God, I'm sorry about that. At least you can get a cool gold tooth now. That'd be pretty sick. Oh yeah, I know. Constrictors also seem to be like way more docile, so it's still just like with wild animals, you have to be careful. Like you can grow up with them all your life and then one day they eat your face. Flames and feathers, that's concerning. I can't burn my tail feathers, I'm okay. Hey Air Show, Happy New Year. Welcome in, buddy. How you doing? Time for some blinged out tooth implants. Honestly, I'm just saying, George Washington would have been way cooler if his teeth were gold instead of wood. Hey Star Prism, welcome in. Happy New Year. I hope it's been a good one. Glad you're doing good, Air Show. Well, because my wisdom teeth haven't fully grown in, they're trying to have them replace it. Oh shit. I had to get mine cut out at the roots during one of the Winter Olympics, and I remember like literally being on like painkillers, like morphine pretty much. Because they had to dig so deep to get them out, or cut so deep. For like a month. Or not a month, like a whole week. And running out of gauze. Oh, it sucked. I did nothing but drink soup. Wisdom teeth, it sucks, Star. But you'll do it. You'll survive. I believe in you. I'll astral project and hold your hand, Star. You'll be all good. But I'm doing great. How are you besides the teeth pulling thing? You ever got those dreams where you know you had a dream but you can't remember the contents of said dream for the life of you? Dude, okay, actually, I had a crazy fucking dream last night. Unironically, thank you for reminding me. Sorry, I'll get back to messages in a moment. Is it bad I'm starting the year playing War Thunder? Not at all, City Cod. Honestly, it's a fat mood. But how you doing? Welcome in. Okay, so I had a dream last night. And it was one of those really fucking weird dreams again. And it was a crazy weird dream. I'm trying to remember the details of it. Oh, I do remember it. Okay, so setting the scene. I was on a trip and I was at like some kind of like Hogwarts. I was going back for my PhD. That was the dream. I was like going back for my PhD. And I was in some like Hogwarts style school for it. And I was on my way back for winter break, like for my first semester. And I was driving back and I essentially like stopped at a gas station to get gas. And as I got out, I had a guy come up and pull a gun on me and steal my car with my luggage in it. Okay, I hate to fucking admit this because this is like the dumbest part of the dream. But after getting robbed, apparently at some point I shit my pants and had no way to get any clothes back. So I ended up living in some kind of pipe colony. Like looking for my suitcase and dodging the guy that held me up for my car. Being like, I can't leave this place until I find more clothes. I have no way to get home. And eventually I found my suitcase and got some new clothes back. And then there was a gun in my suitcase and he pulled his gun on me. The guy found me again and like held me up again. And then I pulled my gun out and held him up with like a bigger gun. And then he took me to my car and then I drove home and then I woke up. Like that was literally it. Like so like I lived with sewer pipe people, shit my pants, got robbed of my car, and completed the first semester of my PhD. Fucking insane, honestly. I don't know what it was supposed to mean at all. I'm sure there's some like Native American man out in Oklahoma or something that could tell me like the meanings behind that crazy ass dream. But also the guy that was like kept like robbing me was like a famous actor. I can't remember who it was, but it was a famous actor too. It wasn't like just some Joe Schmo. Hey, Green, welcome in. Yeah, it was a wild dream. Occasionally, I get really weird ones. 10 out of 10 story, thank you. Casually living in Detroit. Yeah, honestly, I'm getting close. I got you. See you, Ryan. Thanks for stopping by. You're gonna miss all the history stuff, so make sure you come back and check out the VOD. No, it wasn't Adam Sandler. It wasn't a comedian. Thank you, Sweden guy. Hold up, do you have a PhD? No, I have a master's degree, but I've thought about going back and getting it. I might eventually. I'd like to get my PhD eventually. Honestly, it just sounds like a lot of hard work for, like, not a lot of gain. See ya, Ryan. It kind of is blue. Honestly, I'd argue Detroit's better. We're kind of getting towards more like Gary, Indiana. May the odds ever be in your favor if you do. I don't mean to sound cocky, but like I've always been really good at education, like academics. Um, like so, like honestly, I hope the odds are still in my favor, but like I kind of just crush them already. I say that, but I also go back and read some of my old papers, and I'm like, how did this get a good grade? You know what I mean? Like I'm like, how the fuck did this rag get a good grade? School fun. I definitely don't think school is fun, but I do like the structure of like university much more than I like, a job or like anything else really. I like the structure of it. I just fit well with it. I'm really good at sitting down and doing like a project for 8 hours once a week or something like that, or 12 hours once a week, and then being able to like forget about it for the rest of the week kind of thing. Hey, A Star, welcome back. How you doing? But yeah, to like put in perspective, like senior year of college, I took a class. I think I've said this before, but I took a class on ancient history, and I feel so bad about it because it was so disrespectful to the professor. Never do this. But I took a class on ancient world. It was there were two teachers that or professors that taught ancient world, but it was like a more specific ancient world class. Um, and I took it and didn't take notes or really didn't like prepare in class because I had really bad senioritis. I was working a job and I just like didn't care. Like even if I failed the class, like I'd still have enough credits to like finish the year out and graduate. So I just didn't care. I assumed that there'd also be like uh God, what is it called? Not a syllabus, a study guide. I don't know why I can't think of study guide, but a study guide at the end of the year. So I could just like spend my time like a week before the final taking the study guide and just researching the study guide, finding what I need and getting an A on the test. You know? That kind of thing. Like I'll show up, but I don't really care kind of thing. Turns out the professor did not do a study guide. So when I learned that the week before the final exam, I just went, oh well, I'm fucked. Like I was like, I'll brush up on some things that I do have, but I'm kind of just fucked. Didn't really study. I probably studied like an hour or two, and then looked at a couple things like 15 minutes before the exam because I'm always able to retain it more when I study the 15 minutes before. I got a 90 on the final. I got a 90. Like, I got an A. I got like a 91. Like, I got an A. I got a straight up A. And I was just like, alright, you know what? Like, maybe this is my calling. I was like, maybe I chose the right degree. Being a teacher and telling your mom jokes to your students. Well, the thing is like, I get asked that a lot. Like, Hara, why don't you ever become a teacher? Like, why did you never want to become a teacher? Well, like, not only is pay shit, but like I don't think I can control a classroom. I feel like I'd have a really short fuse. So like I don't think it'd be wise for me. But that's the entire reason like I never wanted to get my PhD in the first place, cuz it's like I could do the teaching part, it's the classroom part that I would not be cool with. You need a degree to be a teacher, right? Not particularly, depending on where you live. Yo, hi, spicy noobles. Welcome in. How are you? You like my sleeves? How do you like my tail feathers? You think they're cute? Nothing like having the imposter syndrome so thoroughly eviscerated from you. Oh, I still had it, don't worry, especially during my master's. What degree are you on? History? Yeah, I had a master's degree in history with a minor in museum studies. I do have a tail, noobles. How you doing today? Welcome in. Hope you're having a happy new year. Hi, Raji. But as I was saying, tactical, it kind of depends. If you're in like, sadly, if you're like in a rural, um, if you're like in a rural town, like, no, honestly, you don't. Like, you just have to like pass a standardized government test. Which is really ridiculous to me, and that's something else I don't like about like American education is like you don't get a degree in whatever you want to teach unless it's like university level in which you get a PhD and you teach at a university level. If you want to teach high school, you get a degree in teaching and then you just get slotted into one, which seems like absolutely ridiculous. Hey Blitz, welcome back. It has been a bit. How you doing? Happy New Year's to you too, Nexus. But yeah, if I ever went back to school, it's like to get it'd be like to get a certification for like IT or like library sciences. It would not be to get my PhD. Ow. Mostly because like you really only get your PhD like if you want to be a professor. And frankly, there's a lot of people don't know, but there's a lot of work that goes into being a professor. Yo, thank you for the follow, Shiro Yuta 183. Welcome in. How you doing? But yeah, like for a professor, for example, not only do you have to like this is what I mean in the sense of like this is why like it's hard. Like being a professor is an extremely hard but extremely rewarding job. So like not only do you have to get your PhD, which is incredibly hard, but the first 2 years afterwards you have to like work for tenure, which means you don't get paid shit. Like you get paid like 30k a year. After you work for 2 years, you get tenure, you start making like 70, 80k a year. Still not that much, frankly, compared to a lot of jobs where you have to get a PhD. So, after you do that, you finally have made it as a professor, right? You finally get to teach your own classes, you finally get your own schedule, stuff like that. So that means you have to make an entire month's worth, or 3 months worth, of curriculum, which is extremely hard, which means you have to take multiple books, provide multiple readings, line up work with those readings, test, etc., make all of it, while also doing your own independent research, writing articles for your academic journal, and even writing books, because book deals are one of the ways that you bring in money, and it's required by all universities that you be doing some kind of research work. So then, not only do you have to write your own books and articles and teach classes, but you also have to help tutor people and you have to take after hours office questions. So, even though they're not really used that much. So that means, like, you're literally, like, 3 things in one. And sometimes you're an advisor, too, so you're 4 things in one. So you have to advise students as well. It's very difficult. And on top of that as well, you have to give, like, talks and meetings and visit meetings and stuff like that. There's usually other projects you're working on for like TV shows sometimes, stuff like that. There's a lot of work that goes into being a history professor. Professor Sol, oh my god. Greetings, matriarchal figure. Hi, Shiro. Welcome in. Don't call me mommy. I'm a goddess. I'm way higher than that. But yeah, it's a lot. It's not a lot that you think it'd be. And it's usually for less than 6 figures. You usually don't get paid a ton for it. It's a very like rewarding, like spiritually rewarding job, not physically or like monetarily rewarding. No, I call you what I feel like. Okay, I will call you whatever I feel like too. How about that? You think you can beat me at this game, huh, you little dweeb? You little schizo dweeb? You can't. You cannot. Hi, Miguel. Welcome in. But yeah, we're holding our history day today. So we'll get to our history topics with our little like history segment, and we'll watch some videos later at some point as well. My respect for professors just went up. It is rough. It is pretty rough out there. Plus, like, sometimes during the school year, you have to deal with extra things as well. Like, for example, so to put in perspective, for my master's, I had to ask 3 professors to act as my board, right? To graduate, which means that I had to provide all of the material that I had during my master's to them. They had to look through all of it, parse through all of it, form questions for me out of everything I had learned through my master's, which is like 2 years of work and about each semester for each class. I took 3 classes each semester. Each class had probably about 15 books. I'm not kidding. Like 15 500 to 1,000 page long books that they had to at least know enough to ask me detailed questions on. And I had to provide answers to those without, like, it was usually like 20 questions a piece from each professor. I did not know what questions they were going to ask ahead of time, and I just had to know everything going into that. It was an oral exam. It took me about an hour. It was the most nerve-wracking thing I think I've ever done in my life. It was crazy. It was difficult. But they had to help me with that as well. So on top of all of that, like, they had to help me do that stuff too. So there's a lot that professors have to do. It feels like they are constantly doing work. You're a Fargle sniffer. You are literally, so like, you know when like they give children, like male children, circumcisions, you are the foreskin that is cut off and discarded, and you are a large pile of those put into a bucket and kicked out into the woods. That is what you are. That have been rotting for about a week. Hi, Envy. Welcome in. How you doing? Welcome in. Happy New Year. Okay. Man, my throat will not get clear today. But yeah, I went, as usual, I picked up some chatting topics for us today that I thought we'd talk about. So I gotta say to everyone again, that was a pretty good insult. Thank you. What the heck, bro? Hi, NORAD. Have you seen Santa today? Happy New Year, Evan! Ayo. Blue, no, I love you, buddy. Kind of. Platonically, maybe a little bit. In a way. But, yeah, so I thought we'd have some talking topics. So, Happy New Year's to everybody in here. I hope you're all having a great New Year. Does anybody have any cool, like, goals or resolutions for 2025? Anybody? I think mine were, man. So the tasty part? Yeah, exactly. Let me see. What were mine? I think mine this year is to hit partner, which would be nice. I'd like to hit partner. Maybe like 10,000 subs on YouTube. I don't think that's too much to ask, which would be cool. 10,000 subs on Twitter, which we're very close to. Hit partner on Twitch, but then like more personally, I think mine was like increase my savings and lose a little bit of weight. I feel like most people's is to lose some weight. I always gain weight during the holidays, and my New Year's resolution is to like just be more active. Usually I fail at that one, but you know what? I'll try my best. Drink some tea or something soft and warm down your throat to soothe it out. Yeah, I know. If it stays this way, I'll just go grab a Vicks cough drop like I've been doing, and it just immediately eliminates it. Hi, Chris Claudio Molina. Welcome in. How you doing? Happy New Year. Already back at the North Pole, he is. Well, thank you, Yoda. Didn't make any resolutions. Knew I wasn't going to bother keeping any of them anyways. I totally feel that, Cool J. Get fit again and edit a video. Hey, you can do it, Alpha. I believe in you, buddy. Hey, Not Joe. Welcome in. Welcome back. Want to lose a little weight and stop eating sugar and snacks? I totally feel you, Nexus. That does feel like kind of like everybody's. Help my father get monetized. He's trying so hard. Look, tactical, not the place, buddy. not the place, buddy. Oh, you meant that's your New Year's resolution. Okay, oh my God. I thought you meant...
This is the Bible.
You question the word
of the mighty Jimmy? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I thought you were asking me to, and I was like, that's a DM thing, buddy. But no, I get it. Yeah, good luck to him then. I hope you guys have some good luck doing that. I think a lot of people want to get monetized. It's pretty big. It's a big spot. It's about resolutions. We are all as one. Welcome in. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, sorry for like the misunderstanding at the beginning. As usual, I have a dumb brain. I'm stupid. Mine is two. I don't have one. Yeah. No, I don't blame you. It's kind of the same thing as New Year's. Like, I don't really celebrate New Year's and I don't really have like a New Year's resolution. It's just not a big deal to me. I get it's a big deal for you guys because y'all are passing around me, but I like stayed in place, man. I'm just chilling. I'm that picture of that new like aardvark dude or whatever, the dog dude. It looked like his hands in his pockets. It's really just the Kevin James meme in disguise, which pisses me off because people use that meme like it's not the Kevin James meme almost exactly to the letter. Hey Manny, welcome in. How you doing? I'm just a chill guy, I am. We passing you around, not like that. I'm Blitz, by the way. I got you. Well, thank you for the double lurk, Manny and Blitz. Thank you. And finish and get my book in the hands of either an agent or a publisher. I wish you luck, Rad. That sounds like a really cool thing. Can I share something for those who want to get fit or lose weight? Sure, Mike. I don't care. You got some tips. Seems to be like a big resolution. But I got asked by my mom earlier today, and I was like, she was like, what's your New Year's resolution? And I'm like, I didn't want to say anything related to like, I don't know, like content creation, because like it'd be hard to explain. So I just like looked at her and went, a fat fucking wallet, and then continued putting food on my plate. Like I was putting food on my plate while she asked. I just looked at her and went, a fat fucking wallet, and went back to putting shit on my plate. I'm gonna tickle your nose when you sleep. Okay, that doesn't really bother me. Honestly, I didn't realize until the DC trip, a friend had to tell me, I do lightly snore apparently. Like it's almost imperceptible, but I do indeed apparently snore. I was so happy that I like before that I was told that. I thought it was like one of those like, I knew I was not a restless sleeper because I wake up some days and dude, my hair is going like 30 directions. But I assumed that I didn't snore, and then I found out the hard way that I do. So it's not like loud apparently like at all. You have to really listen, but apparently I do a little bit. What's funny is that I know like other family members of mine hum in their sleep, and I don't, and I'm really happy about that. It's embarrassing. Laura, you didn't stay in place because you were rotating around the solar system? What do you mean? We live on the heliocentric model. Oh, sorry, Mike, for the link timeout. Put a space after the .com, or after the dot and .com, and you should be good. Have you been enjoying your New Year's Day so far? I have been, Envy. But yeah, I had like a New Year's meal and whatever. Was gonna watch sports ball with my parents, but the games kind of sucked, so. Also, hi Pong, welcome in. How you doing? What did you join to? What did I join to? I mean, you missed the foreskin bucket thing, so not that bad apparently. My roommate legit screams call-outs during sleep and sleep talk. Scares me sometimes because I'm a night owl. Hey, at least that'll keep robbers away. If you're like a robber, like committing a home invasion, and you hear some guy go, yo, left center, I got half a mag. Like, they're out of there in an instant. Like, there's a guy at Shoelace. There's a man at Shoelace. He's at Banana. He's on Poop Deck. He's at the corner of Poop Deck and Shoelace. New sentence has been made. You missed the foreskin bucket. You did. You did. Hi, Pensando. Welcome back. Just arrived from a trip to watch my favorite VTuber. Oh, really? I'm your favorite. I'm so happy to hear that. What trip did you go on? I also gotta ask, like, certainly, right? Certainly, 2025 can't be as bad as last year, right? Surely, crossing my fingers, Knocking on some wood. I need to put up like a dream catcher to like get away the bad juju, increase the feng shui in my room. But hopefully 2025 isn't as bad. It was a good year for me personally. I feel like we did a lot as a community. It was good for us as a community. We did a lot as worshipers. However, it feels like the world as a whole had a pretty bad year. I'm serious. Don't call me Shirley. Well, last year, bad. I would say, look, this might be a weird take, but as somebody that, like, as, like, recently we reawoke in the middle of the 1990s, it feels like ever since 2015, things have been going pretty down fucking hill. Like, not for me personally, just globally. like, just as a world kind of thing. Well, things are gonna get worse now. Thanks, Hara. Everyone to the bunkers. Hey, the bunkers can't keep you away from my love. My nuclear hellfire love. Mostly because we're realizing how stressful life is, too. Yeah, I agree with that, Sylvie. That's definitely a part of it. Yeah, I agree, Nexus. It was definitely COVID. I was actually talking with my family over our Thanksgiving meal, and I was like, what is the worst year, like, in recent memory? And we all agreed it was 2020. Like, definitely 2020. What is Hara's relation to the Pharaoh/Pharaoh? So, my father was Osiris, was the first pharaoh, but I was the first mortal pharaoh. Like the first god to come down and act through a mortal vessel as the first pharaoh. That is the lord of that. So, since I was the first mortal pharaoh, every pharaoh that is in the mortal world is technically another manifestation of myself. But also, I am the protector of those manifestations. So that's my relation to the pharaohs. So if there's ever another if I'm successful and there's ever another ancient Egyptian empire in the mortal world, and there's a pharaoh in it, just know that that is a manifestation of me. Is it bad I don't remember 2020? That I feel like you might not be remembering it, Mike, because like a PTSD kind of thing where you just block it out. COVID was a fun time for me. I feel like that's the thing. I feel like COVID could be like either where like you completely turn your life around and have an amazing year, and because you have the time to get so much stuff done, or it's 2020 and you got depression and you actually just went back a bunch of steps. 2020 was a shit show of a year. It 100% was. 2025 starts off as a WTF year, and with the years going by, there's been a lot of bad things happening the year starting with WTF. Really? Since you brought up heliocentrism, I'll share the fun fact I learned recently. Apparently, sometimes the center of the solar system shifts to be outside of the sun. I didn't know that. Serious. That's cool. Are there any pharaohs anymore? No, there hasn't been any since since Islam took over Egypt in like the 400s or 500s or something like that. It might have been more like 1300s, somewhere around that time. But there hasn't been pharaohs in Egypt for an extremely long time. So much shit has happened since 2020, it's hard to recall. It really is. Like, I actually remember coming out of COVID at 2021, or in 2021 or 2022, when it was finally completely over for the time being. It might come back. Hopefully not. Dear God. And I remember it being like, I remember thinking and like being like, man, there's going to be a lot of times in life now for the rest of my life. People are going to be like, hey, remember the time before COVID? Like that kind of thing. Oh, yeah, I know it's still around, Sylvie, but I mean like before specifically the pandemic. Now they only have presidents and prime ministers. It's way more boring. In a way, I agree. Oh, dear God, you jinxed it. Okay, unironically, I'm not jinxing it. I'm good luck. I'm a god that is good luck. I'm protection. So I'm not jinxing it. However, I will admit, I'll be the first to admit, like, that bird flu stuff is actually, like, worrying. I don't know if, like, I'm falling for, like, dumb, like, 24-hour news cycle, watch us because you're scared kind of thing, or if, like, it's actually that serious, but I am worried about it. How much luck? More than a horseshoe, more than 4. Like, you wear a necklace with, like, a representation of me, and it literally keeps away demons kind of luck. Hark. Hey, Kartoffel, welcome in. How you doing? Hey, Jadelle. "2020 make a hell year for me all the way to 24. Yeah, I feel that, A-star. I legit don't watch the news. I don't either, but sometimes it just gets shoved in your face. You know? Just sometimes you just see it while browsing or while, like, hanging out on YouTube. Can I lick your tummy then for good luck, I mean? Man, that's kind of an odd question. Let me think on it. I'm gonna have to try really hard and not burn your tongue, though. Okay? Kinky? Hardly. There's definitely a balance to be struck between being in the know and taking in too much. I agree, Nexus. There's one thing between being in the know, there's another thing between, like, doom scrolling, essentially. That's forward. It is forward. Valhalla has no shame asking you not only if they can touch a goddess, but lick a goddess. That's something else. You have to finish grinding rank 5 tanks. Ugh. Rank 5's not that bad. What BR is that again? That's like, what, 6? It's like 8 or, it's like 9.0 up, isn't it? Then you didn't know you had a blush feature? I have a lot of features. Like tail feathers. Or bird boobs, I guess. I guess that's a feature. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think 2025 will be worse. I think it'll be a good year. I hate to say that, but I do think it will be a good. Speaking of 2025 being a good year, I think we literally have like 14 days left until TikTok gets completely banned. And it doesn't look like that's getting changed at all, so that's something kind of funny to think about. I really remember seeing that they like confirmed that TikTok was getting banned, and I was like, there's no way that shit's gonna hold up. Not that I care either way. But then they were like, oh no, it is. And I'm like, oh fuck. Like, it's actually gone. It's like the second death of Vine, man. It's like Vine was Jesus. It got crucified and then like turned into TikTok when it resurrected. And then was like, all right, I'm still heading out. See ya. Yeah, the next move will be YouTube Shorts, or someone else will make a new app on the 10th or 14th. I gotcha. I'm fine with it. Maybe less brain rot. I agree, Jadelle. But then again, maybe this is a weird take, but like, I'm actually pretty big on banning like all social media that's not like YouTube or Twitch or Instagram kind of stuff. If it's like Twitter or Facebook, I feel like it should be done away with. Personally, like message board style ones. Because, like, I just feel like they're toxic. I feel like they're really toxic. Did you take our sexy sax? No. Yeah, I'm sorry, Oda-san. I had to. Because of YouTube, I was getting copyright warned for literally a second of saxophone from Careless Whisper. I tried to replace it with something else, though, Oda-san. Hey, Anubis. Welcome in. Oh, great. Thank you, Envy. Shorts and reels are absolutely not less brain rot. Oh, I agree they're not. I agree they're not, but I feel like they're still like less toxic than like Twitter or Facebook. What did we get? I'd have to look. You can look at it. They should be in there. It's under the bits thing as the first one was. I think I moved over Awooga. Toxic for Zoomers being stupid and toxic for Boomers believing in stupid. You're not wrong, though, Hala. I will completely admit, though, that, like, social media period, like, shorts included, like, including throwing that in with, like, Twitter and stuff, would actually be, like, really positive for people on the internet. Yeah, people on Facebook hate on kids not knowing how to use outdated electronics. Facebook is still better than Twitter because at least most people use Facebook for just family shit. But there's still large quantities of people on Facebook that are like they are on Twitter, where like it's just kind of people roaming around the website all day looking for arguments. Yo, thank you for the follow, A-Star. Thank you for following me. Welcome back into the cult on the Twitch side. Yeah, YouTube can also be pretty toxic if your recommendation algorithm is messed up. I agree. I feel that, Sylvie. I think the added in, like, context of a foreign government owning something that's so influential on another country's, like...
I was just wondering if you wanted to hang out with me and smoke weed and fill our bellies with diet soda and play Burnout Revenge for the PS2.
I'll pass. Yeah, you did hear Zaku powering up, Dandelion. What's a funny thought is that our generation will claim we're the best generation when the next one is gone, so our youth will have the same view set as we do with boomers. Maybe? I don't know. I feel like there's like a big amount, like, I don't know. Okay, so I'm like technically a millennial. Like, I feel like millennials like definitely don't think they're the best. Like, maybe that's just me, but like millennials seem pretty like negative on themselves. I agree, Sylvie. I agree. Millennials are too jaded for that take of themselves, in my opinion. Really? I don't know. Maybe it's just like me and all like my friends I know. But it seems like every time we talk about like we definitely look at Zoomers as cringe. Like, don't get me wrong. But like then all of us like we'll be like, yeah, Zoomers are cringe. And then we remember like the Farquad E memes and we're like, okay, we were definitely cringe too. We need to cultivate not being trapped by strong emotions like a bird on bird lime. Sure thing, Otan. That was the grunge movement making us negative. A little bit, yeah. You could be my country and ban anyone under 16 from using social media. I really don't feel like that's a bad idea, 72nd. I really don't. Mostly because I'm also a believer of somebody, like, being a tomboy that, like, went to go hang out and play all the time outside and, like, didn't really get into video games until they were, like, late into high school. Like, I really feel like kids will just be healthier mentally and physically overall if they spend time, like, having face-to-face hangout contact with friends than spending all their time on, like, social media. Yo, thank you for the follow, it's Spaghetti. Welcome to the cult. How you doing? You got any meatballs? But yeah, speaking of, like, social media influence stuff, did y'all see that Cybertruck explode earlier today? I watched the video of it. Like, that was crazy. Like, I was like, holy fucking shit. So, honestly, like, I'm not the biggest car person, but from what I'm this is not a time to talk politics either. I don't care about the politics of who made it, at least in this chat, but, it's crazy how dog shit those things are as just straight up cars. Like, being a little bit of a car person, like, it's kind of crazy how dog shit they are. Happy New Year, Spaghetti. Welcome, man. Hope you're having a start to a, sorry. My brain is moving faster than my mouth. Happy New Year's. Thank you for telling me Happy New Year's. I hope you're having a great start to you. I remember one witness saying he thought it was a garbage bin rolling down the street. Really? Yeah, no, I'm big on electric cars. I think electric cars have a really good place in the car market. They're extremely fast and accelerate extremely well because, like, it's electric. It's not a gas-powered engine. They're actually crazy fast compared to, like, gasoline-powered engines, but... and efficient, too. But, yeah, Cybertrucks alone are just kind of meh. See you, Red! Thank you for coming and hanging out! In a way, Jadelle, I'd kind of agree. The problem is that, like, the Cybertruck looks like a Warthog from Halo 1. Yeah, that's what I mean, Mike. Like, I think what I'm so upset about is that what it was originally advertised as was like, here's this like fully steel vehicle, which would be horrible in a car crash, but is extremely protective and high quality. So like, not only is it electric, but it can take like firearm, like light caliber firearm rounds and shit like that. And then it's like, in the reality, it's like, oh my god, like I slammed the door too hard and it fell off the hinges, kind of shit. So. Really, Reiji. That doesn't surprise me at all. I've got. No, thank you for the follow, Reels World. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? Hi, Stunov. Welcome in. I'd also like to add, like, I'm a firm believer. I didn't used to be a firm believer of this, but I'm a firm believer that, like, you can put too much technology into some things. Prime example being kind of cars right now, where, like, there are some electric cars or like modern cars with like automatic shifters and stuff like that, that when it's tied to a computer, the computer can have a glitch and the glitch alone will fuck up your car. Like straight up. Like my mom has like one of the new Audis, like one of the Audi SUVs, and it has like some kind of, yeah, over engineered, exactly. It has a computer that handles its transmission. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. Jesus, transition. It's transmission. And the transmission's perfectly fine physically, but the computer fucking up has caused like her car to not be able to go over 20 miles per hour randomly on some startups, which is insane with a luxury car like that. It's like, imagine if it was just a normal transmission. Like, it wouldn't have any of those problems. Why is that even tied to a computer? You know what I mean? Cars peaked in the 80s? Okay, I don't know about that, dude. Get in a car crash in a car in the 80s and you are not coming out of that shit alive. Especially with some companies want to add subscriptions for premium stuff. Yeah, that's also ridiculous. Cars nowadays are a bit like old German tanks or Soviet ones. I'm still reminded of the fact that the T-34 could get up to 40 kilometers per hour, but because its transmission was so fucking bad, like, it couldn't get above second gear, so it didn't go faster than 8 kilometers per hour in actual practice. Because you would have had to have literally Herculean strength to move it out of second gear to third. No, not really, Nexus, because, like, its safety rating's incredible. And it is like very safe, like crash wise, and the brakes aren't connected to the computer, thankfully. But like in the term of like it being a piece of crap, like because of that like issue, I think so, because it's over engineered. It's not like a motorcycle. But hi, Summer, welcome in. Using a hammer to change the gears is a hilarious thing to me. It is a crazy idea. I can vouch for crashing in a car in the 70s and 80s. I used to do wreck races. It's not fun. Yeah, 72nd, I had an art teacher who was driving to university in the 80s, and she was driving like, I don't know what she was driving, but it was a full steel car. It had airbags, ow, and she had her seatbelt on. But she was in a car crash that flipped. Like her car flipped. She now has, fibromyalgia. She has fibromyalgia due to those injuries. Early onset fibromyalgia in all of her fingers, all of her foot, all of her toes, and in her legs. Like, just from that one car crash. To be honest, you can definitely engineer stuff to a point where it's polished enough to where it's no longer over-engineered. I agree, Stunov. But I feel like sometimes when it comes to consumer products, they do not get to that point to where it's no longer over-engineered and it's polished is the issue. And I feel like that's almost never. Hey, Henix, welcome in. I'll also admit, like, okay, so if we're talking about, like, T-34 clutch hammer, I want to talk about some things, like, something that, I don't know if you guys, like, if anyone else in here is a history major or has a graduate degree in history, but some of the most infuriating things about becoming a history major is that you are now forced to hear everyone's bad history takes and watch everyone repeat some of the dumbest historical myths you've ever heard. Prime example being, I love Papa Meat. I think he's a very fun entertainer. I think he makes great videos. but he made a video recently on like animals being used as like weapons of war or something like that. And he repeated the Soviets used dogs as landmines myth. The myth that they'd essentially like attach explosives to a dog, train dogs to run under German tanks and blow them up, but that frequently it backfired and Russian dogs would run under Russian tanks and do it instead. That is a complete myth. There is literally no documentation anywhere that has ever happened. And it's repeated so much. And I remember watching that video and I'm like, I swear, if this is in here, I'm gonna morb. And it was in there. Hey, Starfest Wolf, welcome back. How you doing? But like, I know Cleo, for example. I don't know if y'all know who Cleoite is. She's another history VTuber. And she has like a PhD, I believe, which is pretty neat. But hers was in like medieval. And like, there's like a big thing around like calling it the Dark Age because it wasn't actually a Dark Age. And she's at the point where like if you mention Dark Age around her, she just fucking loses it. And I totally get it. Good, grinding on Germany to get the Leopard one on War Thunder. Is it the one or the A1A1? Happy New Year, by the way. Or the generalized human wave myth? Yes, exactly. Time to go there and say Dark Age? Yeah, I know, right? But yeah, there's a lot of stuff about that. Like when you become a history major, you notice like small things like that that can be an absolute pain in the ass. No, A-Star, it's not actually real. I don't blame you for falling for it because it's been repeated so much, but no, that never actually happened. There's no documented uses of that. I love Raven Knight. He's a really good YouTuber for medieval history as well as a writer. I'll have to check him out some more. Thanks for the recommendation. Send all 57 of us over there next time and we'll ask about the Dark Age. Oh my god. The one right now, not close to the A1 yet. I got you. The one's not bad, but you really start cooking when you get the A1A1. It's because Valhalla, like, people refer to the Dark Age as if it was some, like, backwards collapse, when in reality, it wasn't really a backwards collapse. At least I'm thinking, I think I'm at the right thing. There's multiple eras in time that people sometimes, like, in myth, refer to as a Dark Age. But there was not a medieval Dark Age. Hey, Tiebreaker, welcome in. You're a nerd. Yeah, one of them being Napoleon was short. A big one for general historians is when people say history was written by the victors. That one is a horrible myth. I mean, the myth that Soviets relied on human wave is a myth, but didn't unintentionally use it early in the war, if I remember correctly. It wasn't really like an actual human wave tactic. It was more like, I don't know. It's like saying that Japan relied on human wave tactics. They didn't actually rely on human wave tactics, but they were a very offensive force at the very beginning of the war. You should check out Spookton for his historical tank videos. I have seen some of his old historical tank videos. I don't know if he really does them anymore, but he does have some interesting ones. I do really want the Leopard 2A7. Heard it's broken. Easily the best top tier tank in the game. Yes. What are we talking about? We're talking about historical myths, Sylvie. Human wave tactics? Yeah, human wave tactics. It's like a belief that, like, Russians would give one guy a gun, one guy ammo, and one guy nothing and tell them to run at a German position. That did not exist. That never happened. It might be that we are making an assault on this position and they all have guns and they all have ammo. But, like, it would never be like, you have no gun, run at a fucking German machine gun or I shoot you. That was not a thing. History's written by the victors is totally wrong too. Look how many books we have by former German soldiers and generals. Exactly. I got asked that earlier today and it was like, Well, if it's not written by the victors, who's it written by? And it's like, anybody that can write. That's who it was written by, dude. The Japanese carriers are really cool. Taiho's my favorite. Did the Soviet Union order 227, not a step back, if I remember? I mean, they ordered it, but it's the same thing as, like, Hitler, like, ordering no retreats. It doesn't mean if you literally take a step back, you get shot and die. It's, like, stereotypical, like, going AWOL repercussions. Right, it was multiple misfortunes, Kusa, exactly. But it wasn't actually a dark age. It's not like humanity regressed. It was just a time of strife. Hey, Steamy, we're talking about historical myths. That's true, Sylvie. Pop culture does influence people's perception on history. Like, for example, this is what I want to talk about. There was a very popular YouTuber. I can't remember his name, but, like, he still makes videos. I know he does. And he's not a historian. He's a journalist. And he made this 2-hour-long video on the end of World War II about the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki that essentially argued that they were not under any circumstance, like, valid. And his point, and that is an opinion you can have. Thank you for the follow, Hestia Olymp. Welcome in. Ow. However, that is not, you can have that opinion, but his arguments were completely wrong. Like, he essentially, even though he had documentation, he had nothing to counterpoint his specific arguments. Usually when you're doing historical work, you're supposed to look at a range of historical documents that offer different perspectives. If you just use ones that confirm your worldview and your bias, that's not history. You're not being historical. You're supposed to challenge your own, like, worldview and the sources that you use. That is the entire point. And you hit the gates, the film that popularized the idea that super aggressive Soviet human wave aspect. Yeah, it is, Sylvie. But it was rumored after the war as well. Just like the bombing of Dresden. That's another one that was actually Nazi propaganda. Was the bombing of Dresden horrific? Yes. Was it not great? Also, yes. Was it caused by the technological limitations of the time? Yes. Also, did 1 million people die? Did 100,000 to 1 million people die? No, it was more like 20,000. Which is still horrid, but it's not like some kind of genocide thing that the Nazis were trying to make it into, and a lot of people still fall for that today. Here's my take. Erwin Rommel's not a genius. He was a lucky idiot. I think Erwin Rommel was a capable general, but he was not an absolute genius like many act. Like he was. Ow. He was just capable. Thank you for the follow, JFat2010. Welcome in. History buffs, because he talks about the historical accuracy of movies. I love History Buffs Adrift. He is a great channel. I love him. No, it was firebombed, Valhalla, but it wasn't like... So, like, there's the big myth is that, like, Dresden had 100,000 to 1 million people die, and that, like, the fire was so hot, it was melting buildings and stuff like that, which is not true. It was just a regular old mass bombing campaign like it was everywhere else in the war. Because that was a technological limitation of the time. It's a very arguable thing that atomic bombs of Japan listed due to a variety of factors and different sources pointing to Japan either being ready to peace deal talks or unconditionally holding on to defensive positions. Okay, Stunov, this is what I mean, though. That is an incorrect opinion. Like, again, you can have that opinion, but that is an incorrect statement. The Japanese were absolutely ready for peace talks, but it had been made aware multiple times by the Allies to Japan prior to the atomic bombings that anything short of unconditional surrender would not be allowed. Japan did actually phone, which was said in this guy's video, did actually phone both Russia and the US asking for peace talks, but they clearly stated that there would be no unconditional surrender. The United States and the Allies would not be able to try any Japanese citizens for war crimes. Emperor Hirohito would not step down as emperor. And Japan would keep its military and its economy and its current holdings intact at the end of the war. Like, as part of the peace talks. That was their conditions. So obviously, essentially Japan said, oh, we'll have peace, but we can essentially freeze everything right now and we keep what we have, and you don't, like, reorder our government or stop our military pushes or anything like that. And obviously, the United States is going to go, fuck no. Like, why would we take that? We have you on the back foot. The war is almost over, and you're literally committing massacres daily. We have to stop you entirely. And some people, like the guy in that video, chalked it up to racism, when in reality, that is the exact same stance the U.S. had against Nazi Germany, because Nazi Germany tried the same thing after Hitler unalived himself, for better words on YouTube. But they had the same stance, because I think it was whoever took up after Hitler unalived himself also tried to make a conditional surrender, and the Allies also said, no, we're not doing a conditional surrender. It is unconditional. You were surrendered literally everything. And the head of the German government at the time after Hitler was gone essentially said, well, I can surrender, but I can't get the people of the south of Germany to surrender, so it wouldn't be unconditional. And so he didn't surrender. Also, the belief that, like, if we wouldn't have nuked Nazi Germany, if we wouldn't have had to, is also a ridiculous notion. We definitely would have. Almost got demonetized, yes. The Japanese government didn't want to fully give in, so a lot of it came down to peace talks being more like status quo negotiations. Exactly. So to put in perspective, the one thing that breaks the whole narrative of the Japanese were ready to surrender, which is something a lot of people use as reasons as to why the nuclear bombs were bad. Their devastation is horrible, by the way. I want to reiterate. Nuclear bombs should never be used again. But in that preface and understanding, it's understandable why they were used. Even after they unconditionally surrendered, there was actually a coup that was attempted the night of the surrender, where multiple Japanese officers stormed the emperor's palace and attempted to kill all of the generals and the emperor himself to prevent the surrender. And it was a sizable force, and it almost succeeded. There were 3 tapes that they had to capture and destroy. They captured and destroyed 2 of them. If the 3rd one hadn't have gotten out, then the surrender wouldn't have been broadcasted and the war would have continued. So, that puts into perspective that, no, the Japanese truly were not ready to surrender. In fact, there was a cabinet that decided on the surrender. There were 4 people in the cabinet. 2 said that they should have surrendered. 2 said no, and the emperor himself had to make the decision to end the war, to surrender unconditionally. So actually, the surrender of the war itself is actually in part thanks to Hirohito's decision to be merciful to his people, essentially. But yeah, that's it in like TLDR. That's just something that always made me mad, because that video. Wait, still, they're just like, sorry for the tangent, but when Sylvie said, like, social media influences perceptions on history, that video ended up getting, like, 4 million views, and ever since that video came out, like, it was, like, 2 or 3 years ago, I have seen that take spouted everywhere in absolutely stupid fashion, that the Allies were horrible people for nuking, for the nuclear bombings, which, like, horrible event. And you can have that opinion that you disagree with the nuclear bombings. That is perfectly fine. Just have better reasons than the ones that I specifically stated. Happy New Year, Tara! Happy New Year. But yes, also the firebombing of Tokyo actually did more damage than both nuclear bombs. Yes. Hirohito was allowed to retain the title of emperor too after the war. Well, the reason that Japan didn't want to unconditionally surrender is because they thought that Emperor Hirohito would be tried for war crimes. And they didn't want him to be executed. But the U.S., that was actually never the plan for the U.S. Thank you for the follow, Alita. Welcome to the cult. How you doing? I don't know why it's not showing up on my thing. That's weird. Was this Potential Histories video on the Japanese surrender? No, his name was like Sean or something like that. He has like a skull as his like YouTube, YouTube profile picture. It's like a skull and a flower, I think. But didn't the Nazis literally make a thing like Boy Scouts where kids would help with things? I forget what. Yes, they did. It was called Nazi Youth. Yes. It was Sean. Yes, it was Sean. did a good video, but he missed a few points. I completely disagree. I'm sure on other things he's reliable, but on his video on the atomic bombings, he was way off. I'm sorry. As somebody that actually studied it and like had to look through all of that and parse through all of that for multiple years, he did a really bad job on that video. Essentially, the historical like consensus is that the bombings were justified militarily, and that it's understandable why they went that route. The only time the only consensus that's not is a very small minority, that was started in like the 80s or 90s by a specific historian who didn't even really believe it himself. So, while he did do a lot of research, again, like the whole point of the thing, like my whole criticism of his video is that he didn't use any sources that conflicted with his worldview. He just used ones that confirmed it, so no shit, like his stuff sounds like it's all together. Doing good, stumbled across you today on Shorts. Love your deranged chaos. Thank you, Alita Costa. I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, we literally go from like intense historical discussion to, oh my god, foreskin bucket. Like, it's kind of wild. Potential history brought every point on why the Japanese were nuked, but didn't say anything about which one was the right theory. It's fine to like take a historiography of it. That's not taking a stance, but what did I come in here, foreskin bucket? Don't worry about it.
Well.
Ow.
Yes. Spring cleaning.
Ow, okay. Potential history brought up an interesting point, though. The military government was split between the home islands and Manchukuo. It's about Manchuria, I'm assuming, like Korea. I mean, the military government was split, but they were still actively fighting. Like, it's not like they stopped. No, you're good, Arthur. Like, there was actual fighting from the Japanese. They were still trying their best to expand into other territories until the day they actually surrendered. Like, not kidding. No throwing more chairs. Fucking rude. Yes, Alita Costa, yes. The whole Hitler Youth thing raised men to essentially, like, become one with, like, the party ideology, about, like, becoming a soldier, things like that, and about the purity of, you know, them as a people. And then women were essentially taught how to do, like, household things, how to take care of children, how to rear children, how many children they should be rearing, things like that. Mostly, they were essentially conditioning both male and female children to, like, produce for the war machine. To live for the war machine. Ugh. Those, A-star, those actually, the numbers of 1 million American lives and 10 million Japanese lives being spared is, like, a vast overestimation and a number that can't be confirmed. But I think it is safe to say, judging by the terrain of Japan, that full invasion and capitulation by conventional means would have been hell on earth. Quite literally. If they were willing to do what they were willing to do on, like, Iwo Jima, for example, with the multiple cavern and tunnel systems and how long they held out, imagine how it would have been for the actual mainland. Exactly, Kusa. You have an obligation as someone that studies history to challenge your worldview and to look at sources regardless of political affiliation or whether they confirm or deny your worldview. The entire point is to learn while you research and impart that knowledge on others. It is not to be correct about an argument. While you are attempting to prove an argument, it's kind of like a scientific process. You start out with a theory, you research that theory, and then you offer findings. You do not start up, like, say, a survey, and then just cherry pick results that confirm your survey. No problem, Kusa. But yeah, that's called the historical process, and it's often ignored, and that's why I get really upset when people that aren't historians, but are journalists, squeeze their way into history coverage and do stuff like that. Because they present themselves as fact, when in reality, it's not fact at all. They've just cherry-picked sources.
Sun
Well,
Tzu
you don't
said
want to.
that.
He sure did. You don't want to prove your hypothesis wrong, but you do want to take in everything about your hypothesis, as you should be doing. Like, you can use things that support your argument, but, like, you should be using things that also conflict with your argument and address those conflicts. At the same time, would it not be fair to also acknowledge biased sources that can be, compromised in terms of how they convey something? Yes, Sylvie, and that is the importance of historiographies. If you guys are interested in that kind of stuff, I have a video exactly on that.
Great success.
Great success. Actually, on my YouTube channel right now, I think around this time last year, I did a history academic presentation on usurpation and how academia's perceptions on that have changed ever since the 60s to today. If you would like to check that out, and that's something that it delves into deeply, Sylvie, is how sources can be, not only sources can be biased, but historians and the perceptions of historians themselves can be biased and compromised based on their time period. So, history is always a work in progress as well. Saying something in history is fact that is not outside of like names and dates is kind of also another thing that is really hard to argue. There is just a popular consensus because history is always a work in progress of what we know, much like all things are. And so simply like opinions change. So do popular opinions. Yo, thank you for the follow, Idogo Wakona Cute VN. Welcome in. How you doing? Hello, nice to meet you. Call me Conan. Have a nice stream. Thank you, Conan. Hope you had a happy new year. But yeah, the god that reminds you of all the bad German wonder weapon documentations. True. Al. I like to read books. Give me some sauce, Hara. Well, if you want one on the specific topic that we were just talking about, God, what's it called? Hold on. You want to look up the book Japan's Longest Day. And it is by the Pacific Research Society. And they cover these exact topics. It is one of the most unbiased sources I've read on the topic. It is by Japanese historians, and it is by it's by the Pacific, what's it called? The Pacific War Research Society. It is a collective of Japanese historians that study the Japanese War. And Japan's Longest Day is specifically talking about the political arguments and indecisions around the surrender and the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It is a fantastic book. I would highly recommend it. It's whatever I use specifically in a historical debate that talks about Western biases when looking at the nuclear bombings, because this is an Eastern perspective, and it is one that agrees with the Western historical consensus. It's really nice. It's really cool. But it also plays to both. It'll hand wave and like debunk by looking at firsthand sources of the Japanese cabinet, both Western and Eastern, like fallacies and perceptions. It's a really good book. I find it really about as close to center as I feel like you can get for some of those for books on that topic. Obviously, it's never going to be perfect, but I feel like it's close. It's a very keen read. I read the David Glantz book on the Op Barbarossa, and to be honest, I found it a really tough read. I don't think I've read that one, Stinov. Did the Soviet Union lose 24 million people in World War II? It was something like that. It was a crazy high number, yes. It was an incredibly high number. The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich is pretty decent, too, if you want to learn about the inner workings of Nazi Germany. Most of it's based on documents captured after the war. That is interesting. Many are good, but not a lot. Yeah, and like the thing is that like actually like really informational historical books are really bad about being extremely dry. Because typically they're written for other historians. They're not typically written for like entertainment purposes. A lot of them are, especially the ones in journals. More Soviets died than Jews. Okay, I don't know about that tactical. That's something I'd have to look at and research myself, but also it's not really a competition. You know? I know you're probably not implying that, but it's also not a competition, you know? And biased towards our own Declaration of Independence. Thanks for the book. Of course, Kusa. It's very understandable, though. I know a lot of people, a lot of societies in Eastern Asia still hate Japan to this day because of, you know, atrocities committed, which is understandable, but it will create a worldview that is not entirely accurate all the time. That's true, Reiji. That's entirely true. It is actually true, yeah. I still don't think the population is still up. Well, no, it's definitely higher than it was pre-World War II, but it's still, like, not very far ahead of it. It hasn't grown like other nations have. But that's not only due to World War II, but it's also caused by, like, other post-war economic and societal factors. I've read books where the author is saying Germany started World War I, and I'm like, what? No. My take on World War I, like, from what I've studied, and this might be an actually pretty uneducated take, so if anyone is actually, like, really knowledgeable on World War I history, please feel free to correct me or provide some options. But I'm of the opinion that World War I, all of the nations that like, participated were just looking for a war. They really were. I don't feel like any one specific person started it outside of the guy that shot Franz Ferdinand, obviously. But the entire thing is like, the whole reason World War I even happened is just because a lot of nations, at the end of the day, wanted to fight, and this was just a reason. You know what I mean? Like, if Franz Ferdinand wasn't shot, I feel like all of the nations that fought in World War I would have found another reason. Yeah, it was a building up to a conflict, exactly. A lot of people say that World War I and the shooting of Franz Ferdinand was not the cause of the war, but it was simply, like, igniting the powder keg. Was shot in Syringa? I believe it was Sarajevo, actually. I mean, to be fair, Austria said they were going to do an investigation, but then brought their entire army after Serbia said yes. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong, but still. See ya, Blitz! Thank you for coming and hanging out. Hope you sleep well. Thank you for the follow, Michele Panivi. I think I said that right. Welcome in. How you doing? Yes, he was shot in Bosnia by a Bosnian. No, X1 accidentally got lucky. Wait, actually, there's a video on that. I forget who did it. There was a video I watched on it. If you actually watch the video on the men that tried to assassinate Franz Ferdinand, the incompetence is astounding. Like, the level of incompetence by those assassins is actually astounding. They were some of the dumbest assassins I've ever heard of in my life. And Franz Ferdinand and the people that were supposed to keep him safe were just as fucking stupid. See ya, Pensando. Yeah, get some sleep if you've been up that long. Hope you feel better. Hope to see you back on Friday. Yes, the Black Hand was, I believe, Serbian. You do have a point. Britain and France felt threatened by Germany and Austria-Hungary and wanted to cement their influence in the Balkans. They did, yes. Oh, were they Bosnian? I thought that they had Bosnian members, but the Black Hand itself was Serb. Hey, Oda-san, welcome in. Again, I'm a little spotty on World War I. I don't know nearly as much about World War I as I do, too. I know more about World War I era cultures than I do the war itself. Yes, the Allies did scapegoat Germany, yes. Thank you for the follow, Oracle Knight Arc 12. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? The alliances and the immediate declarations of war were very much excuses for them to make some use of the arms industries. Exactly, Stunov. That was the idea, yes. I'm always fascinated about how politicians back and forth during this seminal tragedy is heartbreaking. I'm sorry, Kusa, could you rewrite that? I don't know what you mean, buddy. Yo, you're in Okinawa? Cool. That's neat. My family's part Croatian, so anything about those countries in that region I have a decent knowledge on. Oh, okay. I had a best friend in high school who was Bosnian. Told me a lot about the Bosnian and the war between Bosnia and Herzegovina and stuff like that. Pretty tragic stuff, honestly. The Balkans wars were incredibly tragic. And it said something about them having bratwurst and potatoes. Really? That's certainly interesting. It doesn't sound off, honestly. If there's anything that would stay, it would be cured meats and potatoes. No, it's all good, Kusa. I think that you're both talking past one another, Sylvie and Jadel. I believe that the Black Hand were Bosnian, but they were funded by Serbia. I believe that that is the actual historical consensus, if I'm not mistaken. And that is why everyone was upset, was because Serbia was the one funding them. Oh, was it really founded by Serbs? Interesting. The Bosnian War is insane. Weird propped up fascist regime in the Republic by Serbia, and then the very odd ethnic tensions with the Croats as well. It was really horrible, honestly. I remember asking them about it when I went over to their house one time in high school. And I asked what he thought about his homeland, because, like, he moved, like, his parents moved to escape when he was, like, a very small baby. But the war had been over by that point, because it was, like, 2014 or something. And he usually went back and visited family. And I was like, what happened? Like, what is it like? Like, what's Bosnia like? And he was like, there's not any young people. Which is, like, an extremely scary thought. Yo, thank you for the sub, Tarma Brad. Welcome back into the harem. Thank you so much, buddy. But yeah, that's something he said, is that it was boring and that, like, it's only old people. And that's because I would assume most of the young people died in the war, which is just tragic to think about, frankly. Either died or left, you know. Pretty sure they had a huge problem with unmapped landmines in the area until recently. They still do to this day, Stunov. The neighborhood I grew up in is mostly old people. Yeah. Because housing went through the roof, no pun intended. It really did, though. Yeah. What's your opinion about if World War I won't happen, World War II will not happen, and turmoil in the Middle East will not happen? Ooh, I don't know about that, Kusa. Turmoil in the Middle East was kind of... Well, the British did definitely exasperate it at the end of World War II by drawing boundary lines. It was bound to be a powder keg regardless, just simply because after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, which would have happened regardless of World War I, it was already on the downturn. It would have been fights for territory over hundreds of different ethnicities in the first place. It would have been horrible regardless. So, however, I still believe, I don't know. I still believe World War II would have still happened. It might have been not as widespread, but World War II was more caused by a widespread economic downturn globally and the Great Depression than it really was caused by the end of World War I. The Allied concessions did not help Germany, but actually, if the Allies had actually enforced the concessions they made in the Treaty of Versailles, then they would have actually prevented World War II. World War II was actually caused because Germany was allowed to rebuild its military, and the Allies didn't step in like they promised to. The French, I believe, actually invaded prior to World War II, beat the dog shit out of the German army that was being built up and the reserves, and took Alsace-Lorraine, if I'm not mistaken, as well as other territories, but then retreated back across the French line and gave them back. And they did that over the fact that Germany was rebuilding its military in World War II. A little known fact that a lot of people also don't know, the Soviets actually helped the Nazis develop their military in the 30s. Because they were seen as another anti-Western, well, they hated them still. Like, fascists and communists still absolutely hated each other. But so the Soviet Union saw it as like an enemy of the enemy because he wanted Nazi Germany to destabilize Europe for him, you know, so. Yes, it was a hidden rearmament, but, like, it's still obvious when, like, you're, you know, equipping an army and a military and training them. Like, it was still obvious, so. Yes, they were also allowed to annex unchallenged. And this was prior to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was kind of tying the bow on that. I got you, Gilly. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you feel better and have a happy new year, friend. It wasn't, well, they did it at the start of the war. Okay, so this is really weird. Okay, so it's really complicated. The Soviet-Nazi relations at the beginning of World War I were very complicated. 1920s, we're going to set the stage, 1920s. World War II has ended, been over for a little bit now. There's an economic downturn going through all of the world. Great Depression's about to hit. Moving through the 1920s and 1930s, the Soviets help the Nazis develop their military back up because they want them to be a problem for Europe. What they mean by that is that they allowed German scientists and German military officials to test tactics and technology in Soviet borders to essentially get around things put in by the Treaty of Versailles. However, at the same time, when Churchill and I believe Roosevelt was president at the time, if I'm not mistaken, during the 30s still, met with Stalin, Stalin would look at, France, at least France and Britain, and go, hey, we're helping them out a little bit just to keep them appeased, but these guys are going to become real big fucking problems. Y'all got to enforce some shit. And this is moving from 1920s to late 1930s. So 1920s, they're helping out Nazi Germany. Late 1930s, they're like, hey, it's not what we thought it would be. They're going to cause way more problems than we expected. We thought they were just going to cause problems for you guys, but it looks like they're going to cause problems for both of us. We got to take care of them. And the Allies, fearing the end of World War I and what happened, the devastation, said, no, we're just going to let them do their thing. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. We're not going to do anything preemptive. And so Stalin said, well, fuck. I'm going to have to fight them at some point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a deal with the Nazis through the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and take half of Poland, which I already really want, for my own imperial ambitions, but also to act as a buffer state for when the Allies eventually don't do what they said they'd do at the end of Versailles, in the Treaty of Versailles, and handle Nazi Germany. That way, when they invade, eventually I can invade them through Poland, through that half of Poland, and knock out Nazi Germany really easy and set up the Soviet Republic satellite states. That was his plan. However, what he didn't expect was for Nazi Germany to attack him earlier than he was going to attack them. So that is essentially why he was caught so off guard. He knew that eventually Hitler would betray him. He just didn't think it'd be that early. He thought that they'd handle the Allies first, and then when Nazi Germany was weak after handling the Allies, he'd knock out Nazi Germany and take most of Europe. That was the plan. Yes, they did Hennigs. Yes. But then again, the militaries at that time in the 1920s were not nearly as developed, I believe. It would not be like Panzer IVs with moving alongside T-34s. It was like fucking Panzer 1s and 2s. It was more like a you don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you dealo. Exactly, Sylvie. It wasn't a full ally ship, but it's about as close as you could get without it actually being allied. They still hated each other's guts, but it was like, we both want to cause problems for the rest of Europe, so we'll work together for now. Exactly, Stunov. It was let the capitalists fight amongst themselves, and then we'll take over the ashes. Why not just attack USSR only? Because Germany debatably hated France way more than it did Russia. That's why. The contest over Alsace-Lorraine was so much more heated than it was over Eastern Europe. Them taking Alsace-Lorraine back was like them saying, this is Germany, we need our part of Germany back. Them taking over Eastern Europe was, this will feed Germany, we're gonna wipe out the people on it and put Germans on it. That was why, like, France was more important. Thank you for the follow, CJO1234. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? Ow. But both the Soviet army and the Nazi army felt that way all the way up until the end of the war, and you can see that even with, like, the Polish uprising and how the Soviets waited outside of, what's the capital of Poland? I can't believe I don't remember the capital of Poland. But they waited outside the capital of Poland during the Polish uprising and allowed the remaining Nazi garrison, yes, Warsaw, the Warsaw Uprising, thank you, and allowed the Nazi garrison to essentially eliminate completely the partisans, the Polish partisans, so that the Soviets would have an easier time holding the city after they took it from Germany. So, yes. They were both kind of bastardy. The Allies were bastards at times as well. Let's not get it twisted. War is hell. Thank you for the follow, CJ Odell. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? But yeah, that's a really long-winded version of, like, World War II topics, so... I also heard it was because of logistical problems. No, it wasn't logistical problems, because as soon as the garrison was defeated, they started immediately shelling the city. The scapegoat that the Soviet army used was logistical problems. Exactly, Nexus. Hey, Mac, welcome in. Found the article. You'd enjoy this read a bit, I think. Feel free to drop it in art/writing in the Discord, and I'll check it out, Arathier. Some interesting insight at the end of World War I. That does sound interesting. What's your favorite World War II movie? I believe Tora 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 is my favorite. I will say, although, by the way, I know a lot about World War II history. I'm not like a military historian. That's not really my thing. World War II is not really my thing either. I think they're a little overdone and overhyped. I am Cold War. I just know a lot about the end of World War II and the beginning of World War II, because of the parallels it draws in history with other conflicts, and the end of World War II had such a profound effect, obviously, on the Cold War. Ow. What's the best Cold War movie? Ooh, I don't know about that one. I wouldn't be able to give you a good Cold War movie. I don't know, honestly. I can give you a really good Cold War book, but I couldn't give you one on a movie. Doctor Strangelove and Full Metal Jacket are profound. I'll give you those. No, not Rambo 2. USSR had also sent Litvinov to try and make an alliance talk to the most Western countries at the time, but they were rather disinterested, so they chose Molotov. Exactly. That's what I meant by they were trying to push the Allies to team up and immediately preemptively strike Nazi Germany, but the Allies said no, so they made the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Yes. Hey, Thomas, welcome in. Apocalypse Now? I don't know. I watched Apocalypse Now, and I didn't really enjoy it. That's my take on it. I did not actually really enjoy Apocalypse Now, I'll be honest. I did not really enjoy it. Ow. That was most at the time, 72nd, if you're talking about World War II. Wasn't really written as a war movie. Exactly, it wasn't. It was supposed to be like a psychological study into like what it was like to be in Vietnam. And like, I just don't think it translated to a movie well. The book was apparently really good though. So yeah. Okay, sorry about that. What's the most fascinating ancient civilization in your opinion? Well, I might be a little bit biased, but I definitely think it's ancient Egypt. The reason I think it's ancient Egypt, by the way, even though I'm biased, I will give a good reason. It is a 5,000-year-old civilization that literally went through more changes than we have from its beginning to its end to us currently. It's just very interesting studying something that progressed that long. My favorite ancient civilization was Atlantis. Atlantis isn't real, silly. But the Marco Polo Bridge incident, that sounds really cool, Yukari. Ottoman Empire and Holy Roman are my favorites. I feel that. Which Holy Roman Empire, though, Simur? Which one? You talking about the one with Charlemagne? Honestly, I'd like to learn a little bit more about, like, Charlemagne and, like, Pippin the Short and stuff like that. Those are very interesting times in history that a lot of people overlook. The Great Beer Run. I don't think I remember that one. I got you, Kari. I'll be sure to check it out. If you drop it in Media Share or something like that in the Discord, I'll check it out. I'll remember. Exactly, Nexus. It's a society that's so old and so far removed from modernity, it feels like an entirely different world when you study their culture. Yes, Dalhalla, that is correct. Because I believe Cleopatra was born around the turn of BC to AD. If I'm not mistaken, it was like, I think she actually was born in like 100 or 200 AD. And the pyramids of Giza were built, I believe, around 3000. My numbers might be a little bit off, but it is about that far. Yes, Mac, they were. But also that makes sense, because if you think about it, Cleopatra was not really even ethnically Egyptian, she was ethnically Greek, so. Charlemagne is like the Genghis Khan of Europe to many kids. A lot of Europeans and European descendants can trace ancestry to him. Really? I didn't know that. I knew he was very successful. One of the few kings, I believe, to actually go against the Pope and do it successfully. Yes, she was Ptolemaic. She was actually Greek in ethnicity. Crazy how people still think the pyramids were built by aliens. It's honestly really demeaning to an ancient society for that belief, honestly. To believe that people can't stack up blocks is kind of crazy. Yeah, Eastern Asia is another one I've been meaning to study. Not Japan, but more like China kind of area. There's so much history in China that I feel like I've missed. That is incredible. It's some crazy stuff. Is the story that America dropped large condoms labeled as small to demoralize whatever country they were bombing at the time? That is not true, JD. Very funny story, but not true. If you want to hear an actual true story, so, a funny little tidbit fact, the candy bar, Babe Ruth, that is currently, still in the U.S., it's a very popular candy bar. Well, not very popular anymore, but it was at the time in the 30s and 40s, because of Babe Ruth, the baseball star. They were also called Baby Ruths, not Babe Ruths. But anyway, at the time. But essentially, they had this little plane, and as an advertising stunt, they'd fly over cities in the United States and drop Babe Ruth candy bars, full candy bars, off little parachutes off of this biplane. And they'd float down to the kids in the city, and like the kids would like open up the wrapper, and like it would have like a letter on it that said like try new Babe Ruth candy bars, and like the kids would eat it, and they'd go buy more, Well, an adult was the one that flew the plane, but a kid was the one that tied the parachutes and dropped the candy. The kid that rode in the back of that plane and dropped that candy was the pilot for the Enola Gay that dropped one of the nuclear bombs. Pretty incredible, huh? Isn't history like really crazy like that? It's so cool when weird stuff like that happens. Yes, he was the father of modern France and Germany. You are correct, Kartoffel. The Enola what? Shut up. Shut up, Aegis. If you want to watch an interesting movie about World War II Japan, I recommend The Human Condition. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. So you can say that candy causes people to drop nukes. If you believed in the satanic panic, sure, I don't see why not, Perfies. The Enola Gay, aka his mom's name. I believe the Enola Gay was actually like a movie, if I'm not mistaken, at the time. Ow. Like a popular, like, sappy movie that had a very pretty actress in it. Okay. I don't mean to shift away from history talk on History Night. We will be coming back to it, obviously. Have you ever tried Fallout? That says the Bible.
You question the words of the mighty Jimmy?
Yes. Yeah, I have tried Fallout, Mac. I love Fallout. It's one of my favorite series. One of my, actually, the first big series we ever did on stream was Fallout New Vegas playthrough. I plan to get back to it eventually. But I want to move to, like, some gaming stuff. And anime stuff. So I've got some stuff here on my chatting topics still. Wait, you haven't finished? Haven't finished what? Huh? Haven't finished what? Would you ever play this? Ow, I bit my tongue. The Stalker games? Yeah, I would.
About the sun. Shut up about
No!
the sun.
Ah! No, I've beaten it before by myself, but for the playthrough, we never beat it because, the way it worked is that if someone paid $5, chat, I would kill the next friendly or neutral NPC I found. And chat also got to pick what I put my skill points into. So by the end of the game, I was level 30 because we killed everyone that was friendly and everyone hated me. And also they made me put everything into, like, unarmed. So I only did like 10 damage. Or I did good damage to normal things with my punches, but when I had to fight Leggett Linnaeus, he just fucking cooked me and I literally could not beat him. Literally could not beat him. I could not do enough damage to beat him. Hey Reaper, how's it going? I literally couldn't beat the game. I had to quit. I literally rage quit. Like, it was hilarious. But yeah, I want to talk anime a little bit. I've been checking out some anime recently, and I'm super excited. I don't know if anybody else has heard about it. But Gundam Witch from Mercury is getting a school spinoff, like, as a manga. So I'm gonna have to check that out. I don't know if anybody else, like, you guys know I'm a big fucking mecha nerd. But I really liked, Witch from Mercury, and apparently they're doing a cute little spinoff series that I guess is supposed to be like a slice of life school spinoff. So that ought to be pretty neat. Not so good. I'm sorry to hear that, Reaper. I hope your day gets better. A lot of VTuber graduations. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm here to stay. So who knows how bad a Fallout game would go. I do want to bring it back eventually. I do. If it's made of metal and it shoots, I like it. So mechas are a go. Hell yeah. But I have no idea where to start. Honestly, Gundam Witch from Mercury's not a bad start, Nexus. Another good start is 08th MS Team. Gundam 00 isn't a bad one. Those are all like starts or in-universe areas where you don't have to know a lot prior about Gundam. G Gundam's really good. G Gundam's fantastic, but it's completely different from anything else in Gundam. War in the Pocket's not bad. Gundam Hathaway isn't bad, but honestly, I wouldn't start with Hathaway. Gundam Seed and Seed Destiny aren't bad. There's a lot of good stuff, honestly, with Gundam. What's the one that's got Hero Yui? I can never remember the name of it for some. Gundam Wing. Gundam Wing is also really good. What do you think about the Boxer Rebellion in 1900s China? I think that is actually an incredibly interesting piece of history. About the Boxer Rebellion. It's actually kind of incredible. What do you think about Zoids? Dude, honestly, I'm kind of surprised you have to ask that question, Kusa. I fucking love Zoids, dude. I talk about it all the time, how much I fucking love Zoids, man. We built Liger Zero on stream in the last 6 months. I've got more kits on the way I want to work on. I'm in the Zoids fucking Discord looking for their marketplace stuff. I'm in bad. I'm in bad on Zoids, man. Of course, Nexus. I've heard Iron-Blooded Orphans is one of the most realistic versions of it. Yeah, excellent. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Iron-Blooded Orphans was bad, but I think it was a little too edgy for me. It was good, but a little too edgy. You only ever seen Wing and Seed and Destiny? If you've seen Gundam and you like Gundam at all, watch G Gundam, please. It is so likable. It's so cheesy, it's so dumb, but it's so lovable. It's got so much passion put into it. I fucking love it. What are Zoids? So imagine Gundam, but instead of like them looking like a human, they look like animals. Paradox Gamer? What's a Paradox game? Do the Saber Tiger. I want to do the Saber, the Shield Liger so bad. Oh, wait, no, the Saber Tiger. You're talking about, God, what is that one called? That's not the Shield or Blade Liger. I want to do a Blade Liger. God, what were those called? I know which one you're talking about. They have that kit out right now. I've been thinking about getting that one. But I'm waiting on the Buster Tortoise, and I'm waiting on, the Saber, the Blade Liger to come back. Crusader Kings, Victoria, Hearts of Iron, Europa Universalis. I've been meaning to, but I'm more of a Total War player than I am like a Civ player, and those games seem closer to Civ. Hey, Naraka, ow. How you doing, Naraka? Welcome in. Haven't opened it in 2 years. That's a good kit. I built it myself. Way on back. You gotta be careful, though. Its joints are a little weak for the giant sword it has, and it ends up running itself thin. Mine literally couldn't stand up at some point. Just sick? Seriously sick? Damn, there's a lot of people sick. I'm sorry you're sick, Naraka. Hope you feel better. I'll send you some of my bath water if that'll help. Whenever I take a bath, it turns into like chicken soup. It's like I'm like a boy. I'm like a living boy on cube. Flu season's going around. Yeah, I got my flu shot. Be careful about COVID. I wasn't able to get mine because it cost me $200. Funny how the anime I first watched went from Girls in Panzer, then Obsolete, then Horimiya. That is an interesting move, Tactical. How dare you say my silly color-changing map game 2 Civ 6? What? Because you can technically do shit like seduce the Pope. Okay, that sounds fun, actually. I might enjoy that. I've been meaning to check out the other one, the other game that came out recently, where like you can build like a small town and you have to deal with like hostels and stuff like that. Like not Hostiles, but Hostels, hostels and stuff like that. Yo, thank you for the raid, Artie! Welcome in, raiders! Yes, Manor Lords. Thank you. That's what I'm looking at. Thank you for the raid, Artie. Welcome in, everyone. My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine Sun Goddess. I do War Thunder, history, and variety-related content. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream, Artie? What were you streaming? Yeah, I wonder if Manor Lords work their stuff out. Because I heard it was really hard, and it was like, they were missing a lot of things. So if it's, like, looking better, I'll probably get it and play that on stream. I mean to play Mountain Blade as well. That would also be a lot of fun. So you have Jaeger, Schneider, and Panzer for the armaments of the Liger Zero. I'm aware, Arathier. I'm talking about the Blade and Shield Liger, though. Those are different from Liger Zero. Let you have spoons as a pet and a duck can kill you. That sounds actually incredible. Hey, Skylar Light, welcome in. Oh, from Chaotic Century? Yes, those. No, you're good, Arathier. It's all good. I didn't think I'd be into medieval kind of games, but I got Mordhau earlier, and it's so addictive. Mordhau does look neat. Some pummel party? Let's go! That sounds like so much fun. I hope you had a great time, hun. Play Mountain Blade, play the second one. Gotcha, gotcha. Hi, Cryptic Cairo. Welcome in. Welcome back. How you doing? I love the Civ game where Gandhi becomes a warmonger. It is a meme at this point. I just sneezed and started bleeding. Please save me. Oh my god, you're falling apart. I'd give you a hug if I could. Have virtual here. Here, you can have virtual hugs from me. I'll give you a virtual hug. There you go. Feel better. Oops. But yeah, speaking of the combined history nerds, in anime, did y'all see that Fate Stay Night's getting a new season? It's called Fate Strange Fake, which is an interesting name, more interesting than Stay Night. I can never understand the names that come out with the titles for Fate, but it looks interesting. I'm kind of interested in it. The main character looks like the kind of guy that looks like, God, what's his name? The black-haired dude in the suit with the spiky hair. That was the main protagonist in the first one. He looks like him a little bit, so Coke or Pepsi? Neither. Pib. Not H-anime, right? No, not H-anime. Artoria is male, though. Yeah, it's pretty sick. Honestly, I like King Arthur as both the male and female versions. I think they're both really cool. She might enjoy Squad 44. I might check it out, Stunov. I'm doing great, Henix. How are you doing? But yeah, it looks interesting. I'm kind of interested in it. Gilgamesh for the win. You're big on Guru Gamesh. My heart is falling towards Mordred, though. Mordred's great. I love her characterization, and I forget what season she's in. What's it called? But that was one of my favorite seasons of Fate. Is the new Saber based on Lionheart? I'm not quite sure. The only thing I've seen is like the 10-second promo video for it, so. Fate is a great series. Hey, BMW. Oh, yeah, you haven't seen me since last year. Hee hee ha ha. Very funny. But I hope you're doing well. Happy New Year, BMW. I think, unironically, and this might say a lot about me, my favorite Fate Go characters, excuse me, is Nobunaga. I like Nobu. Nobu's my favorite. I'll admit it. That might be a little obvious, but Nobu is 1,000,000,000% my favorite. Stupid joke, but it's nice to see you all. I think it's a cute joke. Who doesn't like Nobu? That's what I'm saying. She's really sick. And I don't mean the Berserker one where she's in the swimsuit either. I like the one where she has the guns. Yours gotta be Okita. No, that makes sense. Okita's cool too. Yeah, we're talking about Fate back. Fate's getting a new series. Have you seen the anime where the Sengoku era generals are lesbian anime girls? I'm pretty sure that's Fate. That sounds like Fate, honestly. But I don't think it is. That sounds crazy. You like Avenger, Nubo? No, that's fair. I did a smash or pass with a bunch of anime characters and got my friend to say they'd smash Astolfo. I mean, I would. Smash. Astolfo is literally like the slut of the series. I feel like anyone that watches Fate would say smash, like quite frankly. Yeah, I know you meant Nobu, BMW. It's called Battle Girls Momoiro Paradox. What a dog shit name. I'm sorry, but with a name like that, I have no interest. Like lesbian era generals. Lesbian like shogunate era generals sounds crazy. And I would at least give it a look, but with a name like that, instant pass. A part of me wants to watch Fate just for Astolfo. I think Astolfo's only in the Grand Order anime. Lesbian era generals, yeah. The Great Lesbian War. Astolfo was a crazy man in history, yes. That's the only thing. Don't take, like, literally any historical perspective from Fate. It is all over the place. Almost nothing about it is accurate. He's an apocrypha. That's what it is. Correct. It's apocrypha. It's where they're not even called by their names. They're called, like, Knights of Black or, like, Knight of White or stuff like that. See you, Summer. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Hope you sleep well. And one of the Extella, right, the Extellas as well. I will say, I think it was Apocrypha, that fight between, I think it was Ashura, and, was it Lionheart? No, Siegfried was incredible. That is some of, like, the craziest animation I've ever seen in anime. Hey, Devil, welcome back. Yeah, they give a little bit of a decent history, but, like, the characterizations of the figures aren't accurate at all, usually. I wish there was a show where all the Sengoku-era generals are turned into stupid baby kittens. It's like there's a wave of, like, popular anime that just turns Sengoku-era generals into different things. Like, what if it was Sengoku-era generals, but they were vegetables? Or, like, what if we had Sengoku-era generals, but they're, like, NASCAR drivers? So, like, and it just becomes, like, the new isekai kind of genre where that becomes the popular thing. You're thinking of Osiris BMW. Vegetable Generals is crazy. Ow. Nobunaga would be a leak, and you can't convince me otherwise. I'm not gonna lie, I wish they would make Samurai Remnant into an anime. I don't know what that is, Anubis. Sounds interesting. Finally, Sengoku Veggie Tales. That'd be hilarious. They don't do, like, music numbers. They just sing in haikus. Yo, holy shit, Cozy. Thank you for the $5 through Super Chat. That's so sweet of you. Kola. Veggie Tales, the anime. I'd watch it, dude. If you like to dance with tomatoes. Great fucking show. We're the pirates that don't do anything. What's your top 5 anime, Hara? Well, Veggie Tales is number 1.
Shut up about the sun!
No! My Cynthia Grill is literally about how someone gets reincarnated as a grill and cooks for people. That's all? Alright, I'm in. I'm in. That sounds too wacky. I'm in. I remember the Leary spinoff. Yeah, what a banger. What vegetable you think Takeda Shingen would be, chat? A turnip. A turnip. Top 5 anime is definitely, number 1 is definitely VeggieTales. Number 2 is Cory in the House. Number 3 is Boku no Pico. I'm bringing back all the 2005 anime memes. But honestly though, top 5 anime, like number 1, I think still might be Full Metal Alchemist. I don't know. I couldn't put them into numbers, but it'd definitely be like Full Metal Alchemist, Frieren. God. I don't know. That's a really hard question. Frieren. I don't know. I'd really have to go back and look through all the anime I've watched. I don't think I'd be able to lift top 5 confidently. Toradora's in there. I love Toradora. Which is ironic because, like, I couldn't like, please don't bully me, Miss Nagatoro-san or something, Nagatoro-chan or whatever. I could not stand that one, but I like Toradora. I think it's because, like, yes, Taiga is violent physically, but it's to such a degree where it doesn't feel realistic at all, so I don't care about that characterization of her. But Miss Nagatoro-san, the early bullying feels so mean and so accurate, like, so realistic, that it just, like, instantly made it to where I was like, alright, I will never like Nagatoro no matter what she does. This is crossing a line that's incredibly far. Like a realistic line that's incredibly too realistic and is way too shitty for me to ever believe that he'd fall in love with her without being an absolute dog shit doormat. And I hate doormats. Like, I hate anime MCs that are doormats. That's why I couldn't get to Evangelion. I don't like the mech designs for Evangelion. And Shinji's too much of a fucking doormat. I get there's a good reason of why. That doesn't change the fact that I don't like that he's a doormat. I still think, like, the Christian religious symbolism is still really cool, though. Hara's the real version of Taiga. I'm not that short. I'm not that short, but honestly, they line up a little bit. Sent love letters to young boys. I have no clue, Stunov. I would not be surprised. Plus, we have a better Getting the Robot, Getting the Psycho Zaku. Back, it's more like, cut off all 4 of your limbs and get in the Psycho Zaku. Any anime you love, then? I mean, I just listed 3 of them. I'm loving Dandadan right now. It is very enjoyable. It's hilarious. I don't know. I usually like funny anime. Like, comedy anime is usually my favorite stuff, if I'm being honest. I like the Fate series a lot. A lot of the Gundam stuff. Big O is enjoyable. Shinji, crank that Soulja Boy. Dandadan is a trip. Like, usually I don't like characters in, like, their underwear and shit. Like, I don't like fan service. But I think Dandadan does a really good job of obviously making it to where, like, when the characters are naked, it's not fan service, it's a gag, and it actually feels funny. It's not like stereotypical anime, like boobs out, nosebleed, boy, oing, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like that kind of shit. It's just like, oh my god, the characters are naked and they're in this really precarious position. It's fucking ridiculous. Laugh at them. Laugh at them. You watched Gate. I liked the beginning of Gate. I did not care for the rest of it. They lost the plot. It is very self-aware, I agree. Is it wrong that I like Turbo Granny Cat? Turbo Granny Cat is literally my favorite character. What do you mean? She's literally my favorite. When they're fighting the ballet ghost or whatever, and like, she lights it on fire and then catches the fucking lighter with her foot with her arms crossed is like, that's like my profile picture on so much stuff. Also, someone pointed it out to me and I didn't even realize it, but the reason why the cat in the beginning of the outro, it has a has a blow dryer up to their face or a hair dryer up to their face is so that she can feel going fast because she can't go fast anymore. I heard that the Gate idea was good, but the actual implementation is exactly, Janelle. At the first half is it's like, holy shit, like a medieval, like, fantasy nation invades Japan, causes mayhem, and the JSDF responds by going back to the portal to fuck them up. And they fuck them up. Like, just how realistically you feel like an actual real, like, life military would against a magic medieval-based society. Like, they've got shields, and the guns are just penetrating through the shields and killing the soldiers and shit like that. It's crazy. Super cool. Fighter jets are blowing fucking wyverns out of the air. It's sick. And then, like, it makes a clear turn where all of a sudden, like, it's like, all right, we're a harem anime now. And it's like, okay, but why? There's an elf woman that's got milkers bigger than, like, her fucking head. And, like, she's naked all the time. And it's like, okay, why is this in here, bro? I thought these shields stopped magic soldiers. This ain't magic. Exactly. Like, that kind of shit's cool. And then, like, you have moments where, like, a regular girl that's in the JSDF that is really good at hand-to-hand combat uses modern hand-to-hand combat to make a trained swordsman look like a fucking clown. So cool. Wizard versus 50 cal, who wins? Depends on how fast the wizard can cast anti-rock. An anti-rock shield. My ass was thirsty over the JSDF women. The women in military uniforms for that series were more attractive to me than the massive tittied anime, or like elf girls. Just saying. Just let me watch anime without throwing massive unrealistic booba in my face. I'm fine if they throw massive unrealistic booba in my face, as long as it's attached to a character that makes fucking sense and isn't stupid, and doesn't ruin the whole plot of the show. Like, it's one thing to have fan service. It's another thing to completely derail the entire show for fan service. It's so lame. That's because tomboys are attractive, Hara. I did really like her haircut. She was the brown-haired, short-haired one that, like, did exactly what I was talking about, that beat the swordsman with, like, a combat knife. Oh my god, she's hot. I had a crush on her for such a long time, man. But in the words of Spike, I love a woman that can kick my ass. Exactly. There was a lolly character in Gate that was also Yeah, I don't think I made it that far, but no thanks. Oh, it's about Rory Mercury? Yes. That one was really weird. It was the stereotypical anime, like, well, she's 5,000 years old that looks like a 12-year-old, so it's okay. And it's like, alright, dude, y'all are weird. Like, I'm not gonna say, like, anything that, like, y'all deserve anything, but, like, y'all are weird. I need her to be real. Oh my god. I'm sorry to tell you, Mac, but you just knock your teeth out, buddy. Why you like Caesar, then? Very similar to that character in Gate. Wait, what do you mean by like Caesar? Oh, Caesar from ZZZ. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Nexus. It is. She is. Which sucks, because I think she has a really cool design. Like, I think her design's awesome, and I love her characterization. It's just like, damn, imagine if you, like, didn't make her act and look like a 12-year-old. Like, if you make her look like a grown adult, or just said she's a 12-year-old and didn't do weird sexual shit with it, she'd be fucking cool. Yeah, exactly, Janelle. I don't care that, like, if you're playing upon the trope of, like, person got stuck at certain age because they're immortal, but that gets really weird when you're like, all right, now we're gonna use it for porn gags, and it's like, ugh. Find new material, bro. I love Bernice. Bernice is cool. Yeah, you're not wrong, Blue Beret. I know you're talking about the other elf girl. Yes. Yes, I do. Yes. Yes, I'm aware. Sadly. I am very aware. It's one of those things where it's like, it's kind of like, what's that one anime? It's like a lot of people like, but it's like completely weird as shit and shitty. It's got Rudius or Raphael or whatever his fucking name is. Ruben Sandwich. Essentially the anime where everyone's like, yeah, he's literally a pedophile, but it's got good animation. Yeah, Mushoku Tensei. The one where it's like, yeah, he's literally a perverted pedophile and never gets better, but at least, like, the animation's good. And it's like, all right, yeah, sure thing. Never heard of that one. The entire plot is, like, he gets caught by his family, like, spying on his cousin, like his 8-year-old cousin naked when he's a 30-year-old neat. Dies to a car crash and gets isekai'd into a world as a baby. And, like, pretty much sexually molests, like, the woman that gave birth to him because he keeps a 30-year-old brain in a baby's body. It's really fucked. It's really fucked, bro. Yeah, it's really fucked. It's got a big community, too, and, like, if you say anything negative against it, they'll, like, try to put you on a cross and shit. It's crazy. Redo of Healer was indeed very messed up. We're talking about Mushoku Tensei. It's at the point where, like, Mushoku Tensei is one of those where it feels like you should be censoring the name, because it might mean something bad. But anyway, on to anime that are actually cool. I'm surprised. So I haven't caught up with it at all. I watched the first part, but apparently there's two more parts I missed out on. They also announced that Bleach, 1,000-Year Blood War is getting a part 4. And I have to ask, I know that it is Bleach. And that they have so much shit that they fill out. But the last I watched, the main bad guy made it into, like, Soul Society Heaven and was gonna go kill God. So how much further can we really go with that? And that was at, like, part 2, I think. So how much further can we really go? Like, I'm confused. What is left? Like, how long is the fight between Ichigo and the bad guy? I'm sadly not watching Bleach, sadly. I like Bleach. I think Bleach is really good. Yes, I have watched Girls in Panzer A-Star. They're supposed to be coming out with more soon. I'm excited for it. It kind of has been art theater. But I'm going to be honest, like, it's really cool still. I know the plot's the exact same on a loop, but, like, I actually really like, the combat and stuff. I think the fight scenes are really cool. It's very shonen, but I like it. I thought Girls in Panzer was done. I think the main series is, but I think they're talking about making spin-off series. Tomo-chan is a girl, the best tomboy ever. I will have to check that one out. I heard about that one. That's the one with the girl with like the red hair, right? Like the tall girl with the red hair. If I'm not mistaken. I'm staying around to see Aizen returns in full. There's no way they let that one go. That's also a great series. Hey Lex, welcome in. Yeah, you're talking about Slice of Life, Stunov. I've been watching Ranma 1/2, for example. I'm loving Ranma 1/2. I think it's great. Honestly, Tama-chan that's the martial arts master, Tall. Okay, so that is the one where they like go to the beach and she walks out in a bikini and he's like, "What the fuck? You're a girl?" And she's like, "Yeah, I am." And it's like, how can you not tell, bro? Like, she's got massive, like, bahongers. Like, she's really pretty. Like, wait, no, okay. It's obvious that she's a girl. That was when he noticed that, like, he was attracted to her. That's what it was. Peak cinema, yeah. Ugh. Chat, girls with short hair are very cute. Really? You feel that way? What's your opinion on Inuyasha? Just curious. BMW. I literally had a crush on Lord Shishomaru from like age 13 to like now. I'm not even kidding. That is how I feel about Inuyasha. Hi, Paloma. Welcome in. I'm afraid I don't speak. Oh, I don't know who you are, but I wish you a happy new year. Thank you. I hope you have a happy new year as well. I know, scandalous opinion. Yeah, really. All the webcomics and manga I was reading 10 years ago, getting an anime is wild. That's how it works. It feels good. It is, though. Ichigo and Otohime have a son, and Rukia and Renji have a daughter, and I think that they are setting up for a spinoff. Yeah, Rukia is another person that I had a major fucking crush on when I was in high school. And I got into, like, anime and manga, and then they came out with the new series, and she's in that, like, white dress and that look, and I'm like, fuck, I still have a crush. Like, god damn it. My nana got me the complete series years ago. She saw it was an anime. I thought I would like it. Never watched it. Rurouni Kenshin is incredible. The guy that wrote Rurouni Kenshin's a piece of shit, but the anime is incredible. Yeah, her Bankai's so cool. I'm not gonna lie. I think I would have actually liked. I think I would have liked Bleach more. I like Bleach, but I would have liked Bleach more if they actually would have kept the core 4 members together. Like, keeping Chad, Rukia, Ichigo, and the Quincy dude together. I don't know why I can't remember his name. I feel bad I can't, but... Bad that I can't, but... I feel like this show would have been better if they would have kept them together. I know why they split them apart, but... It's just weird. I also love Chad. I think Chad's fucking sick. Chad is like, unironically, Chad is like my Vegeta. Ow, if we're comparing it to like Dragon Ball Z, where it's like, I love Chad, but that man just takes nothing but L's. He just loses. It sucks, man. He's so fucking cool. I love his characterization. I love his design. I love the way he talks. I love every interaction of him with the series, and he just gets his fucking ass beat. I can't imagine. Yeah, they do that all the time too, Nexus. They do that all the time where it's like, Chad's incredible. He's so fucking strong. I can't imagine him losing. 3 seconds later, he's in the Yamcha position. Every time. Every fucking goddamn time. The Slice of Life spinoff from Strike Witches is insanely good. Ooh, I'll have to check that out. That sounds right down my alley. Yes, he needs more W's. They need to, like, increase his, like, power scaling and make him fucking sick again. The rocket arm is still badass. Yeah, I didn't care for Strike Witches, but I could deal with a Slice of Life, I think. I think it's the design of Strike Witches that I don't care about. What are we talking about? We're talking about anime soy sauce. Welcome in. What's today's topic? We've got a host of them. I actually need to take, it's actually time for me to take my 5-minute break. So I'm actually going to take a quick 5-minute break. We'll be back. When we get back, we're going to do the notable events, our today in history slides. And then we'll do some more chatting about those, and then we'll get to our videos for the day. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'm going to put you guys on a quick be right back screen with 3-minute ads just to keep the pre-roll, the disgusting pre-rolls away. And I will see you guys in 5 minutes, okay? No getting stuck in the door. I'm not pulling you out. Okay, I'm not doing it. You're staying there. You're becoming a skeleton. You're becoming a furnishing. everybody. Ugh. Ow. Rude. Start up a conversation here. Hi, Camdy. Welcome back. Welcome in, Zeta.
Well. Let me guess. Spring
Brendan,
clean.
no, please. Ow. Oh, my God. In the face? Really? But thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. Let me get something together. Let me get my notes together real quick for you guys, and then we'll get started. Give me 1 second. I still hope you guys like my cute little graphic I made for this. I think it's really cute. Streamer would be stupid enough to get stuck in the door. Like half of chat, honestly. Welcome back, Blitz.
Hell yeah, now we
got business. Okay. Ow. All right. I just noticed there's a solar, clips on the BRB screen with the logo placement. I know, right? Isn't that cool? Okay. Hey, Pumbaa, welcome in. Okay, so we're gonna get started. Stop throwing cans. Stop being rude. Stop throwing cans at me. Okay, so we're gonna get started. So today is January 1st, and you would think that it would be an important day in history. You know what I mean? Like, it would be pretty... I'll hold the presentation until you little dorks are done. You guys are such bastards. You know that? I fucking hate you guys. Look at how cute you all are. You're so cute. Wow. Drinking all your gross little not pib sodas and throwing them. Wow, y'all are adorable. You're so funny. You're so funny, chat. Wow, how do you get so funny? That's hilarious. Did your mom laugh when you came out of her womb? Are you just that funny, dude? Oh my God. You should all do stand-up. Like, literally all at the same time. Like, everyone at the same place do stand-up at the exact same time. That's so fucking funny. You guys are nerds.
Great success.
Great success. Okay. All right.
Sun Tzu said that.
He sure did. Okay. Okay, so we're starting with Today in History. I hope you guys are excited. Judging by the cans, I don't care that much. Okay. So we're gonna start off with this new segment I've been working on. I'm doing one every time we do a history stream. So I hope you guys like it. It's a cute little thing where we can look at like important notable events that have happened on the day that we're currently holding these history streams. I will say we're not getting all of them. We're just getting some of the ones that I thought were really cool and big. So there's obviously going to be a lot more than this, but I made sure to make some more detailed notes this time around so we have more to talk about. Okay, let me get this together real quick. All right, that way I can get my notes together. Okay, so we will start chronologically. And our first one is, all right, our first one. 42 BC, on this day, January 1st, 42 BC, Julius Caesar is posthumously placed into the Roman pantheon by the Roman Senate. That status had been accepted by the people of Rome soon after his death, when a comet appeared in the sky during the funeral games held in his honor by Emperor Augustus 2 years beforehand. Did you draw that, Hara? No, I wish I did. It's hilarious. But I did make the picture. Today in history was chat's artillery fire on the goddess. Yeah, apparently. Is that me? I don't think you look like that. But yeah, today marks the day where Julius Caesar was officially by the Roman government deified into the Roman pantheon, which is crazy to think about. I didn't even know that was a thing until today. I was not able to look into it a ton. I'm actually curious what he was the god of. Because I feel like by his point, a lot of them would have been taken up by someone else, but whatever. He had a chin on him, didn't he? He had a really ugly scowl, too. Just Cult of the Emperor, right? No, I think, like, literally society, period, believed he was, like, a deity. Which is crazy, because it's like, imagine, like, literally stabbing him to death because he's a tyrant, and then a comet happens over the games, marking his death. Everyone fucking celebrates, and then 2 years later, you the same people that stabbed him to death have to be like, alright, well, I guess he's a god now. Yo, thank you for the follow. It's Avos. Welcome to the cult. How you doing? See ya, A-Star. Probably God of Rome itself. I hope not, dude. That's actually crazy to me. Like, I don't really think, yeah, like, ancient Egypt, for example, never had instances of, like, turning pharaohs into gods. Otherwise, there would have been problems, but comets in history are wild. Yeah. If there is a day and there is something that has happened recently, and by recently, I mean, like, happened that year, and there is a comet, a meteorite shower, or an eclipse, apparently that means it's extremely important for, like, eons. I mean, all pharaohs were considered to be the earthly incarnation of Horus. Well, yeah, that's what I said earlier. But it was never like, oh my god, Tutankhamun was such a great pharaoh. We're making him his literal own god named Tutankhamun. Alright, see you, Nexus. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Senate rolls the worst blunt ever, asked to kill a literal god. Alright, so that's the first one. Pretty incredible, honestly. That's a crazy one to start out with. The second one. The stoning of Saint Telemachus. So apparently in 404 AD.
This is the Bible.
You question
timing.
the words of the mighty Jimmy?
He is a saint, so great timing. Apparently in 404 AD, Saint Telemachus was obviously a man of the church, the Roman church, that protested gladiatorial fights in the Roman amphitheater. And he did so by I guess the day of his death, judging by the fact that this is the stoning. This marks the stoning of Saint Telemachus.
Lunchables pizza sauce on my titties.
Yeah, so what? He died from this. So he apparently stormed the field, the gladiatorial field. And in response, they stoned him to death. The crowd stoned him to death because they ruined their show. However, it impressed Emperor Orianus, who was Christian, as much of Rome was, to such a degree that he issued a historic ban on gladiatorial fights, and they would never return to the Roman Empire. Pretty crazy, huh? Stoning's a pretty terrible way to go. It is. The worst part is that this guy, right here, has, a whole statue, and this guy's just like, why, bro? What did I do, man? I got you, see you, Cam. But yeah, pretty crazy. I hadn't heard, honestly, looking up this, day in history stuff has taught me a lot of stuff that, I didn't know about the ancient world, for example. I mean, this isn't technically as ancient anymore, but you get what I mean. Yeah. No. It's not like they're throwing, hand-sized rocks at you, which can still kill you easily and would hurt like shit. But it's like, let me pick up this cinder block and throw it on the back of your neck. Kind of shit. Hey, Mecha Shark. Lots of rulers would claim they were descended from God. Okay, Mecha Shark, you're not wrong. But again, just reference this. This is not this is not the same thing. Julius Caesar did not refer to himself as a god. The people did that of their own volition. That is what I'm saying is incredible about it in the ancient world. Okay. The next one, this day in history, was the end of French rule in Haiti. Today is officially the 221st Independence Day of the nation of Haiti. And on January 1st, 1804, Jean-Jacques Dessalines proclaimed Haiti's independence from the French in the port city of Gonaives, I think that's how you pronounce that, ending the 12-year-long war against the bondage imposed upon the people by French planters. So, pretty incredible. I believe that Haiti was actually one of the first Caribbean nations to actually receive full independence. So, pretty sick. Kind of honestly badass. That's definitely starting your year off with a bang. Like, without a doubt. Oh, it is BMW, and you wouldn't be wrong. But that's both due to external and internal factors, most of it being extreme bad luck. Ugh. But yeah, so that one's interesting. Sorry, guys. The next one, similarly, marks the day that Spanish rule ended in Cuba because they were liberated after the Spanish-American War, but also this is the day that many attribute that Fidel Castro successfully overthrew Batista, because this is like one of the final major conflicts of the Cuban Revolution. So Cuba, as a country, was liberated twice on the same day. Pretty incredible, huh? What's the timing of that? That's pretty insane. Honestly, I wonder if that was on purpose. That had to have been on purpose. Like, the main, final main offensive was, for the Cuban Revolution, the most recent one had to have been, during that time period. How does that even happen? Because it's, planned that way. I feel like that, or it's just, pure coincidence. But yeah, the first one was in 1899, when the end of the Spanish-American War ended, and Cuba was freed from Spain. And then 1959, when they Fidel Castro overthrew Batista, and was able to throw off American influence. All right. The one after that, was in 1912. Well, I guess in between because the second Cuban one was in 59. But anyway, 1912 was the foundation of the first founding on January 1st of the first Republic of China, which lasted from 1912 to 1949. Not to be confused with the People's Republic of China, which is what came after and followed the 1911 revolution that overthrew the Qing dynasty and ended China's imperial history entirely. So this was after they essentially threw off monarchism. Hey miss, I'm from the Sultanate of Cirebon. Which kingdom are you from? Hello, I'm afraid I'm not from any of the kingdoms. But I am ancient Egyptian, so we literally have a name for violent abolition here called Haitian Izakao as a result of the revolution. Interesting. I think I pronounced that correctly. But yeah, I would assume that them lining up had to have been planned. But welcome in, Yanto. I hope you're having a great new year. But yeah, that was 1912. And then finally, the most recent was in 1993. And that was the dissolution of Czechoslovakia into the states of the Czech and Slovak republics. It was apparently known as the Velvet Divorce, and was one of the few times in history where there was a division of a country without any loss of life. Kind of crazy. It was an entirely peaceful separation. It's like a mutual divorce. I guess that's why they called it a Velvet Divorce. Instead of fighting over the kids, you know what I mean? Still funny that Sun Yat-sen is still a national hero both in communist China and Taiwan. It's not that crazy, Kartoffel. If you look at like World War I heroic figures, you'll find that like 6 nations will claim one dude pre-World War I and pre-nationalization as like a famous hero. Because like one will be like, well, he was like, because for example, there was like some famous admiral or shipbuilder or something like that. That was a national hero for Ukraine, or for Poland, because he was born in Poland. But he was also a national hero for Ukraine, and was claimed to be Ukrainian because he built or sailed out of Ukraine, and that was where he was based. However, it was for, like, Imperial Russia, I believe. So, Russia claimed him as well, because he was under the Imperial Russian government. So, like, it's really weird. Like, they all claimed, all three, like, 3 or 4 claimed the exact same guy. They all had statues of him. It's pretty insane. Your ancestors are from Czechoslovakia? Neat. Honestly, like, I feel bad because, like, I know I'm not the only one that feels this way, too. But, like, it really feels like there's a gap. Where, like, you know where Germany and Italy are in Western Europe. Or, like, Central Europe, I guess. And then there's, like, a blank space. And then there's Eastern Europe. Like, you immediately assume it's Eastern Europe. But you have to remember that there's, like, actually, like, 5 or 6 countries in between the two. That's, like the Czech Republic, Slovakia, stuff like that. Didn't the Czech nation change their name to something else? I think that they were the Czech Republic. Being claimed as a hero in 3 countries is crazy. Well, that's all it was. Because, like, when you're forming a nation, you have to have heroes to, like, congregate people in a society around them to create an established history so that people buy in to their nationality. You have to make them feel like they're a part of that history. And so that's a tactic they would use, was use like specific people from the imperial era to like create heroes through ethnicity, stuff like that. So that's true, Devil. But yeah, national myths and shit. But yeah, that was our notable events today in history for January 1st. Hope you guys liked them. So we had Julius Caesar being deified, Saint Telemachus being stoned, Haiti and Cuba gaining independence, Cuba gaining it twice, the foundation of the First Republic of China, and then finally the dissolution of Czechoslovakia. Pretty cool. Honestly, some pretty cool stuff. It's not as somber as the last one was. I remember last week's being like, oh my god, these are horrid. Then split into the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Correct, Piku. They were just, yeah, I might have like said it weird, but it was like Czech and Slovak republics was like what I meant to say. All right. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I think the title of Caesar of Rome belongs to Russia, Greece of Russia. Wait, what are you talking about, Stunov? The history of tomboys win. Oh my god, that sounds difficult. I was thinking about, so I actually wanted to talk to you guys about spitballing some history stuff that we could have on stream. Because I'm really trying to like bring more history into streams because I like it a lot and I think you guys like it too. So I thought I'd start doing a series, where instead of doing like react videos, yo, thank you for the 100 bits, Delhala. Thank you for the 100 to Ben. So close after New Year. There's actually a lot that happens on New Year legislative-wise, Dalhalla. You'd be surprised. Because, like, a lot of people will do stuff during the year, and they'll be like, it enacts at the beginning of the next year. You know what I mean? That's very common in, like, U.S. government as well. It's like, all right, we passed this. We'll give until the beginning of the next year for everybody to get their shit together. You know what I mean? And that's just kind of been common. What was I saying? So I thought that we'd do a series. I thought a series would be fun. Yo! Thank you for the 5 gifted Oda-san, and thank you for the 1 gifted Valorant. Thank you guys. That's so sweet of you, Oda-san. History of tomboys could totally work. People like Joan of Arc. I don't know if I'd call Joan of Arc a tomboy.
I like it when chat runs a train on me.
Okay, now it's getting annoying. I'm not kidding. It's getting annoying. Beginning of the year, tax time. You're not wrong. The third realm, the Ottoman sultans would often refer technically to the sultan or emperor as Kaisari Rum. Interesting. But anyway, what was I saying? I've tried to say it 3 times now and I've been interrupted by alerts, so don't make me turn them off, please. I would think it'd be really neat to have like a history series that we start where we, like, instead of doing react videos, I can do a preparation for history stuff where essentially we look at, like, for example, like history in a specific anime. So like going through and like comparing, contrasting like fake goat characters to like the real life counterparts would be neat. I think that'd be a cool one. We could do stuff from like, I don't know, we could pick up that lesbian fucking anime from the Shogunate period or whatever. And then also I thought we'd have like some Wednesdays where instead of doing either of those 2 panels, we'd invite a guest on that essentially like talks about history that they like, or history that their VTuber is related to, or history that they can speak about that refers to more personalized history, like their experiences in different cultures, or things like that, like other streamers and stuff like that. So if you guys are interested in that, please let me know. If you have any guest suggestions, I would love some. Please feel free if you have any history VTubers or history-related VTubers or mythology-related VTubers you'd like to have on. Even though they might not know a lot about their mythology, I can also offer the opposite effect where they come on and I talk with them about the mythology behind them and stuff like that. Maybe do a poll for it, just spitballing. We'll likely do a poll in the Discord. I don't think I'm going to do one here because polls here aren't very effective. Because asking chat to run a poll I would be annoyed by it, but also I'd have to run it through YouTube and Twitch, so. Let's just not get into the dark side of World War II, please, because it gets really dark. What are you talking about? If I could find my textbook, I could brush up on my art history again. That would be a great one, Lorelai. That's a great example. If you wanted to talk about art history or periods of your favorite period of art history, I would love to have you on. Stuff like that. So I'm going to start like reaching out to some other VTubers and stuff to see if they'll come join us on here and every Wednesday or on occasional Wednesdays. I don't know. We'll do like maybe 2 a month or 4 or like 1 a month in trying to get stuff together. Trickwee, dude, if I could get Trickwee on this show, I would have had Trickwee on this show 2 weeks ago. I wish, man. Hey, send like an email to Trickwee's business account or tell her like in her DMs for me. I'll be sure, like, but I can't just stroll up to someone as cool and as big as Trickwee and be like, come to my stream. But I would love to have an ancient Egyptian mythology chat and lore talk with her one stream. That would be sick. That's honestly like that's a dream stream for me, frankly. I would be, I don't know, I might be too flustered to like get through it, frankly. Ares Mythos. The Mythos people are perfect choices. I was already thinking about asking some people in Mythos. But again, guys, I will say, if you want to see them on here, if you have VTubers you watch and like that you want to see on here for history-related stuff, let them know you'd like to see them on my stuff. Because if you let them know that without me doing it, it says a lot to them, like, wow, like, they really want me to, like, hang out with this person and, like, do content with them. You know what I mean? I agree, Devil, but, like, why are we talking about it? Like, that's my question. I agree, but, like, why are we talking about it? What does that have to do with what we're talking about? What about non-VTuber guests? I would be more than willing to have non-VTuber guests. I would love to have, like, a history YouTuber on. I would love that, frankly. But as for, like, I would prefer if they're an actual content creator, though, because that's kind of the point of the show, is to bring on content creators. However, if you are a chatter and you've been around for a long time and I can trust you to be on stream and you have some deep history stuff that you'd like to share, I might have some of you on as well. See ya, Blitz. Sleep well. Just remember to talk about the Eiffel Tower when talking to Tricky. Why the Eiffel Tower? I'm bringing it up for future events. Okay, but like... So don't. Thanks, buddy. I think I'll run my stream how I want to, but I wasn't planning on getting into that anyway. I'm well aware you're telling a historian to, like, how dark World War II was. I'm well aware, buddy. It's kind of my job. I actually know a guy who probably link y'all, Hara. He's a decently sized CC. It doesn't matter about size. I don't care about size. I just want somebody that has experience being a content creator, because, like, at the end of the day, this is for entertainment. And I need people that I can trust won't be, you know, wacky and wild on stream. In a bad way, not a good way, so... I'm just saying that it's dark. I know. I'm just... Okay, never mind. Just drop it, dude. I don't care. Like, you're... Like, dude... I'm well aware, man. Size doesn't matter. Well, not in that respect, no. Bro, even if I was a super awesome chatter, I'd get stage fright. I feel that. I mean, it's not that big, though. Like, it's... I mean, you're really just in a Discord. I mean, if you really don't get any stage fright over it, if I do invite you guys on. Like, it's literally like, I don't even think about it as, like, streaming to a group of people. I see it as, like, me yapping and, like, people on a screen talking back, frankly. Y'all could get along? Great! Sounds great, Mac. I'm totally interested. What would the base requirements be? I don't know if I really have any base requirements, just that somebody that streams frequently, and can, like, really talk about history. I'll have some questions for them. I'll probably ask ahead of time, like, what their topic is, and if I need them to actually prepare some things. Like, nothing for me, but I need to be shown that they actually have stuff prepared, and not that they're just gonna come on and be like, I don't know, like, kind of stuff. You know what I mean? It's gonna take a little bit of elbow grease from the interviewee. But I would be very interested. I have a lot of questions for it and stuff that I'll make up and stuff. I would like to also know the topic beforehand so I can research a little bit. Talk to a large group of AI. That's how I think of it to not get stage fright. I'm not really AI. I know you guys are people, obviously, and I'm well cognizant of it. The thing that's only ever made me, like, nervous about public speaking is actually being able to see everyone's eyes on me. That's what always made me nervous. I don't have to see that here, so I don't really care. Like a TA presentation in a college class. They don't have to do a presentation. They don't have to do, like, a slide or anything like that. If they want, even better. I would love having a guest on that wants to do, like, an actual presentation. That I can ask them really detailed questions about. But I know that that's a really big ask for someone coming onto my show. Or, like, my streams. So I'm not gonna ask that of people that want to come in here and, like, hang out and do stuff. I just think it'd be really, really cool. But no, that is not a requirement. I'll be the one providing, like, that's why I'll ask for the topic beforehand and, like, get a couple feeler questions. Just so, like, I can make presentation slides and stuff like that. Like, I think the one thing I requested is, like, just give me pictures and stuff so I can make slides for you guys to have something to look at. Like, that's my one thing. Anamarchy History. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. I don't think I have, but I'll check him out. I will say, by the way, anyone that is suggested, if I don't know about them, I will be doing an in-depth background check. One thing about being a history streamer is that I know a lot. I can research not only, like, history stuff, I can research the history of what people do online. You get a real knack for it when you're looking up for sources. So I'm not going to be mad if you suggest someone and I don't like how they possibly might fit into my stream, but that I will look them up. I just won't invite them. And I won't say anything to you and you won't get punished or anything. I really won't. It's just like, some people, like, I don't know. I have to feel like I mesh with the person is I guess what I'm saying. But I could not tell a historian anything they don't already know for real. I mean, my specialization is on Cold War, so if you have a focus on something that's different than Cold War, there's a lot that I don't know about in history, guys. I know how to research history. A history degree teaches you how to research history. Night Pay, thanks for coming and hanging out. Hope to see you back on Friday. But like, I don't know a whole lot of, like, for example, Mesoamerica or East China or a lot of Japanese history or a lot of American history, because American history bored me when I was in school. So, like, if you want to give a presentation, as long as it's not mostly Cold War, I would love to have you on, because it's very likely I'll learn something. Yo, thank you for the follow, Neferpito VT. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? How many chances will there be there's a file leak this month? Probably 0, but probably some the next update. Hey, Nello, welcome in. Hi, Neferpito. How you doing? A person from Chile. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well. I'm very happy to meet you. I hope you're having a happy new year. Would be a fun lesson. Great. I'm glad you're interested then. I'll be sure to chat. I'll get that kind of stuff together. I still owe you guys an academic presentation as well. I've not forgotten about that. I know everything I still owe for the donathon. I still owe a lot. I'm well aware. But I'm trying my best to get stuff together for some of those, so. Because some of them are just made up propaganda. I got you, Reaper. The Chief Mark 10's like 85% done. Let's go! I'm excited for it. But I like World War I and World War II history knowledge. I totally get that. I can't tell if it's a floating screen behind her. It's a floating chalkboard. It's a TV. It's got the little dot at the bottom. It's a little TV. Yeah. It's like we're in class. It's all good, Mac. Okay. So I've got videos prepared for you guys that we can watch. But we're having a good chat for now, so I think I'll wait a little bit. I think I've got about an hour of videos for us, which should take about an hour and a half, 2 hours, depending on how much I yap. You know, the glasses and bow tie really fit you? That's rude. That's the rudest thing I think I've heard this year. Yep. That's the rudest thing I've heard this year. It hasn't even been 24 hours and Anubis has insulted me. Incredible. Not wrong, though. Those do not suit me at all, dude. They don't suit me at all, man. Oh, look at dweeb. I'm gonna sleep to your stream. Well, thank you, Jazzy. I hope you sleep well, friend. Can it also be about history of objects or just regular history? Honestly, I would not be opposed to doing like a weekly stream where chat picks what we look at. It'll probably be subscriber related, like Twitch subscriber or YouTube member related. That's something they'll get to vote on. But I'm telling you now that it will not be academically thick, because that takes a lot of work that I just simply don't have, I'm afraid. So it would be very like surface level, but I would do research into it and offer small PowerPoint presentations and stuff. We want to do that. It's just not going to be like my academic streams where I have like 30 pages of academic based articles. So yeah. Those big round glasses are cute on you. No, they're not. They're not cute. They're nerdy. Shut up. I look like fucking Pee Wee Herman. I would love to see Bill Wirtz of the History of the World fame be a guest. That would be neat. But if you'd like to see someone be a guest, I'm completely open to them. Shoot them like an email or make a comment on something they say and be like, hey, there's this VTuber I like a lot that does history-related stuff, and I'd be really psyched if you were on there with them doing history stuff. And like send them a link to my stuff and tell me about them, and I might shoot them a DM. Or give them an option to shoot me a DM. And I would absolutely, and it's more likely if you guys tell them than if I go into their DMs going like, excuse me, I'm not trying to write off your fame or anything, can I please, maybe, have you on my show? I promise it's really cool, you know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. Because I'm not trying to write off anybody's fame. I want to do history stuff with really cool history people. But me being a smaller creator, it's very easy to come across like that, and that's not something I want to do. How about we watch a history video of mustard gas? Why would we watch that? I have seen Oversimplified. Very enjoyable, but definitely don't take it as fact. Would a presentation on paranormal occurrences be possible in the future? I don't know about paranormal occurrences, because that'd be kind of a hard task. We could do one on the history of like UFOs, like the UFO craze. I could definitely do one on that. That is something that would be possible. I mean, I was about to buy a poleaxe because I'm interested in that weapon history. That is pretty neat. So if I understand correctly, based on the only minute I've seen of the stream, are you a history streamer or do you like history? I'm a history streamer. I do variety. I do War Thunder. I'm mainly a War Thunder streamer. But I have a master's in history, minor in museum studies. I absolutely love history and I love sharing it. So every week, Neferpito, we do a history stream on Wednesdays. To try and just like react to like popular history stuff, chat history, look at some fun panels like my Today in History panel, among other stuff. So yeah. UFO craze would be fun as hell. I think it would be cool because a lot of people don't know, like, UFOs was not something that was ever reported on until the 20th century. Not kidding. There were 0 reports of UFOs until the 20th century. There was like 1 or 2 prior to the 1940s, and then after the 1940s, it exploded. I know why that happened, but considering we might be doing a presentation on it sometime, I think I'll keep the why in my pocket. And no, it's not because of Roswell. Catch Al. Rude, Pong. Rude. Later on, I would love to collab with you on art history. Do I just shoot you a DM when I'm ready to go? Also, I lived in Roswell. Really? That's pretty cool. Yeah, if you want to do art history, just shoot me a DM when you got some stuff ready for me to look over. Again, it doesn't have to be super in-depth, but I am going to ask you some questions, so make sure you're a little bit prepared. So yeah. It'll be a little bit interview-ish. Fairly sure most UFOs ever reported are in the Anglosphere as well. They are, Stunov. They are. Correct. Yes, and 90% are specifically in North America. Well, maybe not 90% exactly, because UFO circles were extremely popular in Britain for a short time. I'll have slides and PowerPoints. Great! I would say, I will ask, because it's art history is such a big topic, I would prefer if you pick your favorite period of art history. Okay? So like, or a medium at least. Like if you want to do a history on painting, or if you want to do a history on like Gothic architecture, or postmodernism or something like that, I think that would be the greater route to take. I would prefer not to have someone do a whole art history one. You know what I mean? Because that's like kind of someone saying, I want to do a presentation on history, period. And it's like, okay, you're not going to be able to explain a whole lot if you do it on all of history. All of human history. Yeah. I know. But if you want to pick like an artist you want to go into, that would be fantastic. An artist is a great choice. An art movement. Art out of a particular area. Art out of a particular political ideology even would be fantastic too. There's so many routes you can take with art history that I would love to have on this stream. I wouldn't mind a historical presentation on the Shinsengumi or even Japanese ukiyo-e. Or ukiyo-e. That's not a bad idea either. See ya, Reiji. I'm happy you were able to stay so long too. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I hope to see you back on Friday, hun. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and swap us over real quick to the videos we're watching this week. Let me get those changed over. Hopefully this doesn't do anything weird. Definitely will do this. But hold on, give me one moment. Let me pull up playlist.
The term worst year ever gets
Okay, well, I guess you guys have already figured out what the first video is going to be on. Let me get this together real quick. Okay. Property. Okay. So, our first video. Brother. Have a good night, fun history stream. Thank you, Noel. Thanks for stopping by, hun. Hope you have a great rest of your night. Okay, so this video is year 536, why it was the worst year to be alive. So that way, if your 2024 was fucking sucky, or if you feel like your 2025 is gonna be fucking sucky, history's here to show you why it might not be that bad. Okay, so let's check it out.
around a lot these days, mostly on the internet, and for reasons like, I was disappointed in the latest Star Wars movie. But scientists and historians have actually argued that no year in the long history of this planet was worse than the year 536. While, sure, there have...
I'm sorry, give me a moment. Gotta pull chat back up. Can we make a contest where you make a PowerPoint and explain any point of history and the one you like more wins? I don't know, a salmon? What do you mean, Neferpito? Could you re-explain? I'm not quite understanding. Sorry, friend. Oh, the BIY volcano? I have no clue. We'll check it out. Chat, I'm sleepy, but I want to stop watching. Toss me some caffeine. I almost just burped into the mic. My bad, guys. Okay.
There have been plenty of worthy contenders for the worst year ever over the course of history. No single year has had more of a measurably bad impact for the decades that followed. Today, we're going to explain why the year 536 was the worst year to be alive. But before we get
honestly,
started,
that's
be
a
sure to
big,
subscribe
that's
to
a
the
big
Weird
competition.
History channel. Oh,
yeah, this is my
leave a
Weird
comment,
History,
too,
by
and
the
let
way,
us
so
know
check
what
them
piece
out.
of
They have some
history
good,
you
fun,
would like us
informational
to
videos.
explain
Very
next.
short videos.
Okay, now let's settle this once and for all. Year 536.
No spoiling!
Worst year ever.
For polls, it's 1939. Yeah,
While
probably.
serving as a military advisor to Belisarius, one of the Byzantine Empire's most distinguished generals, Byzantine historian Procopius
sick name, by the way.
noticed some trouble was brewing in the
Lame
air while
name, by
traveling
the
with his
way.
boss in
Procopius?
Sicily in the year 536.
Excuse me,
He
my
wrote of a
lord
sun that
Belisarius.
gave
I
forth
am
light without
Procopius.
brightness
Ow.
during like the moon,
More like
during
Procopius
this
of
whole
nerd
year,
shit.
and it seemed exceedingly like the sun in eclipse. For the
See you,
beams it shed
Lorelei.
were not
Thanks for
clear,
stopping by,
nor
hun.
such as it is accustomed to shed. Translated,
Wouldn't
it was
536
all
AD
dark
be like the
outside,
Dark Ages?
all
No, because the Dark
time.
Ages doesn't
He, of
exist.
course,
It'd be the
wasn't
Middle
the
Ages.
only one to notice the sun appeared to be in a mood during 536. Michael the Syrian, a Byzantine scribe, would later write of this period, the sun became dark, and its darkness lasted for 18 months.
Holy
Each day it
shit!
shone for about 4 hours, and still this light was only a feeble shadow.
That's
Everyone declared that
crazy.
the sun would never recover its full light. The fruits did not ripen, and the wine tasted like sour grapes.
Okay, so actually, like, just stopping right there. Not even in, like, an ancient sense. Not even in an ancient sense. Even in a modern sense. People would lose their shit if it was suddenly dark for 18 days. 18 days! Or 18 months! Not days. Months! That's like Alaska type shit. Dang, what do those people do to you, Hara? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, dude? Anubis, stop smoking crack, buddy. I need you to be a little bit more explanation more on your, like, dual personality typing over here, my guy. But that's, because I'm the sun. Okay, actually, no, I'm fucking stupid. Never mind, Anubis. I'm the one with the split personality. I'm fucking stupid. I forgot I'm literally the sun. I got depressed. That was when, I don't know, 536 was my, fuck. I don't know, man. I was sleeping. I went to sleep at like 200 AD, man. Yeah, it was my emo phase. The sun wasn't under my control at 200 AD, okay? Or 536 AD, alright? I passed out at 0 and woke up like in 96. But just the thought of that. Okay, so like, think about it. At this point, like, you don't have a lot of, like, we're probably going to be looking at it from a standpoint of, like, a Western Christianized religion. Oh, I wanted to request is we can have a contest where everyone makes a PowerPoint explaining history behind something of whatever they want. Oh, and I'm the judge. That is a great idea, Neferpito. That's a great idea. I like that one. Let me write that down real quick. Let me get that written down real quick. I judge chatters history presentations. That would be fun. I would really enjoy that. Okay. Ooh, I've got a better idea. Okay, honestly, I have 2 new contest ideas. I like them. Okay. But just to think about it. So, like, this is like a quiz. This is probably going to be from the perspective of, like, Christianity or, like, a Christianized point of view. Imagine how scary it would be if you believed that God literally controls everything. Literally everything on the planet. And that your entire foundation of religion is not scientific, for the most part. Completely based around, like, bad things happen astronomically or good things happen astronomically as a good or bad sign. And, like, the sun just disappears for 18 months. You have to be sitting there going, all right, I don't know what somebody or I did to piss off God, but we gotta figure this shit out and fast, because at this point, he's about to nuke us. Like, we are all literally gonna die. Jimmy, look at what you did. You sinned. Now look. Actually, though. Like, you know that there was some guy that was like, God damn it, I knew I shouldn't have had sex with my damn sheep. This is what I get. You know, there's some rural guy that can't read in 536 that's like, God damn it, I knew I shouldn't have had sex with that fucking sheep. Like, some guy in, like, rural Germany or something. I have to get someone else to judge the PowerPoints for length. You would. I'd also have to get a moderator to run through them to make sure there's nothing bad, but... Jimmy, you jorked it. Now look at what you did. Jimmy, you jorked it so fucking much the sun had to hide out of shame, bro. What the fuck are you doing, man? Hear me out, that sheep over there. They got horns for grabbing, just like VTubers. My God. My God. All right.
This wishy-washy sun situation cast a non-metaphorical dark cloud over the globe that darkened the sky for at least a full year in 536. Researchers later discovered evidence of a massive volcanic eruption whose ash was likely a major contributor to the Seattle-like weather, minus all the rain, spreading ash and destruction on a global scale.
Damn.
Not to mention it made the grapes sour and the wine bad. So
Boo!
that's an easy
Oh
strike
my
for
God,
the
actually
530s.
worst year ever. Literally, okay, look, I can deal with the apocalyptic volcano. I can deal with the crops not being able to grow. I can deal with the Great Famine. I can deal with a massive plague. I can deal with wars ravaging everyone around me. I can deal with a lifespan of maybe 20 years. I can deal with having to eat rats, practically diseased rats, because I have no extra food. I can deal with being a piss-ass peasant that literally can't afford the basic necessities or comforts in life. But what I can't deal with is bad wine. I think I'd end it all right there.
6.
I don't think I
Basic
can deal with it,
biology
I'm gonna be
teaches us
honest.
that plants need the sun to aid in their growth and survival. So not having direct sunlight
The
for
sky
duration
wants
of at
rain
least
milk.
a year
Everyone knows
did a
that
real
Pliny the
number on
Elder is
crop
not
output
to be
around
taken
the world
literally most
and
of the time.
sparked a widespread famine around the globe. And it's not just that the plants wanted to catch their rays, it was just too darn chilly for crops to grow. With
Oh, is this
sun
the mini
cloaked in
ice
an
age they
endless
talked
cloud,
about?
The temperature of the Earth dropped between 1.6 and 2.5 degrees Celsius, or 34.88 to 36.5 degrees Fahrenheit for all
Thank
the
you.
Americans thinking that doesn't sound so bad. But it also cooled temperatures for decades to come.
Dropping
Crop
30
scarcities
degrees
were
is
reported
crazy.
Far and wide around this time period.
You'd have a
including
summer that,
Ireland,
like,
who
in,
suffered
like,
through their own
next to the
horrible-sounding
equator that
food
doesn't get
depletion they
above
called
70.
bread failure.
Bread failure. Yeah,
A
see, there's the
dusty veil
plague.
covering the sun wasn't the only bad thing.
Poopy
in the
head,
air
no
for these
you.
poor people
Then
just
what was the
trying to live
worst
their
day
lives
in history?
536.
Oh, man, that's a
There
good
was also
question.
a plague or two waiting in the wings to strike on these vitamin D deprived
I don't think the worst day in
systems.
humanity's history has
Nobody
happened
was
yet.
immune to this infestation. It swept through the lower
Oh my
classes
God,
all the
girls
way
got her
to the
titties
imperial
out.
Palace. Symptoms, as it was lovingly described, began with a sore that formed on the
At least it
palm
ain't
of the hand and
793, the
progressed
determined
until
beginning of the
afflicted
Viking
one
Age.
could not take a step. The legs swelled, then the buboes burst, and pus came
Ew!
out. Obviously, if this same plague were to infect the world
That
today,
girl's
there would
leg
probably
mole
be
is
a TV
peeing,
show
ew.
called Dr. Bubos, Pus Buster, and with it, a
I
new
fucking hate
contender
that.
for
That's
the worst
disgusting.
year
That
to
actually
be
makes me want to
alive.
vomit. I
With
hate
the plague
that.
beginning to make the rounds in Constantinople,
Moon's out,
the
boobs
city
out,
began
damn
to
right.
stink. What with the piles of dead, sick bodies just sort of being tossed around into the sea only to resurface later. There wasn't a lot of
Sick.
burial planning going around back then.
Yo, welcome in, my Chase. How's it
There was more of a
going?
wing it vibe around the Justinian
You look
plague.
different now. I am
Emperor
different now.
Justinian ordered
I'll show
the
you in a
bodies to
minute.
be removed from the city.
I'm not dead.
Oh, I'm not dead.
Not dead. Yes, he is. I'm not.
But all that
I'm
did
not.
was expose more people to the disease, as healthy people were responsible for moving deceased sickly bodies out of the cities.
Monty
Things weren't
Python
all
and the Holy
bad for
Grail is
Emperor
incredible,
Justinian,
but
though,
I think
as the plague that took all
The
of
Life
these
of
lives
Brian's
and made the city
better,
a smelly
personally.
nightmare would later be named the Plague of Justinian, so that was probably nice for him. Less so for the estimated 50 million people that died from it.
Damn!
Around
Dude, 50
536,
million
the
people
climate in
has to
China
be like
started
a
its
third of the
journey
world's
into
population at
madness,
that time
doing
or some
perfectly
shit.
normal things like raining dust you could scoop into your hands. Not only should it not rain dust, it certainly shouldn't be measurable by the scoopful. The Nan-Shi, a 6th century chronicle, reported a yellow ash-like substance falling from the sky.
Sick.
They named their freak weather Hui, or dust, and said it was yellow in color.
That sounds like
Whether
sulfur.
this was volcanic ash or just some random, unexplained climate reaction is not known. However, this was just
I
the
dropped the
beginning of
song with the
China's
producer
climate
tag you made me.
destruction.
What are you talking about,
The
Chase?
chronicles of the southern dynasties reported
I made a
on
song
rare
for you.
summer
I don't
winter
remember
weather
that.
event with frost in the midsummer and snow in August. Like a Southern California girl in Chicago in January, the crops were not here for this cold snap. Summer crops were destroyed, and the city of Xinzhou, along with others, were thrown into a deadly famine that lasted for 2 years.
Damn, a 2-year
and resulted
famine.
in the
That's
deaths of around
crazy.
70 to 80% of the population.
Holy shit! Like, okay, like,
Researchers
you hear about famine and it's like, it's pretty fucking bad. But like, 8 out of 10 people dying, 8 out of 10 people not being injured, dying out of like hundreds of thousands is insane. You don't remember me asking you to say, oh, gee, you made this? I don't. I really don't. Look, I've got bad memory, okay? I'm dumb, bad, stupid idiot, okay? Honestly, link in the Discord if you're in there, though, Chase. I'd be happy to check it out.
discovered evidence deep in the ice sheets of Iceland and Greenland that indicated a major volcanic event
80%
occurred
is
around
catastrophic.
536.
It is catastrophic.
Volcanic eruptions in Iceland in 540 and 547 thrust people into the literal Dark Ages, with ash lining the skies and blocking out the shiny
Said the
hot
word.
sun thing in the sky that the people of the 6th century were starting to get used to having around.
See, okay, that's the thing. Like, that's the shittiest part about it. There's, like, no global news for people this time period. So, like, you wouldn't have heard this from, like, word of mouth. Because, like, Iceland is so fucking rural that, like, at this time period, that, like, maybe only, like, 30 people would know that a volcano actually erupted. So, like, it covers the entire globe. It's everywhere it's raining ash. You can't see the sun for 18 months. And you just have to assume this is the Earth now. Like, you just have to go. You just have to be like, all right, I guess this is Earth. Like, this is, I guess we're doing this now. Like that fucking meme that was going around for a short time. It's like, all right, I guess we're doing ash now. I guess we're doing ash. Like, I guess we're doing famine now. Like, that's insane. Like, you would literally have no way to tell why it is happening at all. All you know is that you're fucked. That's gotta be a sense of existential dread that, like, is uncomparable to anything else. Only Irish monks were on it for a bit. At 500? I would think that, like, a few, like, maybe, like, scattered villages of, like, fishermen or something might be on it. Like, three villages with, like, 20 people each. But, like, I don't know Irish monks were actually out that far at 500. I feel like that'd be way later.
Based on a tropical volcanic
You are
ash
dumb and
later
sometimes
discovered,
idiot, not
some
bad,
scholars
stupid.
have suggested a
Aw, thank
volcano in El
you.
Salvador went blasting off around the year 535 or 536. Still others pointed to a volcanic eruption in North America as
Oh,
a
so there were
contributor to the
multiple.
dark skies around the world. When combined with the two Icelandic volcano eruptions,
Yeah, that's
it
what I
kicked
thought,
off what was
Anubis. I
adorably
thought it was
called the
relatively
late
unsettled.
Antique Little Ice Age. This cute little ice age cooled off the planet for at least a decade and resulted in the death of crops and subsequently people. Both directly through starvation and indirectly, a malnourished population was more susceptible to diseases, of which there were plenty running around. Well, there's one thing that certainly couldn't claim it had a bad year: exploding volcanoes.
Really?
By the time the 6th century rolled around,
No,
the Roman Empire had...
This is gonna have to take a lot of convincing. They have a lot of time for this. They've got like, okay, never mind, they don't. They've got like a minute. They got like 2 minutes. But they're gonna be really convincing on this. That is a big claim. That is a big fucking claim. Because like, there were a lot of things that contributed to this. Wait, did it say contributed or caused? Okay, no, they said likely sealed. So this event caused it. All right, we'll see. We'll see. That's a big claim.
By the time the 6th century rolled around, the Roman Empire had migrated.
The Ring of Fire was going crazy.
And under the guiding hand of Emperor Justinian, the Romans sought to get back to the glory days of the empire.
Okay, to be fair, he's setting it up nicely. He's setting it up real nicely. So we already have the Plague of Justinian, which is really bad as we've seen. Killed 50 million people. And then 80 million, or like 8 out of 10 people died from a fucking, what could only be described as like an early bubonic plague. Or my bad. So like 50% died from the plague, the Plague of Justinian. 8 out of 10 likely died from famine. So that means you don't have a lot of people left. You're not left with a lot of people to rule an empire with if they're like all dead. So he's setting it up well. I'm just curious if he can bring it home.
High school graduate who still hangs around campus and wears their Letterman jacket. I mean, it is pretty cool. Though some of Justinian's generals saw success in this cool goal, most notable Belisarius, who fought against several different armies, including Goths, Vandals, and others, Justinian himself couldn't mirror the success due to constant uprisings.
I have a very love-hate relationship with Goths.
Those pesky uprisings always getting in the way of success. To add sickness to war defeats, the Byzantine Empire would never fully recover from the disease and famine sparked by the events of 536. The Byzantine Empire lost between 35 to 55% of their population in the year 541, once the bubonic plague moved in and
1 year
killed depressingly high percentages of entire
In
population.
1 year, it lost 50% of the people in there.
Historians believe the plague could have been transported by plague-infested...
Why the love-hate, Hara? The love because, oh my god, they're attractive. Almost all of them are. And I partially am one, honestly, at this point. And then the hate because, man, relationships with them just do not work out. They just never work out, man. I don't know what it is. I've dated one hot pink Hello Kitty girl and like just one regular guy, like kind of like feminine guy, and like 2 goth girls. And like the most chaotic were the pinky pop, like pink, like the pink girl, the hot pink style girl, and like the one of the goth chicks. And the goth was like the goth one was by far the worst. You are a visual goth, Visigoth joke. Show you a Visigoth. But yeah, Belisarius is a cool name.
Rats hitching a ride on military trains during this attempt to bring the Roman Empire back to its peak, which clearly backfired. The horribleness of 536 didn't discriminate. The Moche civilization of Peru wouldn't count 536 as their banner
Julius Caesar
either.
died because he started dating a Hello Kitty girl.
A once dominant force in the region, were known to be avid fishermen and developers of an advanced
it's historically
documented that allowed a variety of crops to grow. Their agricultural talents were the backbone of their economy, but the weather conditions in the 6th century caused their pocketbooks to take a deep hit. It was around this time that an unusually strong El Nino weather system caused waters to warm, which decimated the fish supply.
Oh,
the
sick!
Weather system also caused heavy flooding.
Sick, dude. That's so sick. Oh my god, that's so cool. Oh my god, you're telling me that in the spring we have 18 months of darkness, to put that out there. 18 months of darkness. There's that's wiped out the crops, right? The bubonic plague is wiping out people to take care of animals to bring to butcher. Stuff like that. And then you're telling me the ocean is now fucked and I can't fish the ocean either. Am I just supposed to kill myself? Like, is that what I'm supposed to do at this point? Am I just supposed to go jump off a cliff? Like, how do you survive, bro? This is like Squid Games, but IRL, man. This is like what season 3 of Squid Games is gonna be. You get transported, they all get transported back in time to the year 536 and go find food.
Which ruined their irrigation systems and devastated their ability to grow enough
I love
food to
hearing
feed
it,
their
especially
people.
hate how I get fucking flashbanged when you say Julius Caesar died because he dated a Hello Kitty girl. You're welcome!
Probably tired of listening
Do you
to
believe the
Twitter users claim
Moche would
X and
blame their
X was
leaders
the
for the
worst year
hurricanes, the
ever?
El Nino, and they
A
literally
group of
put them to
scholars
death?
set out to
Honestly,
set the
sounds
record
based.
straight once and for all. Harvard historian
You eat your
Michael
neighbors,
McCormick
Hara?
and a group
So?
of scholars
Oh,
decided
wait,
to
no,
science
good
their way
explanation.
out of the
Well,
age-old
no,
question-
you don't eat your neighbors because you don't have enough neighbors to, they'll make you survive 18 months, for one. For two, they're malnourished like you are, so they don't have any meat on their bones. It's like you might as well just be eating chicken skin.
What was the worst year to be alive?
I will
Initially,
fill you with
however,
sand.
this was not the ultimate goal of McCormick and his group of 12 interdisciplinary scholars. The group came together to study metal usage, coinage, and changes to the 7th
Hell
century
yeah.
monetary
That sounds
systems.
really interesting.
Somewhere in this thrilling subject matter, one probably began to
Yo,
ponder
thank you
if
for the
they were
follow,
living in the worst
Bullet6786.
year to be
Welcome to the
alive.
cult. How you
Their
doing?
findings included an analysis of volcanic fragments from an Icelandic volcano in ice core samples from Swiss glaciers that, yes, dated back to 536, confirming the volcanic event that thrusted a good portion of the northern hemisphere into unprecedented darkness, setting off a global catastrophe. Yeah, but in 1998, both Armageddon and Deep Impact were released, and people had to choose between which two asteroid-based action movies they liked best.
Hey, chat,
Tough
that's what I'm
year.
doing to you if you step out of line.
The planet left behind plenty of evidence of climate trauma that resulted in a chain of climate events that spiraled
Okay,
over
honestly, like, I was really into the history stuff, and then they started getting into geology, and I'm just like... It's like actually me being wide awake, like close up to the screen, and then geology. I fucking hate geology, dude. It's so boring. I do hate rocks. I like human and like human-related history, but man, do I fucking hate rock history.
into real human
And
suffering.
not the music.
Remember, we only get one Earth, everyone. Please recycle. Dendrochronologists, people who study tree rings to determine a tree's age, since that's a science and not a wild guess, noticed some disturbing patterns
Rock
emerging when
formations
examining
relate to
Icelandic
history,
trees.
not rocks.
The rings indicated a period when the tree's growth had slowed, suggesting a significant cool-down had occurred around the middle of the 6th century. This, combined with the newly unearthed ice core evidence discovered in 2018, helped date the time of the catastrophic event that ruined Earth for a little bit, to the year 536.
Wow.
In
Fossils
researching
are
for the
rocks,
worst
so's
year to
your-
be
your
alive,
mom's a
things aren't
fossil.
always so bleak. In fact,
And
the
she
research
makes me
started by
rock.
our friends at Harvard ended on a
Hard.
positive note. While the events of 536 were the spark for some truly literal dark days in our planet's history, the researchers were also able to find the moments things really started
Dendrochronology
to
is
turn
what my
around.
archaeology
When
class always
researching
mentioned. That's
coinage, They
sick.
noticed the reappearance of lead in the ice core samples, indicating that people were producing silver again for money. Ah, capitalism, the life
Nice.
force of us all. Experts argued the prevalence of silver meant more coins were being produced, which was a sign of a thriving economy. The lesson being, as bad as it may seem, it will almost always get better. Almost always. So what do you think? Would you like to go into a time machine and play the ultimate game of Survivor? Let us know in the comments below, and while you're at it, check out some of these other videos from our weird history.
I love that, like, the whole thing was, yes, there's famine, people are dying of a plague, an empire is falling, you're living in probably the worst year imaginable, but hey, the economy's looking up, hey, economy's looking up, silver reserves are going up in price. It's like, okay, god damn it. The emperor just created 3,000 new silver coins that you can't have because you're poor. Hey, Hark, welcome in. It's Minecraft on hard mode, bro. This is just like, it's not even Minecraft. It's like, it's just death. Maybe you didn't have to sell your 23 kids to that dude to buy as a farm. True. You have videos of Argentina.
Emotional damage.
I've got Argentinian history, but they're all in Spanish. Oh, I'm sorry, Neferpito. I wish I could read Spanish. Okay. The silver coin joke sounds like a nudge critique of current circumstances. Gee, I wonder if it is. Maybe. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just a bird on the internet. Hey, Hark, we're just watching our history videos. How was Sonic 1 and 2? You didn't watch the third one? I feel like the one with what's-his-name would make it the best. Okay. Okay, so our next video, why am I speaking like that? Our next video is on Y2K. I feel like that's important. You know, Y2K was a huge event that happened at the turn of the millennium. I feel like a lot of people don't actually know what it is. At least I still kind of don't. I just know it was like, I knew that the extent was like, oh, computer breaks because it goes to 2000, so everybody dies. But it's not really like gone in depthly, so I thought we'd pick this video. I got you, Gear. Going to see the third one next week. I got you, great. I'm glad they were good. I'm glad you liked them. Bro, you just know Christine Weston Chandler went and saw those two movies and, like, absolutely shit her pants. Like, shit her brains out in her pants over how great those movies were. Not only did they make a 3D Sonic movie, but they were good. And they made 2 of them. Like, Christine Weston Chandler was filling her pants up with shit. Wait, was she out of prison for those? That would be crazy if she wasn't. It would be crazy if she went to prison and wasn't able to watch the debatably the greatest Sonic media ever because she's in prison. That'd be crazy. That's like monkey paw curl level of, like, disgusting, like, I don't even know. Yeah, they thought computers would reset and it caused, like, planes to crash and shit. People would die. In 2002, My Chemical Romance was created. Yo, sick. I love Helena. Great song. Yo, thank you for the follow, Green Pirate King. Bro, I bet those movies made her go into astral projection induced coma, actually. Honestly, like, okay, so I gotta tell you guys a quick story. Before we start this history video, I got a quick story related to that. So, when I was in college, like freshman year of college, there's an anime convention in Memphis that I go to frequently. It's called Anime Blues Con. Really cool. I like Anime Blues Con. It's neat. And I go and check it out a lot. I go every year. I try to go every year. There's a couple times I don't. Just cause it's a fun place to hang out in. But they always have 18 plus panels cause you know, weeb's gonna weeb. And there was one on, like, it was like pole dancing. It was like one on, like, teaching the art of pole dancing, which I don't know what that has to do with anime, but whatever, I guess. So we went to it because we were dumb college students and we thought we could at least get a laugh out of it because that's what we were there for, was to laugh about and at things. And we sat down in our chairs and they started, and it was kind of uneventful, but then there was this guy in the audience that looked really awkward. He looked like he probably had some kind of mental deficiency, sadly. But he seemed like a nice enough guy. Judging by the way that he, like, the few things I saw of him at the con. However, the 2 women giving the panel, and you had to be confirmed 18 to get into the panel, so it's not like this guy was underaged. I think YouTube isn't showing on your stream. What are you talking about, Marcus? What are you talking about, buddy? Everything's working on my end, dude. Anyway, as I was saying, so they decided that for this, they would do, like, a demonstration of not only pole dancing, but lap dancing as well, the art of lap dances. And I was like, all right, we're getting really weird with this one. And for some reason, they picked him. They picked him. And so, I'm not gonna lie, she was hot. She had a real nice ass. And she just lap dances on this guy. Like, this guy. And immediately, he puts his hands out like he's gonna touch either side of her hips, but doesn't. But doesn't touch her. and just keeps it there, just staring at her ass. And I was like, God damn, like this guy is getting like a $20 show. Like this is crazy. She finally stops. Everybody's like jeering and hollering and stuff like that. And she walks back up to the fucking thing and sits back down, like to the panel and sits back down. That guy was frozen like that for the rest of the 30-minute panel. He was frozen. Literally his arms outstretched, his face still looking the same direction, his eyes open, and did not move for at least 10 minutes. It was insane. I just remember like me and my friends literally on the floor in tears at that. It was so fucking funny. And that has to be like one of the best moments I've ever had in an anime convention. It was insane. And she was fully clothed, by the way. She was not wearing like a G-string thong or anything. She was fully clothed. She was wearing pants and stuff like that. It was still just crazy. Like, oh my God. She literally blew that man's brain into orbit out of the back of his head. And so, like, when I was thinking of us talking about Christian Weston Chandler shitting his pants, like, filling his pants up with shit over the Sonic movies, that is my imagination. That is what I imagine when I think of Christian Weston Chandler sitting in that theater seat after that movie ends, after one of the Sonic movie ends. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Alright, let's get this video started on Y2K. He did pause the game.
The year 2000 was going to be very special for a multitude of reasons. We were entering into a new millennium, a new era, a year that only existed in science fiction stories. This was by no means a conventional new year. It was finally the future. But maybe not the future everyone was anticipating. Millions of people around the world spent their last moments in the 1900s staring at the clock, but not for the reason that you might think.
Oh, I also forgot about that. I also forgot to mention about that one. Also, that was when, like, Stardust Crusaders had just come out, so the entire time we joke about him, like, her being Dio and just, like using Zawarudo on him. And we would, like, re-erupt back into laughing fits. I completely forgot about that. You're forgetting Pampered Chew, though? What would he do? I don't know who that is. I'm afraid I don't know who that is. I'm assuming someone along those lines, Marcus, but I'm afraid I'm not that well versed in the internet.
They were terrified, because as soon as the clock struck midnight, the world was going to end. And within the blink of an eye, the year 2000 would instead be a future now past. Word had been
Dio
going
lap
around
dance
about
is
this
diabolical, I
upcoming
know,
event
right?
for years now. The public even coined a name for this phenomenon, Y2K. And as the late 1990s
By the way, why was
and
it
the year
called
2000
Y2K?
approached, people
Year
crowded
2000,
up
I
stores
guess?
across the world and lined up to buy food, water, weapons, and supplies to create
For a
survival
plasma
kits,
cutter?
because
Dude,
on
that's
this date,
sick fish.
according to
Dude! You got an ad for a plasma cutter? Dude, honestly, I'd watch Twitch way more with ads on if I got fucking ads for plasma cutters. That's fucking sick. See ya, Marcus. Thanks again for coming and hanging out. I hope you also have a happy new year. Yeah, I'm aware, Marcus. The app's been messing up like that, but it's all good. I can still see y'all's on my combined thing, so it's all good.
many credible sources, computers would malfunction, prison gates would open, dams would flood, banks would lose all their money, nuclear missiles would launch by themselves.
That is kind of
They
a crazy
did
thought,
this
though.
because they were told
To
the
think that
end
computers
was
would go
near.
so fucking
But
haywire.
why?
That
What
everyone's
exactly
nukes would just go
caused
off.
such a strange worldwide panic like this one to
It's all
arise?
good, Marcus.
If the year
I accept
2000
both.
was so dangerous, how are we still here? To
Dude, I
fully
remember the
understand
2012
curious
Into the
story
World
behind
craze.
Y2K,
I remember the 2012 Into the World craze. So if you guys don't know anything about that, in 2012, like some pastor, claimed that like the world was gonna end in 2012 because God gave him a revelation. And so like he was standing in Manhattan surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people who are here to like watch the spectacle of him waiting for the world to end. And like literally people were giving their money away. They were just throwing it out the fucking windows. People wouldn't do shit like fix, like, they wouldn't take care of their house and stuff because they were all like, the world's gonna end. Who gives a shit? And, like, he quit his job. All this shit. And he had it down to, like, the exact hour, exact minute. And he was, like, standing in Manhattan, and everyone's standing there waiting, and he's looking at his watch. And then the moment passes, and he's like, wait, hold on, my calculations just might have been off a little bit. And they sit there for, like, 10 more minutes, and you can see, like, all of the blood start, like, draining out of his face. And he's like, oh my God, I guess I was wrong. And everyone was like, so what are you gonna go do now? And he was like, well, I guess I'm gonna go home and do dishes. He was like, I guess I'm gonna go home and do my dishes. Just because he was so fucking wrong. I mean, that's where it came from, was from an Aztec Mayan calendar. But he also claimed the world was gonna end because God told him. Oh my Lord. Thank you for the follow, Fish. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? But yeah, that was literally, hold on. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Give me a moment. Let me see if I can find that.
And how it was.
Hold on. Give me 1 sec. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Let me see if I can find it. It's definitely been a minute. Okay. Give me like 3 seconds. Let me check through this video. But no, he's like literally getting filmed like on the street. And like everybody's just waiting around for it and it didn't happen. And everybody was just like, all right, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do about it. He's like, I guess I'll just go do my laundry or something like that. It was really fucking funny. I gotta find it. Where is it? Is this it? Man, I don't know if I can find the video now. It's so fucking funny. Maybe if somebody finds it eventually, I'll share it. But I don't think I can find it. We'll try to find it later. But it was one of the funniest things I've ever fucking seen in my life. Was it Harold camping? Oh, let me check. Sorry, I'm gonna turn the TV off so I can like check the browser, see if I can find the video. So this is one video, but this is not what I'm talking about. Give me a moment. This is like one of the videos, but this is not what I'm talking about.
Are you willing to publicly apologize for what you said about May 21, the character?
For your mistake.
For your mistake.
I can, if people want me to apologize, I can apologize. Yes, I did not have all of that worked out as accurately as I should have, or I wish I could have had it. That doesn't bother me at all, because I'm not a genius, and I pray all the time for wisdom, and when I make an error, then I say yes, I was wrong. I have said that already.
I'll see you never, Vito. Thanks for stopping by. It was so much fun having you. I hope to see you back on Friday at 8 p.m.
Not
CST, by the way.
Physically, and yet the sense of it is still the same. That judgment has come. The world is now under judgment where it was not prior to May 21. Spiritually, there's a big difference in the world that we can't detect it all with our eyes. but we can know from the Bible.
Oh, you can't tell it. You can't tell that it's that anything's changed. There's nothing physically or mentally that's changed with anybody. There's nothing you can prove that it's changed, but it's changed. It's changed, dude.
We were convinced that on May 21, God would return here in a very physical way, that is, by bringing a great earthquake and by ushering in the final 5
Meanwhile,
months
in an Islamic religion where they'd laugh at a Westerner for that, of course it is, because it's ridiculous.
And the fact is, when we look at it more spiritually, then we find he did come. He did come. Now let me back up.
Really?
The fact is, you're going to find out that I'm going to be saying there's not a new date. There's not a new date. We've already been talking again and again.
Oh, that way you didn't have to move it again. There you go.
The end of the world being October 21 in October 21.
He did come. He did. Oh my God.
Emphasize that because the first.
Bro, I'm pretty sure if this guy came, he'd just die of a heart attack.
The fact that
he's
we
that
would
old.
see all of these things happening and usher into a 5-month period of very, very terrible time.
All right. Well, he tried, I guess. Oh my Lord. God, I don't know. I want to find that video so bad. It's not even like a doomsday prepper. But it was like it was so good.
The year.
I'm gonna have to look. Oh my God, that's gonna drive me up the wall, not being able to find that. Good Lord. Shit. Oh, God. I could have sworn it was like in Manhattan or something. Whatever. I give up. We'll find it eventually. If I ever find it, it's going to drive me up the wall. I'll be up to like 4 a.m. tonight trying to find it for you guys. Okay, let's get back to the Y2K video.
To cause such the level of panic that it did, we first need to discuss what exactly all of it means. To be clear,
God's our browser history said everyone needs to suffer more before the end. Actually.
But no, this was something different. Y2K wasn't just some Armageddon story.
You're welcome,
made up
Earthy
by
Jello.
conspiracy
I love the old meme that I don't know if anyone remembers this, but there was an old meme that said that like the world actually was gonna end in 2012, but Macho Man Randy Savage, who died that year just before that, like that date, fought death to the death in the ring and beat him to save humanity. He snapped death in half like a fucking Slim Jim so that humanity could snap into the spice one last time. Yeah, Macho Man died for our sins. I loved that. That meme killed me. Yo, thank you for the follow, Senor Soul 859. Welcome to the cult. How you doing?
This was actually something that might have validity to it, and many people at the time took note of this and prepared for the worst. And that's exactly what made Y2K such a crazy story. In fact, there were 3 big things going on in the 20th century, and especially the 90s, that were responsible for the Y2K scare. The exponential growth of technology, the ambiguity and mystique that was present behind the brand new personal computer, and the
Oh, did you find it, Fish? Did you really find it? Okay, you can't post the link in here. Are you in the Discord? Can you post it in the Discord so I can show it? Oh my God, I want to see it so bad. I don't care where you post it. Just put it in like media share. Oh, it was Robert Fitzpatrick? Oh, okay. Well, now I gotta look at it now. Fuck. I hate that I'm like pausing this video because it is interesting, but... I don't see it anywhere. I googled Robert Fitzpatrick, but I think you're gonna have to actually send it to me, please. Oh, reaction after. Okay, gotcha. Thank you for telling me the title. Reaction after predicted end of the world fails. This is it! Alright, this is it. Oh my god, this is it. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Okay, this is it. That's him! That's him! We're still here! We're still alive!
What I feel right now. I'm just surprised. I don't understand it. And I don't know. I don't understand what happened.
Think it's going to happen next year? 2012, maybe.
No, this is the year. All the calculations indicate this is the year. It's locked in for 2011. So I don't understand why nothing has happened yet. Well, obviously I haven't understood it correctly because we're still here.
Either none of us got picked and we're all screwed, or great, and I'm gonna go fishing this summer.
How do you not feel so stupid?
If we ended up dying here at Times Square, I mean, I just sort of wish that they would have dropped the ball at 6 p.m. and we would have seen what happened. We were trying to film the guy. Really, all that happened at 6 was that my batteries died on my camera.
Oh my lord.
Judgment Day's canceled. Yay!
I like how they're all.
Oh
my god.
I went on a
Hi,
spending spree.
Coasting White. Welcome in. How you doing?
Partied hard last night. Didn't work out. Now I gotta go get a few more hours of work.
Dang, this is a long video, surprisingly. This is just so crazy, though. Like, I love how they're all celebrating like they're not idiots. Oh my god, they're literally drinking the Kool-Aid.
3 minutes to lift off.
This is crazy.
9, 2, 1, hold it.
No, we're not surprised at all. It's an interesting situation because we do believe there will be a rapture. I mean, all these things are in the Bible, but it's also very clear that no one knows the day and the hour. So when someone comes out and says they know the day and the hour, we know it's false. And but that doesn't stop people. I mean, this isn't the first time this has happened. People get fooled all the time.
What is this?
And the simple truth is
that's
that
horrible.
no one can call the time of day when Jesus is coming again, because he is coming according to the Bible, but nobody can determine the time of day.
I mean,
that
I get
equals a
squirted
false
in my mouth
prophet.
for $20.
The cringe is so bad, dude. It's so bad. You know what? You know, now that I've thought about it, I don't look like an idiot because Jesus should never be predicted by anyone. So actually, me coming all the way out here on a bum-ass Thursday when I'm supposed to be at work or picking my kids up from the daycare, instead I'm out here hanging out with a guy with a spinning hat and a banjo and a bunch of people awkwardly dancing, drinking Kool-Aid, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm not an idiot. Everyone else is an idiot.
I think this is a spectacle, and I wanted to be a part of it, and I want to see it, and I want to enjoy it. But
That guy's
in
me.
case something happens, then I have brought my toothbrush, because I don't know how long this rapture is going to last, and how long it will take for me to get to heaven. So
What
I
a
might have to
sick
brush my
guy!
teeth, and I brought my razor, because I might have to shave on the way.
Okay, that guy's actually the coolest. He literally showed up and said, I'm just here to laugh at everyone else, and in case shit happens, I brought a toothbrush and a razor in case I gotta shave or brush my teeth off during the wait. What a fucking Chad, dude. What's up with the naked guy and girl? Why do they have blow-up dolls? why do they have blow up dolls? That's so why do they have blow up dolls? That's really weird. Okay, it still didn't show the thing though. Okay, I'm afraid it still didn't show the video, sadly, but there's a video of that first like nerdy guy in Times Square, and like one of the reporters literally asks him. They literally ask him like, "So what are you gonna go do now?" And he's like, "Well, I guess I'm gonna go home and do my dishes," which is just so fucking funny. But my God, I love how none of those people have like any shame either. Like, none of them feel stupid for any of that. They're just like, well, of course it didn't happen. Us humans could never be able to predict it. And it's like, motherfucker, you were literally celebrating it up until 10 seconds ago. Like, are you serious? Oh my God, it's crazy. Why are the dolls taped to balloons? The idea is that they're going up to heaven because they thought they were going to be raptured. I just don't understand why they went and bought blow-up dolls. There might have been people making fun of them, I guess. Hey, Antimony, I'm trying, dude. All right, let's get back to this Y2K video.
Access of information that the world saw at the end of the century. And these factors also tie into the origins of the Y2K story. So what exactly was the story? How did Y2K work? The answer to this question actually goes farther back than you might think. The first known mention of Y2K as a legitimate issue goes back to 1958.
They should make an episode of what they're up to
discovered
now.
by an IBM employee.
Honestly,
Bob
half
Benner,
of them might
who
actually
was
be
also
dead.
a renowned computer scientist at the time. He proposed this idea of a 2000 bug during a time where computers were still brand new, a lavish and costly byproduct of World War II. But with time, these machines could become incredibly sophisticated and part of our everyday lives, and he recognized this.
Balloon,
In
blow-up dolls,
1958,
same
memory
thing.
was
Hardly.
extremely expensive, and naturally, to save money while maximizing efficiency, they removed what they thought was
Season up. Thanks for
redundant
coming and hanging out,
information.
hun. Sleep well.
And that's what Y2K was centered on. It all had to do with how numbers were presented on a clock. That's where the term Y2K comes from, abbreviating year 2000.
Okay.
You see, computers at the time only
So I was
took the
correct, and I
last two
guess.
digits of a year into account when calculating the date, as having the 19 at the beginning of each set of digits
Not
just
exactly
used up more
creative,
memory
huh?
than was worth. The last two digits were more than fine. It is not like people were looking at these computers to see what year it was anyway. It was used for logging and record keeping, and the last two digits were plenty for that. There were even some computers that only used one digit to represent the year, so instead of 1978, you just had 8. I mean, everyone knew it
Just
was still
had
the
8.
20th century. But what
Hey
would
guys,
happen
what's the
as
year?
we approached
8.
the 21st century?
What's the year gonna be in 3
Well,
years?
naturally, the
1.
year 2000 would have to be represented as 00. But how would a computer that only stores the last two digits of a year react to that? Would it read it as 100? Or would it backtrack and read it as 0 and slowly tick back up as the years progress? Is the year 2000?
Maybe it's because I'm in hindsight. Maybe it's because I'm in hindsight and I'm able to look back at this, but that sounds so fucking stupid. Like, I'm sorry, that's incredibly dumb. Like, that just sounds like so much added on to nothing. Hey, Polo Marco, welcome in, and welcome back, Ace.
2001 or 1901? Now, at face value, this probably seems like a mixed bag in terms of severity. There were those that saw this as just people overthinking how a computer operates.
If they're making too much out of it, it's not going to be anything. Just another day. Of course, I may be wrong.
While others saw just how serious the implications of this could be.
I don't think you have enough time, because as the year goes on, supply is going to be less and less.
Keep in mind, even at the time, computers just don't store dates
What
and
do you
times to be
mean?
organized and keep records. They also use these dates and times to make important calculations with data. The bank is a great example of this. There were fears that on Y2K, all the money in the banks would be gone. And there's a valid reason to think this. And it all has to do with computer error. It's not like on January 1st the money would just disappear from all the safes, but instead the bank servers and computers would calculate the money's interest based on the time and date. If the computers were to clock back to 0, the interest would likely be all over the place. That's what people feel.
Okay, hold on. That explanation and what they said like people believed does not correlate at all. So what he essentially started off with.
Example of this. There were furious the implications of this.
Hold on. So what he starts off with is this.
Time. Because as the year goes on, supplies could be less and less.
Keep in mind, even at the time, computers just don't store dates and times to be organized and keep records. They also use these dates.
Yeah.
There were fears that on Y2K, all the money in the banks would be gone.
Okay, so the belief is that all the money in the banks will be gone. And we believe that because the interest, which is based on year, will go to 0 instead of 99. So that means all of the money digitally disappears. I feel like the only way you could say that is if you are actually just completely ignorant to how a computer works. To how anything works. And even if that does happen, and the records do fuck up, they can go back. That's how a computer works. They have backups. Like what? Like, are you serious? What, do you think this computer just sputters and blows itself up? Like, what? That's just so stupid. That is so incredibly dumb. I don't even know how to begin to explain how dumb that is. And they don't correlate with the explanation they give either.
If the computers were to clock back to 0, the interest would likely...
Okay, see, that's what I mean, though. Why would interest be all over the place mean that all of the digital money is wiped out? How does that correlate? No, thank you for the follow, Casval Reville. I think I said your name correctly. Welcome in. How you doing? But how does that correlate? Who cares? Okay, the interest goes to 0. Interest is all over the place. That doesn't mean that all of the money in the banks are gone. That's not how that works. That does not connect.
Be all over the place. That's what people feared, and that actually was the case. On January 1st, 2000, a man in Germany very briefly had $6 million in his bank account, with the transaction for the interest on his account dating to December 30th, 1899. The bank was calculating all the interest that had compounded since that date. Now that was just...
That happens every single fucking day in the banking industry. Accidentally giving someone a crazy amount of money through computer or human error happens so many times in a year. Who cares? Just if it happens to you, don't spend any of it and let them sort it out. They'll have it sorted out in like 12 hours. They'll know.
Bank that didn't update
or report it to your
time.
bank.
Imagine this on a global
scale.
Even
if you don't know much about computers, that still shouldn't make sense.
They scream a couple of eurekas, and now thousands of people are withdrawing huge amounts of money at the bank.
Like, it's actually turning, like, computers into magic at that point. Like, you're actually just turning computers into magic. Like, that makes no sense.
Or maybe you have the opposite problem. A bank transaction is read as being dated 1999, and the computer panics because it thinks it's 1900 and calculates the interest.
Okay, so let me dumb it down. If the interest of a year gains per 1 year added to a digital calculator, the year goes to 100 instead of 2000. The computer would definitely add negative 1900% of yearly, or 1900% of yearly interest to a bank account. Everyone would have been in stupid amounts of debt. What? Okay, but again, that still doesn't make any sense. It still doesn't make any sense. And even then, if it was, and a bank knew that that's exactly what happened, like people believe, then they would fix it. It would be super easy and super simple, because all you'd have to do is add 1900% interest to everyone else's account. And it's fixed. That is not in the world. In fact, that's just a big annoying problem is all that is. Even if that does happen, they just fix it. That would not take long at all. People taking money out of the bank that's not theirs is so dumb because it's easy to trade back. Reminds you of the so-called chase money glitch. Yeah, exactly.
Interest backward.
And even if it does work, the bank's gonna know and you're gonna get in trouble. They know. I worked at a bank. They know.
Now people's accounts are
It
in
might
overdraft.
take them a minute
They
to
panic
get to you,
sell
but
all
they
their
will.
assets. They take out loans, and now the banks are again empty that way. This is actually very similar to what happened with the stock market crash in 1929, but instead it's with computer bugs. Not only that, in Japan, nuclear energy plants actually had several similar to what happened with the calculates the interest backwards. Now people's accounts are in overdraft. They panic sell all their assets. They take out loans, and now the bank.
Okay. That is more understandable, but that is not being caused by Y2K. That is being caused by people being stupid. The 1929 Great Depression was literally started because of a myth. Like, no, he's doing an okay job explaining it. It's still just stupid.
Banks are again empty that way. This is actually very
yes,
similar to
if
what
everyone
happened
withdraws all their money out of a bank, there will be a stock market crash. Yes, that is how the economy works. That is how banking works. However, as long as people aren't fucking stupid, and this dumb fucking rumor that all the computers are going to remove all your money doesn't come out and get around and get popular, then nobody pulls out their money. Nobody pulls out their money. Actively by making up dumb shit like that, that's how you cause a Great Depression. And that's why it's weird that he says it's very similar to what happened with the stock market crash in 1929. 1929 happened because a rumor went around at banks that there was going to be a crash in the stock market and they were going to take all your money. So many people were worried, they came and pulled all their money out of the bank, and then the stock market crash actually happened.
1929, but instead it's with computer bugs. Not only that, in Japan, nuclear energy plants actually had
I don't think I've heard about that one, John
start
Brooks.
to go
Please,
off a
tell me
couple
more.
minutes after midnight due to this bug. What if the same were to happen with missiles and create false alarms of a potential nuclear attack? Now
Okay,
you
but why?
probably see where the problem lies, and naturally why people panicked, and banks and nuclear missiles were only part of it.
You see, that is such a huge leap in logic, though. So you definitely explain computers fuck up a bank because of interest. Nuclear missiles don't run on interest. Nuclear radar detection systems don't run on bank interest. The year going forward one will not affect a radar system and give you false positives. Things flying in the air will give you false positives. Like, I don't know. I don't get, again, it's like applying magic to binary. Like, you're just applying magic to it at that point. So technically they weren't wrong. Technically they were wrong because they're the one causing the problem, not this magic number change. So no, they were technically wrong. They just would have, it would have just been self-fulfilling prophecy. That's a good phrase for it. It just would have been self-fulfilling prophecy at that point. They prophesize that the stock markets will crash, so they try to avoid it, and by avoiding it, they cause it. When it was never going to happen in the first place. That's self-fulfilling prophecy.
All these issues created by the bug would make the
It's
everyday
dumb,
necessities
is what it is.
and
It's
privileges
dumb.
of society to malfunction or even cease to exist, which would lead to anarchy and, before you know it, full-out civil war. Y2K would be the quick domino effect for the end of the world.
It's also crazier to go, okay, even if that did happen and the banks did go out of money, and even if that did happen where computers were ruined and electronics were all destroyed, that means there'd definitely be a civil war where everybody just murders everyone and there's nuclear detonation. Like, there's still between those, like, two things that we just talked about and the leap to civil war and nuclear detonation is still a massive fucking leap.
World. But
it's mass panic spreading. There was not a mass panic during the Great Depression that spread into a civil war and nuclear detonation. Granted, they didn't have nukes at the time, but you get my point. Then it's not gonna happen in fucking 1999. It's not happening.
Well, let's go back a bit and see what our options are. Because
it's
luckily,
people
Y2K
overestimating
can be
it
stopped,
a ton.
but it's going to take a lot of work and be very expensive.
It sounds really interesting,
This is
John
exactly
Brooks. I'll have
what
to check it
people in
out.
the late 90s were thinking. They had to act fast, and in many respects,
This just,
they did.
like,
There's
maybe
a
again, it's hindsight, like living with COVID, but this just reads to me the COVID toilet paper shit all over again. Where it's like, uh-oh, we're all gonna run out of toilet paper. Everybody go buy 15 fucking bags of toilet paper that'll last 60 months. And then they find out, oh, we actually wouldn't have run out of toilet paper if you idiots wouldn't have bought literally a 2-year supply of fucking toilet paper. You see what I mean? Like, again, it's like the issue was never going to happen until a bunch of idiots got on it and said, oh my god, it's gonna happen.
Scene from Office Space that actually describes Y2K and the debug effort perfectly. A film that's actually from that era and came out before the year 2000. An adult comedy unintentionally serves as a valuable primary source for studying Y2K.
I sit in a cubicle and I update bank software for the 2000 switch. To save space, they use 2 digits for the date instead of 4, so like 98 instead of 1998.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing I don't understand. Why would people assume it'd go to 100 and break the computer and not just assume it'd go to 00? And still be perfectly fine. Would it be messed up on time and date? Yes. Would it mess up bank interest? Probably. Would it mess up some things that are crucial on times of year? Yes. Would it cause the end of the world and cause nukes to go off? No. Because nukes don't run on a time, they run on a detection system that is not affected by the year. You see what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
So I go through these thousands of lines of code and it doesn't really matter.
But keep in mind just how last minute all of this was. Back in 1958, people mostly disregarded the warning proposed by Bemer.
I wonder how the person who bought all the toilet paper is going today, probably feeling like shit because they spent thousands of dollars on toilet paper and can only wipe their ass so often.
We had some time to worry about it. But as humanity continued putting it off and
I get that, Oda-san, but
like, the problem,
I get that, Oda-san, but I don't know a lot about space shuttles. I'm not gonna suddenly assume that one day a space shuttle is gonna land like on the Pentagon or like the Capitol building and like wipe out the U.S. government. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just taking a crazy leap of logic. I don't know. Maybe I'm one of those people where it's just like, if it happens, it happens. But like, I would never jump to those conclusions. I'd be like, oh, you're going from 99 to 2000 and my computer only runs on double digits? That might fuck up my computer. That would be the extent of my leap in logic. Would be like, oh well, my stuff might get corrupted. I'm worried about my hard drive getting corrupted. Like, I'm not gonna immediately go, I'm literally gonna die. I need a nuclear shelter in fucking 6 months of TP right now.
The date continued to
I don't think I'm smarter than most people. I just don't think I buy into dumb hype.
As more of a bigger threat every day. But people in 1958 assumed that 40 years from now, the old computers would have been upgraded by then to acknowledge and fix that problem. Except in many cases, that was not true. Lots of companies who didn't feel the need to put all this effort and money into upgrading their machines just stuck with the old technology. As you can clearly see, there's a bit of a contradiction here. People believe that in the future, all the computers and their software would be updated to fix these problems by then. But at the same time, a lot of these companies had no reason to upgrade because the 30-year-old machines still worked. People just didn't know what to do with all this technology that was continuously advancing at an unprecedented rate. And this was apparent with the general public's perception of Y2K as well. People constantly had to adapt to new things and ideas, to the point where change became almost routine. Oh, a devastating bug is about to end the world? Might as well prepare for the worst.
Thanks for coming and hanging out. Hope to see you back on Friday.
It is very easy to underestimate just how much technology changed during the 20th century.
What's up? We're watching history videos.
We went from the horse and
great.
buggy
How have you been?
to the Hubble Space Telescope in one lifetime. Jeanne Gelma, who met Vincent van Gogh when she was a teenager and was almost in her 40s when the Titanic sank, lived long enough to use Netscape Navigator and see Jerry Maguire in theaters.
That is kind of crazy.
Technology changes a lot in 100 years, and that can be intimidating.
And you see, that's something that, like, I know you said intimidating, and I can see how it'd be intimidating, but I'm kind of low-key excited. Like, is that weird for me to think that, like, I can only think, like, if technology continues to progress at the way it has been for the last 150 years or whatever, I am truly excited, not intimidated, excited for what I have to look forward to when, like, in, like, 20 to 30 years. Like, the possibilities. Like, not to get, like, techno-theistic and, like, hail, again, like, apply magic to technology. But, like, for example, like, your parents, for example, for most of us, your parents likely started in an age where cell phones weren't a thing, TV was pretty meh, pretty shit, the internet was not a thing, and, like, most of your time was spent reading books and, like, going out and meeting people physically. Now, they're in an age where not only are there computers, but there's mini computers that you can carry in your pocket, sometimes on your fucking wrist, and you can contact anyone around the world at any moment, at any time you want. Like, you can see people face to face through that, you can see people talking, you can hear them talking, you can see them in high definition as if you were standing right next to them. Like, and that was in 50, 60 years? Like, Jesus. Like, it's crazy to think about. Yeah, I think it'll be really cool. Another video on Y2K, maybe an actual software engineer who worked on Windows back then. His input was quite interesting. That does sound interesting. It is crazy to think that Van Gogh died in 73. It's also interesting to think about how he died.
The personal computer being used by the masses was still a new concept, meaning that a lot of these people...
Are you sure Picasso died in 1973? Or my bad, Van Gogh? Yeah, no, Van Gogh died in 1890. That was a art piece of Van Gogh. I think done by Picasso. I was about to say, I was like, he definitely did not die in the 20th century.
Didn't really understand it, or really
it's all good,
care
tactical.
to understand it.
Yeah, I got
The
really
general
confused for a minute. I was like, wait,
wasn't
what?
putting effort into learning about
See ya,
the technical
Nubis. Happy
details
New
behind
Year.
the Y2K bug.
Ooh, Nero
They were
Claudius,
just
great
living
pick.
their
I
normal
love that she has a
lives,
butt
watching
window.
the TV
I'll see you
and
on
reading
Friday.
the paper and reading on the internet what the media was telling them.
Van
And
Gogh
that
got
was the
fucking
key
shot by a
component
kid, no
which
less.
Really
A
brought
bunch
the
of kids.
Y2K panic to its extreme. Consequently, in the 90s, you had the rise of fake news.
He died in
This is not to
2008
say
during the
that
stock
Y2K
market
was
crash,
some
yeah.
fabricated and convoluted hoax.
No, you're right. Van Gogh did die in 2008 during the stock market crash. I remember because on Wall Street, they tried to sacrifice him to bring the stock market back. They literally said, oh my God, we're going to take one of the world's greatest painters, and they lifted him up above the Wall Street call center, that big calling floor, and they ripped him from each limb with these winches. High above all of the stock market people. When the blood like flew out of them, they all cheered and like threw like fucking like stock papers into the air, hoping the paper would catch the blood and therefore be like purified. It didn't work. We kind of all just moved on and forgot about it, but pretty crazy times. 2008 was great, wasn't it? Pretty good year outside of that, frankly. I'd believe that. Hara, stop. Someone's gonna believe this. It's like 1,000 years from now, some like super highly advanced technological race is able to like reconstitute my hard drive from like metal alloys in the air. Please don't hit me.
Spring cleaning.
Ow! And this blue alien looking guy is watching my fucking hard drive and is like, wow, that's some crazy American history. They didn't talk about that really anywhere else, but we have this primary source that definitely lived during this time period that said that they ripped apart the famous artist Van Gogh on Wall Street, limb from limb, like he's being drawn and quartered, so that they could fix the stock market, and it didn't work. Let's see how that affected like our perceptions on American history a millennium ago.
Because it wasn't, but it was embellished. Consider the amount of money countries spent on updating software
Some Fortnite-ass news report, actually.
The United States spent so much
See ya,
money
Hark.
on Y2K
Sleep
remediation,
well.
whereas Italy spent very little. But both countries
With
experienced
these jokes, it
roughly
feels
the
amazing,
same level
honestly.
of Y2K problems. But this doesn't take into account what Italy spent on government departments and business testing, which could have been in the billions. So yes, Y2K was serious and could have caused some significant problems if not catered to. But end of the world serious? Probably not. But this didn't stop the news from telling people that airplanes were going to fall out of the sky and—
Okay, you want to know what the real end of the world is? A 24/7 hours news cycle. A 24/7 news cycle. That's the end of the world right there. Not some Y2K computer shit. Not like some, like, a really shitty person being your next door neighbor. Not like electing a garbage president. It's the 24/7. It's a 24-hour news cycle. That's the real end of the world right there. That's the real end of the modern world.
That a worldwide famine would occur.
Airplanes and trains may come to a halt.
The 90s were essentially a transitioning point between having to believe everything you hear on the news because, well, it's all you have, and anyone being able to write the news. In the 60s, when television was still new, you mainly had people like Walter Cronkite, just sitting in front of a camera, stating the news, stating the facts, and you had newspapers. The only information you could really get was from corporate companies who specialized in research and accuracy. In the 90s, you had the internet. More news, more information. You can thank the personal computer for this. An explosion of easily accessible information and more people being able to share.
So you're saying people are ignorant and believe too much, especially if it's on the news? I would say it wouldn't even require, you don't even have to add on the news. I'm a firm believer that if you say something confidently enough and make it sound smart enough, 99% of people will believe you completely at face value, even if you're a complete stranger. Even if you're a complete stranger. If you say it confidently enough and you look or act like you are smart enough to know about it, you will be believed 99% of the time. Absolutely. You could say almost anything you'd ever want, and there'd be a large amount of people that believe it.
Their opinions through
I'm a firm believer of that,
online journals,
because I see it on the internet every day.
With the internet, everyone had equal representation, including the reputable and maybe some of the more unconventional.
Dolls
and
aliens.
People could post whatever they wanted and gain popularity from it, even if they were lying. This was the case with
Time
Y2K.
to become a spy. I wish,
You now
honestly.
had a ton of misleading tabloids and news coverage about how the apocalypse was on its way.
You keep saying you're done with
preying on
confidence, but we
generations
don't
of
believe
people
it. Shut
who
up.
were still used to the old ways of retrieving
Shut
information.
up, Gear.
It was the perfect recipe for disaster.
3, 2, 1, happy 2000!
And to many people's surprise, on January 1st, obviously nothing dangerous happened. And people, shortly after, began to take note of the sensationalism that had just occurred. Christian author.
Please tell me the people that they interviewed prior to Y2K, they came back and interviewed after nothing happened. That would be so fucking funny. Like, they agree to the first interview, and then, like, 2 weeks later, it's, like, January 3rd, and, like, I don't know, like, Fox News is knocking on your door, and you answer, and you're like, hey, you fucking idiot, it didn't happen. Well, how do you feel about that? And it's just, like, you're getting, like completely assaulted, surprised by it. Oh, my God.
Author Cole Stringer
that would be
put it
so fucking
eloquently
funny.
that many preachers who took advantage of people's feelings during the Y2K scare never apologized for their scaremongering tactics.
Really?
The same
Call
could be
them
applied
me
to the media.
surprised.
The United States would end up spending roughly $100 billion on the Y2K repair bill, designed to combat any glitches related to the 2000s.
It's what happened with
switch.
Harold
Regardless of
calming,
how severe things could have
you're
been,
right, Cryptic.
Y2K was not fake, it was avoided. But because computer glitches are often so unpredictable and can yield different results depending on the setup, there is theoretically no way of knowing just how much damage Y2K could have caused.
Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Okay. You're getting a little ridiculous, dude. Well, they spent $100 billion to avoid it, so that definitely means it probably could have, maybe, possibly, maybe, caused nuclear bombs. Just stop. Just stop. The government spent $100 billion on it because the government's inefficient at spending money and because it affects them the most, because it affects bureaucracy the most. That is why they spent $100 billion on it. It affects bureaucracy. It affects record keeping. It affects accounting. Like, we know the full extent that it could have done. The government would have had to take a long fucking break fixing the fucking knots that it would have caused. The world wouldn't have ended. Good Lord.
Whether or not the United States would have been okay without the Y2K repair bill will always be speculation.
No, it won't.
But despite
it would have been
all
fine.
The fear-mongering Y2K
it would have been a pain in the ass for 6 months so the government did the repair bill 6 months late.
Thousands of computers to upgrade to the latest and greatest software.
Makes me so annoyed. Like, this is such like this is such like conspiracyist proven wrong bullshit where it's like, well, I mean, thank God they did this minor thing to fix it. Otherwise, it definitely would have killed everyone. Like, shut up.
Not present itself.
I hate it. It's so annoying.
To be more critical of the things they are told, but it also taught them to consistently adapt to an ever-changing world. So thank you, Y2K, for finally taking us to the future that we always wanted.
Yeah, thank you, Y2K. You aptly prepared us for the absolute age of misinformation that we entered after 2015. Yep, you're right, dude. Y2K made Americans smarter towards misinformation. It totally doesn't feel like, I don't know, we've been dealing with a fuck ton, massive, huge problem of Y2K, or like, of internet misinformation happening for the past decade or something. Nope, it was all solved. Y2K fixed it. Oh, Lord, this video sucks.
Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe.
I didn't.
In the winter of 1911 to 19...
Okay, so, we're past, like, the year stuff. Ugh. So I thought we'd do a video focusing on one of our, Today in History points. And we're gonna focus on the one that's the creation of the Republic of China, because I have never studied anything about this. Simon Whistler and his writers aren't technically historians, so I'm not gonna take everything at face value. But I like Simon Whistler. I think he does a really good job at narrating, and I think the writing is pretty high quality, even if it probably isn't completely historically accurate. But, so I picked his video for that. So we're going to watch a little bit on the history of the first Chinese Republic that was started in 1912, not to be confused with the Communist People's Party of Republic, whatever, of China that was created in the 1950s. So yeah, we're going to watch a video on it.
1912, a political earthquake in Asia brought one of our last links to the ancient world crashing down. Imperial China had outlasted the Western Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, the Holy Roman Empire. For 2,000 years, it had withstood civil wars
also, his beard's
and foreign
so
invasion, only to dramatically implode after less than 6 months.
It's kind of weird watching his videos
unrest.
now. There's like
the emperor
huge
on the throne
fucking
at this
beard.
turning point in history, a 6-year-old boy named Pu Yi.
I don't know.
Born into
Well,
an
me
ossified
too.
court and brought up in unimaginable luxury.
He
the
does
boy
have a good
emperor
accent, a
spent
very
the
good
first
speaking
6
voice.
years of his life as a living god.
Yeah, this
before
video's like
finding
6
himself
years old.
turned into a political fossil, a relic of a dead age. But there was more to
His
Pu Yi
beard
than
is
just
shirt.
one
Yep, that's
frightened
me.
child. An entitled brat who grew up to be a spoiled playboy before ending his life a convicted war criminal, Pu Yi was the
Why does that sound like
embodiment
me?
of China's crazy
Wait, hold on.
20th century.
Hold on. Why does that sound exactly like me? A spoiled brat that was raised with all the lavish luxuries of life, who ended their life with a conviction of war crimes. Yeah, that honestly sounds exactly like me. That is a brat era I wish to enter. Thank you.
Transformation. Join us today as we journey through the life of China's last emperor. On the 7th of February 1906, the boy who would one day rule China opened his eyes for the very first time. At the moment of his birth, Pu Yi was perhaps the single most privileged child on the face of the planet. His father, Prince Chun, was a member of the Qing dynasty, a
Royal
group of
Playboy?
ethnic
That's me.
Manchus who had ruled China since
More
1644.
like holy, though.
His uncle,
Holy
Guangzhou, was
Playboy.
the current emperor. Yet the
Like
apparent
girl, I don't
stability
know.
of Pu Yi's
Whatever.
young life masked a much deeper series of problems. By 1906, the 2,000-year-old Chinese empire was not really built on rock, but rather on shifting sands. And this slippery, treacherous sands, it had a name. It called itself Cixi, the Dowager Empress of China. Born in 1835, Cixi had once been a low-ranking concubine of the Xianfeng
Why
Emperor.
is she bald?
However, she'd also been the only person to bear the emperor the son, so when Xianfeng died in 1861, Cixi had suddenly gone from absolute nobody to mother of the new emperor. Not that mother of the emperor was a job with many perks. While Cixi's emperor son Tongzi was still a child,
if I become the emperor of something, and this is the artwork that I am remembered for, please burn and destroy every visage of my memory. There's having a bad hair day and being not photogenic, and then there is this. Please tell me that this guy killed the artist that drew this of him. Holy shit, that is bad. That is terrible. I'm saying if there was a painting, if the only thing that was remembered of my visage after being a god is something that looks like this, please damnatio memoriae my ass. I don't want anyone to remember me in case they find that artwork. Good Lord.
All the ruling was done on his behalf by an 8-member regent council. From the council's perspective, Cixi was a nuisance, a concubine who'd simply gotten lucky. But while Cixi certainly had gotten lucky with her pregnancy,
thanks
she
for
was
stopping
also
by. Hope to see you
someone
back on
who
Friday.
made her own luck. In November of 1861, Cixi orchestrated a palace coup, kicking out the council and installing herself and 2 loyalists as regents in their place. It was an arrangement that effectively handed Cixi the keys to China. So long as her emperor's son were a minor, she could rule on his behalf. And once he was no longer a minor, well, there are always other children, right? On January the 12th, 1875, Tongzi died at the age of 19 in circumstances
oh my
so
God, and he died at
suspicious
19.
Might as well have literally been suffocated by Cixi's ambition. Barely was the emperor's body cold than Cixi announced she had adopted her 5-year-old nephew and made him the new Guangzhou emperor. Now, normally, just declaring her adopted nephew emperor of China would go.
I told you good night, but I hope you have a bad night.
Well,
sleep
you
horribly.
Declaring our adopted nephew emperor of China. But in 1875, Cixi had built such a power base that nobody could stand in her way. And so came the second period of Chinese history, where a little boy play-acted at being emperor while Cixi did all the ruling. This
that
time
sounds
round,
very
though,
common.
Cixi allowed the
I'm
emperor
surprised
to
it's
reach
only
maturity, presumably on the assumption that he'd do just about whatever she said. But Cixi had badly judged Guangzhou.
Oh my
In
God, it gets
1898,
worse.
The emperor suddenly did something
It
that
keeps
shocked her
getting
to
worse.
her very core. He grew a backbone.
Why
and
is
tried
their
to
face so
reform
symmetrical?
Imperial
That
China.
looks so
this was
weird.
actually a very astute move. By 1898, the Qing dynasty had lost 2 opium wars, barely survived the Taiping Rebellion, been humiliated in the First Sino-Japanese War, and had almost lost their mandate as Manchus to be ruling over the ethnic Han Chinese. The only way to stop a revolution from exploding was to introduce something like a European system. But that would involve both Guangzhou and Cixi giving up
see you,
power.
John Brooks.
And asking
Night,
Cixi
dude.
to give up power was like asking Napoleon to go easy on all the conquering. Nope. On September the 22nd, 1898, a military force loyal to Cixi converged on the Forbidden City. Guangzhou was imprisoned in his
Oh my
palace.
God.
His reforms were scrapped.
Who are
and
they
his supporters,
hiring?
They were driven into exile.
Get this
In his
guy
place,
out of
Cixi
here.
assumed full control of
Oh
China.
my
And that's where
God,
things
this
stood
artwork
when Tongzi
is
was born
horrible.
in 1906, with the emperor a prisoner.
It looks like it's drawn on Fiverr. You have a royal portrait maker. And it looks like that. Was he on opium? Was he fucking doing nothing but smoking opium? Like, dear fucking Lord, you've got like, this is 1906. You've got like 16th century like portraits of kings making them look lavish, looking incredible. 1906. God, how did that guy live? How did he make it out of there alive, man? How did they go back to him? That means they looked at like 2 of them and were like, oh yeah, that looks great. That encaptures me. That's insane. They look so bad.
Blocked reforms. Little did the newborn child know it, but soon all of those factors would combine to destroy his entire
What are you
world.
testing, Kusanagi?
It was a chilly mid-November day when Dowager Empress Cixi breathed her last in one of the vast and gloomy rooms of the Imperial
Yo, thank you for the follow, Halo Master Chief 2K. Welcome in, how you doing?
The Emperor had died the day before,
Man, my voice is going out a little bit.
Poisoned on Cixi's orders. Then, with her last breath already rattling in her throat, she named her successor as Little Puyi. Cixi passed away on the 15th of November 1908. Barely 2 weeks later, 2-year-old Puyi was coronated in the heart of the Forbidden City. It is said that when baby Puyi first saw the scale of the palace,
finally got out of the shadow ban. Uh-oh, did you get shadow banned? I'm sorry.
The coronation, he bawled his eyes out. For the toddler, that ceremony marked the moment he forever lost any chance of a normal childhood. As the new emperor, Puyi was now followed everywhere by armies of eunuchs attending to his every whim. To give just one slightly gross example, every time he did a poop, he would be watched by dozens of grown men who would then regally pass his bedpan to the head eunuch for examination. Still,
that is really odd.
To being a living god, especially if you were a tiny sadist. Maybe you know that old
he does look like his head
where
is
everyone is
empty.
super scared of the little boy who can read minds and turn people into jack-in-the-boxes? Well, that was basically Puyi's childhood. At a young age, the boy emperor discovered everyone had to do whatever he told them. And young Puyi, he loved nothing more than ordering his servants to beat random eunuchs into a wailing and bloody pulp. Not that Puyi lived to hold this power for long, though. On October 9th, 1911, an explosion leveled a small house in the central city of Wuchang, now part of Wuhan. When
literally, he'd see a guy with no balls and be like, kill that man. That guy's bald and has no balls. Kill him. Guards! Guards! The guy's bald and has no balls. Kill him. Yeah, he was just fucked up.
Police investigation
Good Lord.
They found in the rubble a list of
That's
names linked to a nationalist revolutionary movement. At the time, China was suffering a constant low-level threat from such movements. Not that they ever went anywhere, though, which may be why the police seemed so blasé about the list. I mean, what were these dumb revolutionaries
skill
really
issue and the
do?
guards would just
Capture the
brutalize.
whole
Damn right.
Well, wait, hang on. That's actually exactly what they did. By December, the uprising in Wuchang had inspired 14 provinces to go into rebellion. A provisional government had been established in Nanjing under arch-revolutionary Sun Yat-sen. Seeing their reign on the verge of collapse, Prince Chung called the great general Yuan Shikai out of retirement to save the Qing dynasty.
Mustache.
Late that month, Yuan finally asked representatives of the rebel government what they actually wanted. Their answer? The end of the Qing dynasty. To which they probably replied, well, that's it? And they replied, well, yes, that's it. He'd reply after that, well, in that case, we'd like to imagine Yuan Shikai giving a sly little smile here. Allow me to help. When the end of Imperial China came, it was with embarrassing swiftness. In January, the rebels declared a republic centered around Nanjing. On the 26th of that month, Yuan went to the palace and told the imperial family he was prepared for war, but that in his estimation, they would all end up as dead as a Norwegian parrot. At first, some of the family, they held out, but Yuan was persuasive. Working behind the scenes, he offered the Qing a simple choice. Either accept a massive bribe now to end their dynasty, or be beheaded when the rebels finally took Beijing. Everybody took the bribe.
Usual.
On February the 12th, 1912, 6-year-old Puyi, he was forced to abdicate.
Honestly, like, every time I listen to historical stuff like that, so, like, I remember watching Birdemic, and there's a scene in Birdemic where a guy pulls them over on the side of the road, and he puts a gun in the main character's face, or faces, and goes, sell me all your gas. And I remember first time seeing that going, that is the dumbest thing I've ever watched in my life. No one would ever, like, have you at gunpoint and go, sell me all your gas. They just tell you to give them all of your gas. Apparently I was wrong, because the number of times historically they've had somebody literally at like the end of a knife and we're like, accept this bribe or die, is like crazy high. It happens so much. So every time I hear that, I just think of that dude that like made them like sell them his gas or sell them their gas.
Had already agreed that he could continue.
Also, it's a birdemic where the nation's falling apart. What good does your money do?
To live in the Forbidden City, even keep his servants, and be given enough money to live like an emperor for the rest of his life. Given all this, it's highly unlikely the boy even noticed that anything had changed. He probably didn't even notice that his palace had now become a prison. That March, a new constitution was promulgated. Yuan's help in ending the Qing dynasty was rewarded by by the rebels who made him president. And just like that, 2,000 years of imperial Chinese rule came to an abrupt end. Well,
honestly,
almost.
kind of anticlimactic.
Into history as the last emperor, there was actually another emperor who started his reign after Puyi abdicated. You already know him as Yuan Shikai, and his imperial ambitions were about to ensure China's 20th century would be a nightmare. The problem started when the Chinese Republic held its first elections in January of 1913. As you might expect, they returned a majority for the rebels. But President Yuan decided he no longer needed these guys now the Qing dynasty were gone and had the head of the National Assembly murdered. This resulted in the rebels taking up arms again, only for Yuan to really go.
The other classic. I'm the first democratically elected head of a nation. Time to turn it into a dictatorship.
Go to war this time. He might have told the Qing in January 1912 that a war could only end in defeat, but when it was his own power on the line, he clearly felt differently. By March 1913, he'd won. Now, Yuan had only won in a loose sense. In many provinces, power was concentrated in the hands of military leaders who only paid lip service to Beijing. But still, Yuan had no immediate challenges to his rule. Come the end of 1915, he was even feeling secure enough to have himself declared the new Hongjiang emperor. This turned out to be a mistake. See, Yuan won the 1913 war because of the backing of the military, but even the military wasn't willing to counter.
The funny part is that this picture of him too, it makes him look like he's like, oh, I fucked up. He's like, oh, I fucked up.
Ultimate emperor. 83 days after announcing his new empire, Yuan was forced at gunpoint to dissolve
Certified
it.
classic.
3 months after
definitely.
that, on June the 6th, 1916, President Yuan died, by some measures the true last emperor of China, but only by some.
Yeah, like the fucking noise from Uncle Roger. He's like, you fucked up. Like, that's him. He's like, I fucked up.
measures. After Yuan died, China disintegrated into multiple.
Okay, I wouldn't know because I've never had to, like, trim a mustache. How do you even trim a mustache to get your mustache to, like, look like this? Like, how do you even do that? Like, is it just like this is the long part and it just kind of goes down that way? Or is this, does his facial hair just, like, all grow like that? That's really weird.
Yuan was forced at gunpoint to dissolve it. Barely 3 months after that, on
Hey,
June 6,
Brad,
1916,
welcome in.
President
Hope your
Yuan
workday was
died by
good.
some
Happy
measures
New
the
Year.
True last emperor of China, but only by some measures. After Yuan died, China disintegrated into multiple warring states ruled by former military generals. In the second year of what became known to history as the Warlord era, a Qing loyalist named Zhang Shung marched on Beijing and restored Puyi to the throne.
That guy
Now,
looks
boy
like
of
he
11,
wants smoke.
Puyi ruled during his second reign for a mere 11 days before the warlord Duan Qiri captured Beijing.
Dude, he
sent
also has a
Zhang
nice
Sung into
mustache.
exile and forced Puyi to abdicate all
Razor
over
and
again.
fine
This
trimming
time, Puyi
or
really
timing?
would be the last
Oh, okay.
emperor. In early 1919, a man named Reginald Johnson arrived outside the Forbidden City. By now,
I like how so far all of the pictures of everyone so far look like they're from the 19th century. And then you have a picture of this guy who looks like his name is Michael and he goes in bikes on afternoons at the local park. Like, this guy looks like he's from today. He looks like he's a time traveler. Like, he looks like somebody I'd see at the park tomorrow. Like with his kids. His name is Reggie, though.
City. By now, China was 3 years deep into the warlord era, and the countryside was a wasteland. But Beijing was eerily calm. Ever since Duan Qiri had captured the city and forced Puyi to abdicate for the second time, no new warlords had tried
Reginald
to
Johnson would have made great profits in the third quarter. He would have sold the shit out of that car insurance.
They wanted an English language tutor. When asked why, they replied they wanted lessons for their deposed emperor. And now, here Reginald Johnson was, on an official mission to teach Puyi English. Johnson's first meeting with his new pupil involved being led into a room deep in the Forbidden City and...
Okay, honestly, it's actually close. He was literally like, hey, I'm an English tutor. And they're like, hey, can you, like, teach the new emperor English? And he's like, me? Like, he's like, hold on, what?
Going 3 times to a 13-year-old. Despite this, Johnson would later write that he felt instant affection for the teenage Puyi. However, it's doubtful this affection would have survived much contact with reality. Unbeknownst to the teacher, Puyi was now a fully fledged sadist who made flogging a random servant part of his daily routine. Over the following months, Johnson and Puyi they held daily classes. The more Johnson got to know Puyi, the more he began to realize how much the boy who had everything really had nothing. He discovered Puyi needed glasses and that it so far been refused because emperors weren't expected to wear them. He also discovered that Puyi's life was a gilded cage and that even in this cage, servants were stealing from him. Being a practical man, Johnson tried to help his pupil. He got the boy glasses, arranged for him to spend some time outside the palace and other things like that. After a while, you might even say that the man and the boy became friends. And it was this friendship that would save Puyi's life. Outside the walls of the Forbidden City,
this should be a movie.
In 1920, a coalition
of warlords
actually
should be a movie.
Japan had annexed South Manchuria.
Yo, Hydra!
Out of Beijing.
Holy shit, man! It's been forever. How's it going? Welcome in. Happy New Year. Yeah, I did change my look. Do you like it? The base model's being worked on. It's getting upgrades too. But I hope you like my new delinquent punk outfit. Thank you, thank you. It's the guy with 17 channels. Hi, Charlie Spur. Yeah, it's him. I like his stuff. A lot of his stuff's pretty good. But yeah, this movie would make, like, Academy Awards, dude. This is crazy. It's cool, like a badass girl who looks like a biker. That's the idea. I'm glad you like it.
Of regime that Puyi had survived since the 1912 revolution. It was also nearly the last. In the fall of 1924, two warlords, Zhang Zhouling
I was gonna say, I think it's a movie already. It seems like it would be.
To conquer Beijing anew. As their armies swept into the city, Feng made a bold pronouncement. He would not be bound by the 1912 treaty to allow Puyi to continue living in the Forbidden City. Either
like, what is my resolution?
Left his imperial home, or he would face the consequences.
My resolution is, I guess, to hit partner on Twitch. In 10,000 subs on YouTube. Hopefully. Those are my goals, I think.
Not that Puyi was really a boy anymore. Now
really? There was a movie? Wow. Crazy.
In extremely awkward fashion, the imperial court had given Puyi a stack of photos of girls in 1922 and told him to pick one to be his bride. Puyi's first choice, a girl named Wang Shu, had turned out to be only 12, so instead had married Empress Wang Rong and taken the underage Wang Shu as his consort. And let's just leave that there.
Oh, okay, that's better. That's better. That's better. Hello, 19-year-old boy. Who would you like to be your royal wife? I'll take the 12-year-old. Okay, no, you can't do that. That's disgusting. She's 12. Okay, fine. I'll take her older sister. Who would you like as your consort? The 12-year-old. Okay. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That's horrid.
You want to think too much about it.
Yeah, his face too. Oh my god. This is his face too, and he got told that too. Like Michael from accounting, who had to teach the new emperor English. Yeah, so he just got a new 12-year. This is my 12-year-old consort. You what? You she's what? Oh dear God.
The palace, Reginald Johnson desperately tried to find a foreign embassy that would grant Puyi asylum.
I'll have to check it out
then,
no
Piku.
That sounds really cool.
Even Johnson's own employees, the British, they refused. Finally, at the last moment, Johnson had his light bulb moment. Why not ask the Japanese? On November the 5th, 1924, Puyi, Empress Wan Rong, and the consort Wang Zhu all fled to the Japanese embassy. About 4 months later, the Japanese offered to move Puyi out of Beijing. We'll send you somewhere safe, they said. And so it was.
They killed him.
February the 23rd, 1925,
they killed him.
Puyi,
they 1,000,000,000% killed this guy.
A Chinese city the Japanese had occupied after winning the First Sino-Japanese War. It was the start of a relationship between the last emperor and Imperial Japan that would end in horrific bloodshed.
Really? We'll keep you safe here, said the Imperial Japanese government, as if they'd ever keep anyone that's not Japanese safe.
Can best be described as dissolute. In Japanese-controlled Tianjin, he and Empress Wan Rong reinvented themselves as a pair of rich dilettantes. Puyi spent money on luxuries, pets, and social connections, using his faded imperial grandeur to gain entry to the city's whites-only clubs. Wan Rong, meanwhile, became addicted to opium, spending her life in listless days. It's
surprising. I know, I'm so surprised.
Across the border, Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist army finally defeated the warlords and reunified China. For his part, Puyi was far more concerned with his impending divorce from Wang Shu. Remember the underage consort? Well, she grew up, decided she could do better than some rich sadist, and left, even though Puyi tried to bully her into staying. So, well,
there you go.
Her. Yet it wouldn't be quite true to say Puyi spent his 6 years in
Chiang
Tianjin
Kai-shek,
China.
shut up.
We know this because in 1931, Puyi wrote to the Japanese Minister for War demanding help in restoring his empire. As luck would have it, the Japanese were in need of an emperor. On September the 18th, 1931, the Japanese Imperial Army had used the pretext of a terrorist attack to annex the rest of Manchuria. They claimed that they were restoring
They're going to use him as a puppet.
Manchuria would now become the independent state of Manchukuo, a place where Chinese, Japanese, Koreans, Mongols, and Manchus could live in harmony. In reality, of course, Manchukuo would be a Japanese puppet state in which all other races were treated as inferior. But the Japanese, they didn't want the world to know this. They needed a fig leaf of legitimacy to cover their planned atrocities. A nominal ruler who was ethnically from Manchuria and could claim to be Manchukuo's legitimate leader. In November of 1931, the Japanese, they wrote back to Puyi. "We can't restore you to your old throne," they told him, "but, well, hey, how about you come and rule this new shiny state we just created?" Ever the entitled fool, Puyi said yes. On March the 9th, 1932, Puyi became president of Manchukuo.
Bro, this guy
Howard Lee,
couldn't,
the last
like,
emperor,
lead
appeared
his
to
way
have
out of a
everything
paper
he ever
bag.
wanted. A state to rule, people who claimed to love him. Only Puyi knew that behind the scenes he'd signed secret documents transferring all power in Manchukuo
I got you,
to the
Aegis. Very
Japanese
interesting.
Imperial Army. In March of 1934, Puyi was elevated to Manchukuo's emperor. The Japanese reported the citizens of their puppet state had rejoiced, but that seems unlikely. By 1934, it was clear just what a cruel regime Puyi was leading.
Hey, remember that one guy that like had the consort that was a 12-year-old and loved flogging servants and beating the shit out of ballless men? Yeah, he's your emperor now. What do you mean you're not excited? Yo, thank you for the follow, Charlie Spur. Welcome into the cult. How you doing?
Manchukuo was a racist, authoritarian state that persecuted non-Japanese citizens mercilessly. In 1932, for example, the Japanese responded to an act of sabotage by rounding up 3,000 Chinese civilians and mass executing them all. But Puyi didn't flinch at these atrocities. He simply indulged in his own. As Manchukuo's emperor, Puyi was crueler than he'd ever been in Beijing. He had servants beaten to death for the smallest imagined infractions. When he discovered Wan Rong had been impregnated by her Japanese lover, he had the newborn baby thrown alive into the palace boiler. While most of the blame for Manchukuo's cruelty can be placed at the feet of the Japanese, Puyi was far from innocent, and things were about to get a lot worse. On July the 7th,
excuse me, as the royal blood, he has to be a great ruler, clearly. Oh, my bad, you're right.
The Marco Polo Bridge turned into a full-blown Japanese invasion of China. The Second Sino-Japanese War had just begun. By the time it was over, both nations and Manchukuo itself would lie in ruins.
Good lord. Did he escape the war, I wonder?
Of all the phony celebrations that have been thrown by phony rulers over the years, none can have been quite so phony as the one that took place in Manchukuo in October of 1943. By that point, the Second Sino-Japanese War had become just another front.
I take everything back. Fuck this guy. Yeah, I know, right?
Manchukuo had seen waves of show trials and executions. Citizens had been turned into medical experiments for Japanese doctors. Yet that October day, Puyi still presided over a celebration of 10 years of Manchukuo as an independent state. It brings to mind Robespierre throwing his great feast in the middle of the Reign of Terror as thousands of Parisians were marched to the guillotine. But even Puyi couldn't have been as blind as Robespierre to the fate that awaited him. He was the cruel, powerless emperor of a sadistic failed state. There was only one way his last regime could end. In July of 1944, the first American planes, they began bombing Manchukuo. As cities fell in sheets of flame, Puyi clung to the belief that even if Japan was defeated, he would still be allowed to go on ruling his ancestors' homeland.
I never expected the United States to be the ones to depose him.
By the time a year had passed, though, it was clear
Hi,
that Puyi's
Caesar
hopes
Julius
were
Augustus.
so
Welcome in. We were actually talking about you earlier today.
The USSR launched a ground invasion of Manchukuo. The arrival of the Red Army was like a cleansing
We're watching a
fire.
video on the establishment of the first Chinese Republic in 1911. It's our history day, so it's my history stream day.
Sweeping over Manchukuo. 200,000 people were killed in just 2 weeks.
Oh my lord!
Not that Puyi was around to see it, though. Within a week of the first Soviet tanks entering his territory, the emperor had been captured by the Red Army. He would turn out to be the lucky one. Empress Wan Rong was taken alive by Chinese partisans. She would starve to death in a jail cell.
Oh dear
just
lord!
1 year later. For Puyi,
has there been one positive about this story yet?
The last emperor was now nothing but a mere war criminal. Although he lied through his teeth to save his skin at the 1946 International Military Tribunal for the Far East, the Japanese version of the Nuremberg trials, Puyi was done for, and he knew it. The final act came just 4 years later. On October 1st, 1949, Mao Zedong's communists, they succeeded in taking control of mainland China. The new government in Beijing contacted the Soviets asking for their war criminal emperor to be returned. The Soviets happily obliged. Shortly after, Puyi vanished for good into the black hole of Mao's internment camps. There was no public execution, no gunshot in a secluded courtyard, just an emperor who stepped off a plane and vanished. After 3 regimes and 45 years, the tale of the last emperor was finally at an end. Or was it? Fast forward a decade to 1960. Imagine you're walking through communist Beijing.
No way he
All
survives.
You, Chinese workers in overalls ride bikes past concrete blocks. Up on the side of buildings, Mao's beaming face stares down at you. It's the most typical communist
There's
scene
no
you
way
could
this
possibly
guy
imagine.
survives that shit.
With one exception. See over there by the flower pots. See that old, withered gardener tending to his plants. He may look like just another ordinary peasant, but that elderly gardener
how's it my
has
fault?
some tales to tell. Tales about revolution and war, and about growing up in a palace where everyone had to do whatever he said. Tales about the 3 separate times that he was China's last emperor. Of course, these are only stories. You only have to look at the gardener to know that he's a nobody, an old man who dreams of being a somebody. But there's something in the way his face sometimes looks across the city, like he's seeing a different Beijing, one that vanished decades ago.
Wow.
Something about the way the Communist Party sometimes calls on him to meet visiting
and not in a good way.
Parades him around.
It
like
sucks that he survived.
More than just a crazy old man. Perhaps the strangest part is that the old man never looks upset by this, never looks as you'd imagine a full emperor to look in such circumstances. Instead, on these rare occasions, you can't help but notice how happy he appears, almost as if after a lifetime locked in different gilded cages, the elderly gardener who calls himself Puyi is finally free. So I really hope you found that video enjoyable. If you did, smash that like button below. Don't forget to subscribe.
That's absolutely insane. I can't believe he'd survived 2 internment camps. 2. He went to Siberia for like 20 years. Not 20, it's been like 10 years. And then gets put in a Chinese internment camp for probably 10 more at least, and still makes it out. How? Fucking how? Good Lord. Oh my God, that's insane. Okay. Good Lord. That's actually pure insanity. Oh, I've got my own thing in my playlist. Oops. We're gonna watch one more video on why did the Czechoslovakia collapse.
Czechoslovakia, the Czech Republic,
I think
and
this will be an
Slovakia.
interesting one.
For many who are far distant from these nations, it's not always clear what the difference.
Oh, was he in for 4 years? Gets in 49 and he was in trial in 45? That's probably accurate, but he was still probably, like, in there for, like, 20 years. At least the consort left. Yeah, at least she left. Who knows if she lived any longer?
Between the 3 is, or when each came to be. Once divided, temporarily united, then divided once more, and still to this day, the Czech and Slovak people remain brotherly Slavic nations with strong ties and similar cultures. But if that's the case, then what exactly happened? Why did Czechoslovakia fall apart? Czechoslovakia was birthed in 1918 as the Austro-Hungarian Empire neared its demise and some of its provinces decided to unite in response to their vastly similar cultures, languages, and people. Bohemia, Moravia, and Slovakia formed the new nation and at first seemed to get on quite well. Czechoslovakia was initially a parliamentary democracy under President Masaryk and quickly became one of the more stable and industrially advanced of the Eastern European nations. But this would be challenged just before the outbreak of the Second World War. As the German leader began his campaign of expansion throughout Europe, at the end of the 1930s, the regions of Bohemia and Moravia fell to the Germans. Slovakia would eventually be occupied and transformed into a puppet state by Germany. But this period of instability would only last a short while before the Soviet Union marched with their own troops in. Soviet involvement would soon catapult the Communist Party within Czechoslovakia to the top of the totem pole and push through a
collapse after the war. You are
1948
correct,
coup
Caesar.
d'etat that would lead to the founding of the Czechoslovak Socialist Republic as the Communists took over the nation. This era of Czechoslovakia's existence would sadly be plagued by troubles no less. One of the most well-known challenges that the newfound Socialist Republic would face came in the 1960s and became...
So if you want to hear something that's actually like absolutely like horrific, I did a paper on the Soviet-Afghan War. Oh no, I did a paper on cultural effects caused by the Soviets during this post-war period. Just after the war happened, because their population in Soviet Russia was so depleted, when they took control over Czechoslovakia, there were some parts of the land that were so thin border-wise that essentially, not obviously like entirely, but practically, Soviet troops would walk in a line across the border, like width-wise to the country of Czechoslovakia, walk down the border of the country, and just abduct anyone they could. Literally just grab them, throw them on trucks, and ship them east. To act as new Soviet citizens. Like new deep Russian Soviet citizens. To like repopulate like Russian cities and stuff. Insane. It's pretty crazy.
known as the Prague.
And that was like a tool that the Soviet Union would use as a fear tactic to keep a lot of the satellite states in the Soviet Union early on. Was, hey, like, if you don't cooperate, we will just walk across the border with our military and just abduct all your citizens. Also, thank you for the follow, Cinnamon Bun. Welcome into the cult. How you doing?
Prague Spring. This period represented a time of what appeared to many to be promising reforms, though none were too drastic. Still, when the reformist Alexander Dubček rose to power, he aimed to create something called communism with a human face, and began passing a series of reforms both politically and economically.
It does sound like something medieval.
With one of the most important being the increased freedoms of speech. While this pleased many Czechoslovak citizens, it had a starkly contrasting effect on the nearby Soviet Union.
Hey, Cinnamon Bun, you love history? Great! I do a history stream every Wednesday.
1968, as 600,000
I love history too. I got a post-grad degree in it, and I love sharing it.
Invaded Czechoslovakia.
So feel free to stick around if you want.
Was ripped from power as a result of the attack, and under his pro-Soviet replacement, Gustav Husak, the new reforms were immediately repealed. The following decades would keep the Czechoslovak Republic under a repressive communist regime. And this was a ticking time bomb. As communism fell throughout the East and the Berlin Wall came crashing down, the citizens of Czechoslovakia became restless once more. November brought about renewed calls for demonstration, but due to the overbearing dictatorship they were under, activists were technically unable to organize such protests. Nevertheless, the communist government was willing to sanction a demonstration on November 17, 1989, in commemoration of a student that had been
Cinnamon
murdered.
Bun, this video is focusing on the collapse of Czechoslovakia when it turned into the Czech Republic and Slovakia. That is the purpose. But yeah, my main focus is in Cold War history. So this is like kind of my wheelhouse. It's something I really enjoy learning.
50 years prior by the occupying Nazi forces. Organized in part by the Socialist Youth Union, the event was supposed to avoid the city center and remain focused on the memory of the martyred student. This, however, isn't what actually happened. Instead,
so people co-opted
as more and
together.
more citizens joined the protest, having heard of its existence or seeing it on TV, the demonstration started to shift from being an anti-Nazi movement to an anti-Nazi and anti-communist one. While the police allowed the first portion of the demonstration to carry on undisturbed as the crowd marched their way toward Wenceslas Square, this changed drastically. Banners of Stop Beating Students and Freedom provided a clear visual alongside the shouts of dialogue and "We don't want the Communist Party, 40 years are enough" that triggered the police response. Of the 50,000 people present for the demonstration, some say that around 100 were detained and many were injured, with over a dozen being hospitalized as a result of beatings from police with batons and canines. Many demonstrators began to flee by this point, while others were forced to go. It's additionally believed that there was a rumor spread of one student martyr, although many thought that this was done by a police officer claiming to be a student and faking his own death to stir the pot.
Interesting.
Whatever actually happened, any goals of emboldening the people to continue standing up to the dictatorship truly worked. This
it's really
was the
weird how
start
that backfired
of
on
the
them.
Velvet Revolution. In reaction to the events of November 17th, opponents of the current one-party government
Also,
became
what a
emboldened
sick name
and
for a
energized.
revolution, the
aggressive
Velvet
responses by
Revolution.
the police failed to deter further demonstrations, and instead, the protests only grew. Only 3 days later, 500,000 demonstrators showed up at Wenceslas Square
That is
to
massive.
protest the communist dictatorship. Popular dissident and theater star Václav Havel played a significant role in the revolution as well, and is credited with choreographing one of its more theatrical signature signs of unity in the forms of mass jingling of keys. The underground press expanded, as did the public protests over the following week. But, as described by British author Timothy Garton Ash, the overall movement was swift, entirely non-violent, joyful, and funny. By November 28th, the Czechoslovak government accepted its fate. There was no
that sounds really
Warsaw
cool,
Pact
Caesar. I'd love to see a
swoop
picture
in
of
and
it.
save communism this time, and the people of Czechoslovakia were simply fed up. The contemporary administration stepped down in favor of a
Not the
revived
key
multiple-party
jingling.
system, with Václav Havel elected as the new and last president of Czechoslovakia. The following elections in the summer of 1990 saw the communists face a crushing defeat and the solidification of the new anti-communist government. This, however, also triggered the period known now as the Velvet Divorce. Having just started the process of democratization, Czechoslovakia was suddenly facing a newly heightened tension of old, the divide between Czechs and Slovaks. The discord was peaceful, but serious nonetheless, as both sides disagreed on how to move forward after communism, and the differing populations had long been drifting apart. This would eventually result in the non-violent separation of Czechoslovakia into the Czech Republic on one end and Slovakia on the other. Interestingly though, according to opinion polls from the time, it seems that the division between the Slovak and Czech people was mostly concentrated in the population of those in power,
Really?
and lesser so among the average citizens, who often favored the unified nation. Nevertheless,
That does sound like a new
nationalist
type of
sentiments
cake.
did
I
exist
agree.
on both sides, and the reforms that either side yearned for didn't exactly line up with one another. On January 1st, 1993, the breakup became official. In summation though, why did Czechoslovakia split up? What were the final straws? For starters, as stated earlier, Czechoslovakia was a young nation.
Yeah, that was
and had
really,
not always been
like,
united as one.
not chaotic.
The Czech and Slovak people, though similar, were not
It was,
identical.
it's one of
They
the
had
few,
different
like,
cultures,
completely
languages,
bloodless
and politics. Despite the claim by those in favor of creating
breakups of a
Czechoslovakia,
state,
cultural
like, in history.
identities were one of a kind. Furthermore, the Czechs generally outnumbered and overpowered the Slovaks within the Union, but they had been the lesser of two evils, as the fellow Slavs in opposition to Slovakia's alternative of eventually being absorbed in some way into Hungary. The Czechs, too, had been hoping to pair up with a Slavic neighbor to counteract the significant ethnic German population within the Czech borders. However, after the deportations of Germans that followed the Second World War, this need was fairly non-existent. Additionally, after the collapse of the communist government, there was room for change within Czechoslovakia and a need for reforms. As stated earlier, these reforms proved a bit problematic as, though similar, the Czech and Slovak people and governments in particular couldn't agree on how exactly to go about adapting to their new democratic governments. And it's not that these disagreements were new, but instead, after the Velvet Revolution, it was just the first time that such discord could even be expressed. And now, with the threats of Germanization or Hungarianization gone, such disagreements really had no reason to be acted upon.
It is kind of crazy
Thus,
to think about the
even
only thing
though
keeping
no
it held together was a
referendum
foreign
held to see
government.
if the
You know what I
people
mean?
themselves were truly in favor of the split or not, the governments of both halves of Czechoslovakia
Oh, I thought the
decided
creating
to make
states based on ethnic makeup was
Czechoslovakia
weird when you can accomplish
no
the same
more.
goals without having to bring up a state and both groups have equal rights. Yeah, and as much as I'd love to, like, go and explain all of that, that would take its own paper, frankly, because, like, that just requires an entire study on pre-World War I nationalism and interwar World War II, like, nationalism as well, to explain that. If you want to understand why that is, you can read a book by Anderson called Imagined Communities. It'll really open your eyes on it. And while I could explain it, my voice is almost gone, I'm afraid. And this stream is coming to an end. But it is just really wild to think of the fact that, like, as soon as they actually gained freedom, they were like, oh, wait, why are we a thing? Like, they were like, we don't need to be a thing. And so they were like, all right, I guess we'll give up. All right, you go that way, I'll go this way. Have fun. All right, we're going to find somebody to raid out to real quick. I got you. I'll check them out, those pictures out later. Let me see here. Who do we want to raid? Let me see here. Who to raid, who to raid. Yo, thank you for the $5, Julius. That's so sweet of you. Thanks, guys. I'm sure we'll be back tomorrow. I've just got to let it heal up. We're going to raid Siri. Siri's really sweet. She also is Egyptian, so you guys are going to have fun with her. I will see you guys on Friday at 8 p.m. CST. I'll have a schedule out tonight. I know I should have had one earlier, but I've been trying really hard to get a collab together, and I'm not getting any messages back on it, so that's why things have been held up. All right. I will see you guys on Friday. We'll be doing probably War Thunder if the collab's not put together. And I will see you guys then. Hope you guys have a great rest of your week. I love you guys a lot. Bye, friends. Bye-bye.